Section 15. The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 7, Part 1. The reader has perhaps not forgotten that Lord Stenson lived in a pavilion at the end of the small second court, which, together with the outer enclosure, which was somewhat larger, and the buildings adjoining, composed the dilapidated manor of Stolborg. There was a legend connected with the original erection of this ancient castle. At the time of the first introduction of Christianity into Sweden, it was said to have grown out of the rock in one night, in consequence of a vow of the pagan castellan, whose house, then built of wood, had nearly been blown off into the lake by an autumnal gale, and who had thereupon promised to embrace the new religion if heaven would protect him securely from the wind. The roof of the house had already been carried away, but scarcely had he pronounced his vow when a granite tower arose as if by enchantment from the rock. The castellan was forthwith baptized, and no hurricane could ever again harm his strongly and solidly built habitation. Notwithstanding this veracious history, the antiquaries of the country have the hardihood to assert that the square tower of Stolborg dates no further back than to the reign of King Birger, that is, to the 14th century. However that may be, the chateau and its small domain in the 15th century became the property of a brave gentleman of the name of Waldemora. In the 17th century, Olaf de Waldemora became a favourite of Queen Christina, who, by arbitrarily alienating portions of the crown domains, conferred upon him considerable landed estates in this part of Dalecarlia. History does not name this Waldemora as a lover of the fantastic inheritrix of Gustavus Adolphus. Possibly in some strait for money, the Queen may have sold him these valuable estates at a low price. It is certain that at the reduction of 1680, when the energetic Charles XI revised the titles of all grants of land and reunited to the crown domain all that had been unlawfully alienated by his predecessors, a terrible salutary measure to which Sweden owes the endowment of her universities, schools, and magistracy, the creation of the post office, the army in Delta, and other benefactions for which the old caps had hardly forgiven the crown at the time of our story. At this time, the titles of Baron de Waldemora were found valid. He retained the great estates which he had inherited from his grandfather and completed the embellishments of the new chateau, built by the latter upon the shore of the lake and called by his name. One tower was all that remained standing of the old family chateau. This tower appeared to be extremely lofty, in consequence of the great substructure of masonry built up to its base from the very edge of the water, but it was in fact but 2 stories high, and contained only the bear room and the guard room, which were on the ground floor, almost on a level with the court, and 2 or 3 chambers above, where for 20 years, that is, ever since the door on the staircase had been built up, no person had entered. The rest of the manor had been rebuilt several times, and formed what is called in Norway a guard, or in other words, an assembly of several families living in a community. Dwelling rooms, kitchens, dining rooms, stables, and storerooms in such communities, instead of being brought together as much as possible under one roof, as is the common practice, form separate buildings, each with a roof of its own, so that altogether they present the aspect of a numerous group of small houses entirely distinct from each other. Many customs prevail equally in Sweden and Norway, especially along the mountainous frontier of Dalecarlia. At the period where Stolborg, deserted for the new chateau, became a mere farmstead, there were several guards, similar to the one we have described, scattered through the country. As is commonly the case all over Sweden, and in all countries where they build in wood, these premises had often caught fire, and the more ancient of the little edifices still showed traces of it. Their charred ridge-poles and warped roofs were sharply defined, like black spectres, upon the white background of the mountain. The court, surrounded by its mossy shed, which gave a unity, such as it was, to all these different buildings, and from whose eaves hung a glittering fringe of icy stalactites, thus presented the appearance of a group of abandoned Swiss chalets. The farm establishment had long ago been transferred elsewhere, and the whole manor had been left under the charge of Stenson. who no longer had any repairs made upon the worthless houses, which were now only used to store fodder and dry vegetables. The rough flags of the court were furrowed in all directions by 1,000 irregular little hollows, ploughed by the violence of currents in thaws. Not one of the doors was on its hinges, and it seemed as if, unless prevented by some vow as efficacious as that of the first castellan, the least gust of the winds of spring or fall would sweep the ruinous structures off into the lake. The second court, which was in the rear of this one, was a modern addition, much less picturesque, but infinitely more comfortable. It had been built by the Baron Olaus de Waldemora at the time when he inherited the property of his brother Adelstan. He caused this second small guard to be erected for his faithful Stenson, so as to prevent the latter, who had a horror of the place, from going to live elsewhere. This addition consisted of another group of buildings, lower than the first, and upon the opposite slope of the rock. Their steep roofs rested at the back against the solid rock itself, and were constructed in the singular manner usual in that country, with a layer of pine logs well caulked with moss, covered with strips of birch bark, over which is laid finally a bed of earth turfed on the top. This turf on the roofs of rustic cottages in Sweden is very carefully tended, as is well known, and is sometimes laid out like a garden with flowers and shrubs. The grass upon them is very thick and rich, and the cattle find it their choicest pasturage. It was in this portion of the old manor, called especially the Guard, while the other was called the Court, that Stenson had lived for 20 years. Of late, he had become so old and feeble that he hardly ever left his own house, which was well warmed, very neatly furnished, and painted on the outside of an iron rust red. Here he was certainly very conveniently situated. His dwelling rooms were separate from his nephew's lodging, and he had a kitchen in one small edifice and a dairy in another. This only served, however, to render the existence of the mysterious old man more monotonous and melancholy. It was observed, or at least it had been observed when the house was built, how careful he had been to have all the doors and windows looking away from the tower. The only communication between the two buildings was a small side door, and to reach Stenson's pavilion it was necessary to go through a narrow, zigzag passage. It looked as if he had been afraid to have a door opening directly towards the tower, lest he should see it. But he may have barricaded himself in this way merely as a precaution against the west wind, which blew from that direction. As if in confirmation of the reports current about him, it was extremely rare for Stenson to quit his house, unless to enjoy a little sunshine in the small orchard at the water's edge. Even here he always turned his back to the tower as he walked, and when the declining sun threw the slender shadow of the weathercock upon his alleys, it was said that he would leave them and flee precipitately into his house, as if he were filled with horror and pain by this ill-omened shade. The freethinkers of the new chateau, a major domo and footmen of the modern sort, attributed his peculiarities to the excessive caution and timidity carried almost to monomania of a frail and sickly old man. But Ulfilas and his companions regarded them as the irrefragable proof that the gloomy old castle was haunted by evil spirits and frightful spectres. Never for 20 years, they said, had Stenson crossed the court and entered the western gate. Whenever business called him to the new chateau, he went by way of the little orchard, at whose base his own boat used to lie in the summer. The presence of the Baron at the new chateau, his usual residence when he was not attending his duties as a member of the Stenderne, or Diet, made no changes in Stenson's daily life. But still, Ulfilas had for some days observed that his uncle was singularly agitated. He asked questions concerning the donjon, as if he was solicitous about the preservation of this accursed old giant. He inquired of Ulf whether he went there from time to time to ventilate the bear room, at what hours his visits were made, and whether he had seen anything remarkable there. Today, Ulf, not without remorse, but without hesitation, told him a lie. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders as a sign that he had seen nothing new. In fact, Ulf had strong reasons for hoping that Stenson, who was confined to his room by the cold, would not learn anything about what had happened, and he had heard the rattling of certain crowns intended for him in the pocket of Monsieur Goeffler, without seeing any signs that the old vaults of Stolborg proposed to crumble with indignation for so small a matter. Without being greedy, Ulf did not dislike making a little money, and perhaps he was beginning to feel somewhat reconciled to the donjon. After telling this direct falsehood and serving his uncle's second meal, he was going away when the old man asked for a certain Bible which he seldom used, and which stood on a particular shelf of his library. Stenson directed him to place it before him on the table, and then motioned him to retire. Ulf, however, was curious to see what his uncle was about, and, as he was very certain that he would not be heard, he came in again in a moment, and standing behind the old man's chair, peeped over and saw him pass the knife at random between the leaves of the large book, and then open it, and look attentively at the verse where the point of the knife had stopped. 3 times he tried this experiment, a practice half devout and half cabalistic that prevails even among the Catholics of the North for inquiring of the Almighty the secrets of the future, according to the interpretation of the words supposed to be indicated by destiny. When he had performed this ceremony, Stenson buried his face in his hands upon the closed book, as if to consult it with his brain after having questioned it with his eyes, and Ulf went away, a good deal disquieted by the result of the experiment. He had read the 3 verses over his uncle's head. They were these, in the order in which they had chanced to occur. Destruction and death say, "We have heard the fame thereof with our ears. Did I not weep for him that was in trouble? Was not my soul grieved for the poor? A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just." End of section 15. Read by Tim Rowe in London, January 2024.
Section 16 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 7, Part 2.
Christian had no time to employ his imagination in hunting for answers to this riddle. The day was rapidly drawing to a close. It was only 1:30 in the afternoon, and already the transparent shadows of the snowy peaks around were lengthening upon the blue surface of the lake. It was a beautiful sight, and, had his affairs permitted, Christian would have loved to gaze upon it. These short northern days have aspects infinitely picturesque, and even at noon they are full of striking effects, as painters say, resulting from the obliquity of the sun's rays, which cover the landscape with strong lights and shades, such as in other countries only visible at morning and evening. This is probably the reason of the beautiful sunlight which northern travellers are so enthusiastic about. It is not alone the extraordinary landscapes, impetuous waterfalls, immense lakes, and splendid auroras of Sweden and Norway, of which they retain such intoxicating recollections. Quite as remarkable, they affirm, is the delicious purity of the atmosphere, in which even the most trifling objects assume a brightness and a charm of which nothing anywhere else can give an idea. But our hero, while he observed the beauty of the heavens, observed also the swift decline of the day, and discerned afar off the actual preparations for the very entertainment for which, in fulfilment of his engagement, he was to be in part responsible. The chimneys of the new chateau were sending out thick columns of black smoke that showed strongly against the evening sky, flecked with rosy and pearl-hued clouds. Gunshots, repeated by the muffled echoes of the snowy hills, announced that the huntsmen were at work to supply the spits of those Pantagruelian fireplaces. Busy messengers on skates were speeding in all directions, crossing each other's tracks and occasionally falling headlong upon the ice of the lake. All of the country road was being ransacked for everything it could furnish, from the monstrous back logs that were to adorn the fires in every room of the house down to the poor little white partridge which had trusted to his winter's garb to protect it from the sagacious eye of man and the pitiless scent of the hunting dog. The 5th night of the Christmas festivities, for this was December 28th, promised to be a splendid one. Christian alone was not enjoying the prospect. He was becoming impatient for the return of Puffo. Having resumed his poor devil suit, pulled his abundant hair over his handsome forehead, and a steeple-crowned hat down over his eyes, he went to hunt up his subordinate in the court, in the guard, and even in the kitchen, where he had so frightened Ulfilas the evening before. It had never occurred to him to go down into the cellar. If he had, he would have discovered Puffo established in the very paradise of his dreams. He was about returning when it occurred to him to explore Stenson's little fruit garden. With a preliminary glance to be sure that the old overseer whom he had alarmed so much was not there, he descended the steep walk that led down to the edge of the lake. From this point he could see the whole length of the guard, built along the slope that plunged down to the little bay. The old masonry was so well united to the rock that one could hardly distinguish the natural from the artificial fortification, especially under the clothing of long wall plants crystallized by the frost and hanging down below into the lake. But they were deeply embedded in the ice. As he stood there, he tried to trace the route he had followed the day before on his expedition into the secret passage of the Bear Room. We promised the reader an account of this expedition, and this is the proper time for it. It will be remembered that in setting out to hunt up something for supper, he had ventured into a passage hidden by a door very neatly fitted into the woodwork and leading from under the stairs which he supposed might conduct to the lodging of Monsieur Stanson. Such was, however, by no means the case. After a few steps along a confined passage, Christian had come to a narrow staircase, steep and obstructed with rubbish, as if no human foot had ascended it for a long time. At the foot of the staircase, which was very long, he had found an open door. Surprised at this free entrance to a passage apparently itself so mysterious, he was stepping through it when a gust of wind extinguished his candle and he was left in darkness. He still advanced cautiously a few steps when the moon appeared from behind some clouds, and he saw that he was in a sort of cabin or gallery, opening at intervals upon the lake. The water of the lake penetrated into this gallery, which seemed to be a natural excavation. He followed it for some distance, walking upon the ice the latter part of the way, until he reached at last a small wicket over which he climbed without difficulty, and thus gained admittance first to the fruit garden and thence to Monsieur Stenson's guard. Christian at once recognized this little gate, flanked on either side by two young yew trees cut into a sugar-loaf shape, and, with this for a guide, he was able to recognize the principal points of his nocturnal expedition. Although he had no particular expectation of finding Puffin in that quarter, he passed through the fruit garden and walked along the lake around the outer cliffs in the direction of the dungeon. He was curious to see by daylight the path along which he had made his way the night before, partly by feeling and partly by the light of the moon. He soon came to the entrance of what he had taken for a grotto. It was, in fact, only a deposit of enormous blocks of granite, of that sort termed erratic boulders, that is, blocks isolated from their primitive location and now lodged where they could not have been originally formed. The position of such boulders is due, it is supposed, to some primeval or modern cataclysm, a vast rush of waters, or the slow transportation of glaciers or icebergs, which has brought them from distant regions to their final resting place. Those now in question were rounded like so many enormous pebbles, and their capricious superposition, one above another, seemed to indicate that while whirled along by a tremendous force, they had been suddenly arrested and piled against the micaceous mass of Stolborg, of which they thus became, as it were, buttresses or outworks. 'Twas difficult to walk among them on account of the snow which, during the storm of the night before, had been swept or rather rolled by the wind into great drifts or ridges, stretching like a vast winding sheet along the range of boulders. Christian found his progress so impeded that he was about to retrace his steps when he was struck by the picturesque aspect of the dungeon towering above him, and withdrew a little to see it to better advantage. He tried mechanically to make out the position of the Bear Room, and easily recognized it by its one window, about 100 feet above the level of the lake and 50 above the summits of the boulders. The cold was not very extreme, and Christian, who always carried a little drawing book in his pocket, began an outline sketch of the tower, with its lofty escarpment to the rock below, and its chaos of gigantic boulders, which were flung together in such a way as to form, like the sandstone rocks at Fontainebleau, covered passages and galleries whose effect was extremely fantastic. While studying this characteristic scene, Christian heard someone singing, at first without paying much attention to the fact. 'Twas a woman's voice, and that of a rustic, true enough in intonation, but veiled and sometimes tremulous, as of an infirm or aged person. She seemed to be chanting a kind of psalm, and, although monotonous, there was something agreeable in the melancholy air. This sad and quavering melody soothed the mind of the artist as it continued, and brought him into the very mood for understanding and representing the features of a locality with which the voice seemed to be in perfect harmony. The words of the chant were at first indistinct, but as Christian listened mechanically, he gradually recognized them as Swedish pronounced with a Dalecarlian accent. The meaning now seemed so strange that he began to listen more attentively. I saw a square tower by the setting sun. Its gates look to the north. Drops of poison sweat from its openings. It is paved with serpents. The tree of the world embraces it, the strong ash tree shakes. The great serpent bites the waves, the eagle screams with its pale beak, it tears the corpses, the ship of the dead is launched. Where are the aces and the alphas? They sigh by the entrance of the caves. The sun begins to be darkened, all things perish. But earth, green and beautiful, begins to brighten again from the east. The waters awake, the cascades flow. I saw a palace fairer than the sun upon the top of YobumLee. I see it no more. The valley falls again into the night. In these sombre poetical fragments, Christian gradually recognized verses, arranged or repeated at random, from the antique poem called the Völuspá. This, considering the rustic pronunciation of the singer, he thought very extraordinary. Could it be that the peasants in that country had preserved the tradition of the sacred chants of the Scandinavian mythology? This seemed hardly probable, and yet who could have taught them to this woman? Christian, who as a traveller was curious on all subjects, resolved to find and cross-examine the singer, as soon as he had finished his sketch. But when he returned his album to his pocket a few moments afterwards, the voice had ceased. He looked all about but could see no one. Supposing that she must be concealed behind the boulders, he proceeded to explore them, and found this not much easier than walking in the deep margin of the snowdrift outside. Within the expanse of the principal cavern, which followed the turns of the rock for some 50 steps, there was no footing except on a floor of ice, very slippery and wavy on the surface, as if the rippling water had been instantaneously frozen on some cold autumn night. However, our adventurer succeeded in discovering the traces of his own steps made the night before, when he had imagined he was walking over fragments of bricks and tiles, and soon he found also the mysterious door by which he had issued from the dungeon. It was now fastened with 2 strong iron staples and a padlock, the key of which had been carried off. This must have been just done. The singer was undoubtedly some dependent like Stenson and Ophelia, who was employed about the old manor. She could not have been far off, for he had heard her singing scarcely 5 minutes before, and she must have been behind the boulders, for Christian could see over the lake in all directions, and from top to bottom of the cliffs at the base of the tower, and no one was visible. He now retraced his steps to leave the grotto, which, as it was only lighted by a natural opening in about the middle of the whole extent, was rather dark. Pausing for a moment under this natural opening to look at the sky, he saw between himself and the heavens an object projecting over the rock from the smooth and naked flank of the donjon. This he quickly recognized as the underside of the stone balcony that supported the double window of the bare room, and which was so situated that anyone with a quarter ladder might easily descend through the space between the rocks below, when he would at once find himself under cover in the vault, which they formed just at this place. Christian, always inclined to be romantic, immediately thought out a plan of escape to be adopted in case of siege or captivity in Stolborg. He scaled the irregular rocks that formed the sides of the grotto, and with a good deal of exertion, climbed out through the opening, which he was satisfied had not been made by the hand of man. This examination led him to reflect, as we have all had the occasion to do at least once in our lives, that even in the most desperate situations chances occasionally occur so improbable that they seem to belong, not to real life, but to the world of the imagination. However, still bent upon pursuing the singer, he continued his examination amongst the boulders, between almost any 2 of which there was room for penetrating. Finding no one, he was just giving up the chase, when he heard the voice again, coming this time from much lower than he had supposed it to be when he heard it in the first place. He went towards it, but as he approached the spot where he thought the mysterious rhapsodist must be stationed, the chant, which had suddenly ceased like that of the cicada on the approach of man, was heard once more in another direction, and from much higher up, as if floating in the air above him. Raising his head, Christian now perceived in the side of the dungeon a long fissure, half hidden by ivy and extending almost vertically from a window in the upper story, a good deal to the right of the window in the bare room, down to a ruinous part of the wall, below which were some other masses of rock. He even thought that he could see pieces of stone falling along this fissure, as if some person had just made their way into it, but on approaching as near as he could, it seemed to him quite inaccessible, and he went further on. And now the voice once more began its plaintive chant, and Christian, amused at first, but finally with a feeling of irritation, followed the singer from one place to another in the little chaos of granite rocks. He was constantly disappointed until he really began to be somewhat startled. These savage verses, fragments of a gloomy apocalypse, disconnected and wild as if inspired by delirium, had something frightful in them when heard in that gloomy place in that melancholy evening hour. Christian thought involuntarily of the water witches, who were the centre of all the legends of Sweden and seat of all popular belief throughout the north of Europe. Whilst he persuaded himself that the voice must come from the tower itself, perhaps some captive was hidden there in a secret dungeon. He called aloud 3 times, using at a venture the mythological name of Vala, that is Sibyl, which the singer in the chant had seemed to wish to appropriate.
At this the voice became silent again, as if in confirmation of the superstitious belief of the country, that whenever you succeed in calling one of the malevolent or melancholy spirits who dwell among the mountains by its name, it is either frightened or consoled, and in either case is reduced to silence. But still another thought haunted Christian. As he finally turned to go back to the tower by an outside path, he could not help asking himself whether one of the victims of the mysterious Baron Ollo's, crazed with suffering, was not lamenting in a dungeon under his feet. However, he forgot all about this fantastic idea when he found Monsieur Girfle seated at the table in the bare room. "Well," said the lawyer, without troubling himself to rise, "you came near bringing me into a pretty scrape with your prank last evening. The Baron, strange to say, did not mention a word about it, but the Countess Elveda absolutely would not believe me when I protested and swore that I had neither a nephew nor a natural child." "What, Monsieur Girfle? Did you disown a son who has done you so much honor?" "I did indeed. It would have been quite impracticable for me to keep up the joke or to assume the responsibility of such a mystification. Do you know that you did not escape observation by any means? Quite independently of the scene with your host, everybody seems to have been struck by your silent graces, the ladies especially. In the Countess's room I met 5 or 6 of the more fashionable ladies of the province, who were quite infatuated about you, and when I swore upon my honour that I had nothing whatever to do with this unknown, you should have heard the suppositions and commentaries. Some of them were inclined to suggest that it might have been Christian Waldo, of whom so many adventurous stories are told, but the prevailing opinion was that you were the Prince Royal, travelling incognito about his future kingdom. Prince Henry, who is now at Paris. Yes, and this served capitally to account for the Baron's nervous attack, for he detests the Prince, and would naturally have been agitated on meeting him, by the conflict between his hate and resentment on the one hand, and the respect due to the future heir of the throne on the other. But the Countess Elveda cannot have been deceived by such a silly idea as that. Oh no, certainly not. She knows the Prince too well. But she is extremely fond of quizzing, and she amused herself by pretending to these ladies that you were so much like our future monarch, that she did not know what to think. Only as I was going out she took me aside and said, "You are severe, my friend, in disowning this imprudent young man. For my own part, I thought him very agreeable, and if he does not resemble you in features, he takes after you at least in his wit and distinguished manners." "Why, Monsieur Girfle, that is very flattering to me. But then she persists in believing me your son." "Without doubt, and the more I protested to the contrary, the more she laughed, and insisted that it was impossible for me to disown you since you had so publicly presented yourself in society under my name. The wine is strong," she said, "and you must drink it. He is a roguish fellow and is trying to plague you. It is a just punishment of the follies of your youth, to become the parents of such terrible children. Please to observe the stain which you have brought upon my reputation. At last, to rid myself of you, I said that whether son or nephew you had gone away, that I had packed you off in disgrace for having been disrespectful to his lordship the Baron." "Very right, Monsieur Girfle, you did quite right. For as to the Baron, I don't know whether I am dreaming, but I am really beginning to consider him almost as much of a Bluebeard as the reports about him represent. I should have found out all about it if I had more time." Really? Well, you must tell me about it. But in the meanwhile, have something to eat. It is after 2 o'clock, and you must be almost dead with hunger." "I? No, not at all. It seems to me as if I had just got up from table. Were we not eating until almost noon?" "Well, don't you know that in such a cold climate as this you need to eat every 2 hours? I've just had coffee at the new chateau. This is dinner now. At 4 we will have coffee together. At 6 we will have the afterward. That is, we will take some soup and bread and butter and cheese while waiting for supper." "Good heavens, how you keep at it! I knew perfectly well that that was the regiment of the fat burghers at Stockholm, but you, Monsieur Girfle, were so slender still. Well, do you want me to become a skeleton? I should very quickly if I should vary from our customs. Believe me, you had better conform to them, or you'll very soon be ill. To enable me to obey you, Monsieur Girfle, I need 2 things, time and my assistant Puffo. Now time is flying, and Puffo only appeared to me a moment, and then disappeared, perhaps not to return until tomorrow morning." "But could I not help you myself? What is to be done?" "A good many things, but most of all, to decide upon our piece and run it over together, so that that animal Puffo may be ready to represent it with me. He has a sufficiently good memory if he can have one rehearsal before this performance, but now as we have been travelling some days without doing anything, and as he is probably drunk tonight already—" "Come, come, you have 5 hours before you, an immense quantity of time. More than I have needed sometimes to prepare a cause a great deal more complicated than your comedies of marionettes. I promise to help you, I tell you, but on condition that you will sit down and eat with me, for I don't know anything more uncomfortable than to eat alone." "You'll permit me to be very quick then, won't you?" said Christian, taking a seat opposite the lawyer, "and not to talk too much, for I shall need all my lungs this evening." very well, replied Monsieur Girfler, cutting off for Christian an enormous piece of cold veal, a dish greatly esteemed by the middle class in Sweden, when properly cooked. But what were you saying to me just after you came in? What was it you would have discovered if you had had a little more time? Christian related his adventure, and at the close of his story asked Monsieur Girfler if he supposed the lower part of Stolberg contained any old prison. "Upon my word, I don't know anything about it," replied the advocate. "It is very possible that there may be some kind of cell in the great mass of the masonry here under our feet, and if so, I have no doubt that it has been used as a prison. Our ancestors were not persons of very refined manners, and even yet our nobility have judiciary rights on their own domains. Do you think it equally probable that the substructure of the dungeon may be serving as a prison now? Who knows? What are you thinking of? That possibly some person may be wickedly buried there, a still living victim of one of the thousand dark and secret crimes attributed to the vengeful parent." "Really, it would be strange enough to discover that," said the lawyer, who had suddenly become thoughtful. "Are you sure you were not dreaming when you thought you heard the voice and strange songs?" "Sure, how can you ask?" "There's no knowing, you said yourself a little while ago, that people are sometimes subject to hallucinations. Now the ear as well as the eyes may become the medium of the illusion, and you ought to be aware, to be properly on your guard, to what an extent hallucinations prevail in Sweden, especially towards the north, where really, with two-thirds of the population, they are a sort of chronic condition. Yes, I know that such visions become contagious when reinforced by superstition, but I beg you to believe that I have no faith in the witches or evil spirits of either lakes, torrents, or castles, and that I could not be influenced therefore in any such way. For I, assuredly, and yet while Christian, there must be independently of superstition something inexplicable in the effects produced by the natural scenery and conditions of the north upon vivid imaginations. It is in the air, and the singular sounds of the ringing, along the ice and the mist full of mysterious forms, and the marvellous mirage of our lakes called the haggring, an extraordinary phenomenon which you must have heard of, and which you may see at any moment. Possibly something of it may result from physical disorders in the circulation of the blood, induced by constantly passing out of the icy atmosphere into the overheated air of our rooms, and the contrary. Anyhow, it is a fact that we find the most reasonable people, those in the most perfect health, and the least credulous, even such as have passed the greater portion of their lives free from illusions, all at once becoming subject to them, even I myself. Go on, I beg you, Monsieur Girfler, at least unless the subject is too painful. You are as white as your napkin. I do really feel quite unwell. I have felt so 2 or 3 times today, but a poor machine is mad. Anything that its reason cannot explain either frightens him or annoys him. Pour me a good glass of port, Christian. Your health. I'm glad on the whole that I declined the invitation to dine over yonder. I like better to be here with you in this gloomy room that I can laugh at after all. Well, as you are eating without being hungry to please me, and are listening to me in spite of your own business matters, I will tell you about my hallucination. It is at least as singular as yours. 'Twas no longer ago than last evening, and in this very place where we now are. I was in the other room, quite absorbed in investigating a very interesting legal matter, while my little valet, after making me a good deal of trouble, at last condescended to go to sleep. I had intended to stay with him, by a great effort of patience, for a quarter of an hour or so, not more, for I was hungry, though I did not know that food had been brought. However, the demon of study who has the art of making every pursuit interesting, even that of the law, took possession of me so completely that I forgot everything until my poor stomach was obliged fairly to shout into my ears that it was 11 o'clock at night. Well, I looked at my watch, and sure enough it was 11 o'clock. The truth is that my housekeeper is in the habit of looking after me and calling me to my meals, and I had quite forgotten that in this den of a place, left to the care of that lunatic of an Alphilius, I should not be notified of anything whatever. Meals, as I told you, is a servant in Gertrude selected for me so as to teach me the duties of the valet de chambre. Well, as I had fasted for full 7 long hours, I got up at once, took the light, and came into this room, where I found the dishes that you had brought on the table. I gave Ulfilas the credit of its rather late hospitality, and set about satisfying my appetite probably rather voraciously. You know already, my dear Christian, that this old ruin has the reputation of being haunted by the devil. At least this is the opinion of the orthodox portion of the community, who account for the circumstance by affirming that it was used not long ago as a chapel by a Catholic lady, the Baroness Hilda, widow of Adelstan, the elder brother of Baron Aloys of Waldemar, said Christian. But have the Dalecarlians such a horror of Catholicism as that? They abominate it, said Monsieur Girfler. as much as they did the Reformed religion before the time of Gustavus Vasa. They are a race who neither love nor hate by halves. As to this demon who haunts Stolborg, old Stenson does not believe in it, but he does thoroughly believe in the Grey Lady, who he says is nothing else than the spirit of the late Baroness, who died in this room more than 20 years ago. An hour before I had been laughing at the apparitions to reassure my little serving lad, but you know how it is with dreams. Very often some careless word heard or spoken in the course of the day, and forgotten the next moment, proves to be the seed from which they blossom mysteriously and without our own consciousness, and so we bear them in our minds until night, when as soon as our eyes are shut and our reason is asleep, they rise up before our deluded vision in fantastic forms, endowed now with tenfold the real significance and perhaps horror. It must be, it seems to me, that hallucinations, that is, waking dreams, obey exactly the same law. I had ended my supper and was about lighting my pipe, when suddenly there swept through the room a shrill melancholy sound, like that of the wind when it rushes through a door suddenly opened. The air was at the same time stirred and chilled, and the flames of the candles that stood upon the table flickered. At the moment, I happened to be looking towards the door of the vestibule, and seeing that this was firmly fastened and motionless, I supposed that Niels had awaked, and had opened the opposite door, that of the guard-room. "Ah!" I cried, as I got up, "there you are again! Do go to sleep, will you, you cursed little coward!" I stepped to the door, thinking that the little rascal had not ventured to open it wider, but had only set it ajar, to be sure that I had not gone away. But this door was shut as tight as the other. Had the child closed it again when he saw that I was there, and had the slight sound he must have made escaped me, while I was looking for my pipe and refilling the stuff? It was possible. I went into the guard-room, but Niels was fast asleep. His little fist clenched. Evidently he had not stirred. I covered up the fire in the chimney, for fear of some accident, and came back into this room where everything was still. The melancholy whistling was not repeated. I concluded that a gust of wind had come in through some open joint somewhere in the woodwork, and resumed my pipe, and the papers which I was examining for the Baron. This business was a rather intricate and subtle law question, and is quite interesting to me, but I need not trouble you with it. All I need say is, that it involved a sudden contract for a sale of property executed some time ago by Baron Adelstein, and that his name, as well as that of his wife Hilda and Bilkson, was repeated in almost every sentence of the instrument. The names of this married couple, both of whom died in the flower of their age, one in a tragical and mysterious manner, and the other in this very room, and probably in that some unfurnished and dilapidated old bed in the opposite corner, may have made some impression upon my mind, of which I was not conscious. I was quite absorbed in my examination, and the fire in the stove was roaring well, when I thought I had heard a cracking on the staircase several times repeated. I was quite startled, and at the same time so ashamed of my own emotion that I would not even turn my head around to see what it was. It was not surprising that the damp old woodwork was beginning to feel the effects of the hot fire in the stove, and that it should occasionally emit those unaccustomed sounds. I went on with my reading again, but now the creaking of the steps and the balustrade was followed by a different sound not unlike the rasping of an iron tool on the wall guided by a hand so feeble and uncertain that it might easily have been mistaken at moments for the scratching of a rat among those old maps. I looked up, but seeing nothing, kept on with my work, for I would not permit myself to be disturbed by these unaccountable noises peculiar to all such old rooms, and which are always occasioned in the simplest manner. It is silly to be searching for the causes of such things, when one has more important business to attend to. However, a third and still a different sound compelled me to turn round again and look once more at the staircase. I could hear the large parchment map that covers the built-up door, shaking and crackling in a singular manner. I saw it rise up repeatedly, it shook upon the rings by which it hangs, and stood out, as if some body not unlike a human form was moving behind it. For the moment I was startled in good earnest. It was possible that some thief had managed to secret himself there, and was waiting for an opportunity to spring out upon me. I jumped up hastily to take my sword from the chair, where I had laid it when I came in, but it was not there. For a sufficient reason, I regret to say, observed Christian, it was at my side. I do not know, resumed Mr. Gifford, whether I concluded that Ulfilas with unusual neatness and solicitude had put away the weapon. The truth is that I had not looked into my portmanteau, and had not been at all uneasy at not finding my clothes, which I had hung upon the back of the armchair. I am not in the habit of attending to such matters myself, and most probably had entirely forgotten of having placed them there. Not seeing the sword, I had time to recollect myself a little, and to make up my mind that I was unnecessarily alarmed. Nobody could want to kill me, and if a robber had taken a fancy to my furs, the wisest course would be to let him have the small amount it contained without resistance. So I returned and advanced towards the chairs, quite coolly and resolutely, I give you my word. And exactly at this moment, it was that the hallucination took place. There, stay a moment, Christian. Look at the portrait to the right of the window. I have already tried to see it, said Christian, but the light is so bad where it hangs, and the flies or the damp have defaced it so much that I could hardly make it out at all. Well then, take a light and look at it. It is getting dark at any rate, and it will soon be time to light up. Christian lit the three-branched candlestick that had been left on the table, stood up on a chair, and with the help of his album, which he held between his eyes and flickering lights, proceeded to examine the picture carefully. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand, Chapter 7, Part 3. I see it very indistinctly still, he said. It is a portrait of a rather tall woman elegantly formed. She is seated and wears a black veil, as is the custom with Swedish ladies in winter, to protect their eyes from the glare of the snow. I can see her hands, which are very well painted and very beautiful. The dress is pale grey satin, with bows of black velvet. Is it the portrait of the Grey Lady? Exactly. It is the Baroness Hilda. Let me see the face then. I catch it now. It is handsome, an agreeable and sweet countenance. Stay with a moment, Monsieur Goeffler. That face inspires me with a feeling of sympathy, moves me. So you don't care to listen to my story any longer? That's all, yes, indeed I do. I'm pressed for time, and yet your adventure interests me so much that I must hear the end of it. I'm ready. Well then, continued the lawyer, as my eyes again fell upon that great map of Sweden which is now so still, a human figure came out from under it, lifting it aside as one does a tapestry curtain. It was the figure of a tall and thin woman, not slender and beautiful as the original of the portrait must have been, but livid and wasted, as if she had just risen from the tomb. And the grey dress, too, soiled and worn with the black ribbons unfastened and hanging loose, seemed to be trailing with it the very earth of the grave. My dear friend, so horrible, so frightful was this painful vision, that I closed my eyes to avoid seeing it when I opened them again, but whether in the moment or in a second, I cannot say, for I took no account of time, the figure was standing upon the floor directly before me. She had descended the stairs, I have heard them creaking again, and was staring at me with haggard eyes, and with a fixity that I can only call cadaverous, so totally was it devoid of thought, interest, or even life. It was really a corpse standing upright there within 2 steps of me. As for me, I remained motionless, like one fascinated, a very ugly-looking object myself probably, and with my hair standing up on my head for what I know. Upon my word, said Christian, a disagreeable apparition enough. I believe if I had been in your place, I should certainly have sworn or broken something. Did this last long? I don't know. It seemed to me that it would never end. I shut my eyes again to lose sight of it, and when I responded then, the spectre was moving towards the side of the bed. I can scarcely describe its further movements. It seemed as if it were opening the curtains and bending down to speak to some being whom saw it there, invisible save to those ghastly eyes. Then it turned as if to open the window, though it did not really open it. And finally, it returned towards me. By this time I had somewhat recovered myself, and tried to make a deliberate examination of the face, but this was more than I could do. I could see nothing but those great dead eyes. It seemed as if I were powerless to remove my own from them. Besides, the phantom now passed me quickly. If it noticed me at all, it did not seem irritated or disturbed by my presence. It flitted uncertainly along the room, tried to return to the stairs, and appeared unable to find them. Then the fleshless hands began to feel along the walls, and suddenly it disappeared. Again a rush of wind ran whistling through the room, and rang in my ears. It ceased, and as during the whole of this experience I had been perfectly conscious of being in my right mind, I perceived at once the sensation of the unaccustomed sounds, together with the disappearance of the fantastic image. I felt of myself. There was no doubt as to my identity. I pinched my hand and felt it perfectly. I looked at the bottle of rum, but I had hardly made a beginning upon it. Evidently I was neither in a trance nor intoxicated. Indeed, I no longer even felt an emotion of terror, and very coolly said to myself that I must have been asleep standing. I finished my pipe while reflecting upon the affair, and even indulged my imagination so far as to half wish to undergo another such hallucination, so that I might try to overcome it. But the phenomenon was not repeated, and I went very quietly to bed. 'Twas some time before I fell asleep, but I experienced no other inconvenience. But then, said Christian, what should have made you so uncomfortable just now when you were only thinking the matter over? Why, because the mind is so constituted, I suppose. There are emotional reactions by hearing of delusions. You may become a little deluded yourself. Twice already today, I have recalled stories of this kind that are certainly either fables or dreams, and yet which embody great and mysterious moral truths. How is that, Monsieur Goeffle? Good heavens, it happened to my own father, who, like myself, was an advocate and professor of law, to see the ghost of a man who had been unjustly condemned to death more than 10 years before, and who called upon him for justice of his despoiled children, and for the rehabilitation of his own memory. He saw the spectre at the foot of a gibbet which he was passing. He looked into the affair, found that the phantom had told the truth, instituted proceedings, and gained his cause. Doubtless the ghost was an illusion, but it was an appeal to my father's conscience. Now, whence came that appeal? From the grave? Certainly not. From heaven? Who knows? Well, Monsieur Goeffler, what do you conclude as to the apparition of last night? Nothing at all, my dear friend, but I am none the less troubled, every little while, with the idea that the Baroness Hilda may perhaps have been the victim of a calumny, and that God has given permission, not that a soul should visit me, but that my own mind should be so strongly impressed with the recollection of her, as to bring her image before my eyes, and thus influence me to make researches into the truth of the matter. But what was the charge brought against this famous Baroness, then? That she fabricated an audacious falsehood, with the design of depriving Baron Alois of his rightful inheritance. Will you please tell me that story too, Monsieur Goeffler? I feel extremely curious about it since you have seen the spectre. Certainly, I intended to do so, and fortunately it is not long. Baron Magnus de Valdemora, who is commonly called the Great Earts, though Earts means properly count, the term is very commonly applied to all nobles of a certain rank and importance, had 2 sons. The elder, Adelstan, was quick, impetuous, and ardent in disposition, while the younger Alois, at present surnamed the Snowman, was mild, affectionate, and studious. They were both tall, handsome, and strong, and together were their father's pride. His fortune was considerable, an unusual advantage of our country, where the wealth of the nobility was immensely diminished by the reduction of 1680. The right of primogeniture does not prevail with us, but all the sons inherit equally. Still, even half of this inheritance was, it might seem, enough to satisfy either of the brothers, and if there was ever a young man who appeared incapable of jealousy, it was Olos, a youth of calm exterior, inclined to quiet raillery, for whom the father seemed to feel a sort of preference, and who was generally more liked than his elder brother. The latter was of noble character, but his frankness was so great as sometimes to verge upon rudeness. He had early shown an active disposition, and had a passion for travelling and novelty. At 30 he had already been all over Europe, and during his stay in France had acquired certain philosophical views, which caused great apprehensions to the elder members of the family, and even to his father. His friends wished him to marry, and he agreed to do so, requiring only that his bride should be the choice of his heart. Accordingly, he married a beautiful young lady whom he had known in France, the Countess Hilda of Blixen, an orphan of a noble Danish family, who had no other dowry than her mental attractions, her beauty, and her virtue. This was a great deal, you would say, and I am entirely of your opinion. It was also that of the old Baron Magnus, who, although at first disposed to disapprove of the connection as a mere love match, soon learned to love and cherish his daughter-in-law. Some assert that Olos was disappointed at this reconciliation, and that he had tried to make a quarrel between his father and Adelstan. It had been hinted, moreover, that Baron Magnus, who was a strong and healthy man, died in a very sudden manner. Both these charges are of old date, and absolutely without any proof. What is certain, however, is that from the time of sharing the inheritance there existed a serious misunderstanding between the 2 brothers. My father himself was present during a certain discussion about the property, when Baron Adelstan spoke in the bitterest manner to Olos, who had reproached him mildly for having lived so much at a distance from his family and neglecting his home duties and responsibilities, in order to gratify his taste for travelling. My father, he said, never knew the value of your hypocritical affection. Perhaps he understands it only too well, now that he is in his grave. The bitterness of this sarcasm, and the moderation with which Olos received it, caused my father to express great disapproval of the frightful suspicion which the elder brother hinted. Adelstan said no more, but he never intimated that he had changed his opinion. Many utterances to his of the same effect are remembered, whose implications have remained without proof, but at least as far as some persons about him are concerned, not without weight. Baron Magnus had not laid aside any such sums of money as would admit of the purchase by one brother from the other of either portion of the real estates, and the question of selling the lands and the chateau therefore came up. Olos refused the income which his brother offered to settle upon it, notwithstanding that the amount was larger than he himself offered to Adelstan in case the lands should be adjudged to him. The plan of selling had, however, to be given up, for no purchasers came forward. This immense chateau, situated in a remote region of the confines of a wilderness, was no longer adapted to the requirements of modern society, whose tendency is to draw people to the capital or southern provinces. My father, however, succeeded in making a clear statement of the whole revenues and expenses of the estates, and on this basis he fixed upon a proper figure for the annuity to be paid to the one brother, by whichever should continue in possession of the domain, and it was agreed to cast lots for the choice. The result was in favor of the elder brother. Rowe showed no vexation, but it is asserted that he was in fact extremely chagrined, and that he lamented to those in his confidence the unjust fate which drove away from the heritage of his fathers a person like himself, accustomed to a country life and fond of quiet, in order to bestow this beautiful residence upon an inconstant and restless being like Adelstan. By such complaints, by the friendly familiarity of his manners, and by liberal gifts bestowed upon the numerous retainers of the house, he formed for himself a party of adherents, who soon threatened to impede the elder brother in managing his affairs and even in maintaining his domestic authority. My father, who was obliged to remain here some weeks, while concluding the settlement of the estate, perceived all this, but he had grown weary of these constant family dissensions, and probably he did less than justice to the frank and loyal character of the elder brother. He seems to have been very much influenced by the plausible manners and apparent goodness of the heart of followers, and, except where questions of equity were concerned, in which case my father was rigorously impartial, the younger brother was his favourite. My father went away after having endeavoured to arrange for the residence of both brothers at the chateau. Followers was anxious to retain at least a foothold at Stolborg, but Adelstan refused to allow him this privilege, with a firmness that seemed somewhat harsh. As soon as Alois left for Stockholm, where he promised to establish himself, Adelstan sent for his wife, who, during these discussions about the property, had been residing with a friend at Falun together with a young son, then only a few months old, and the young couple went to housekeeping at Waldemora. Now it was, after many suspicious and much gossiping talk, that a secret was discovered, or so it was stated, which the young couple had hitherto concealed from the public. Baroness Hilda was said to be a Catholic. She had been brought up in France, and there, according to the stories in circulation, in compliance with the wishes of an aunt and the circle of her friends, had imprudently devoted herself to theological studies, and had been led away by the pride of knowledge to abjure the religion of her fathers, which she was taught to believe was of too recent dates. It was even said that false miracles had been employed, so as to extort from an imprudent vows. On these points I can give you no information of any kind. I might have been acquainted with the Baroness, but no opportunity occurred of bringing us together, and we never met. She is said to have been very intelligent and thoroughly educated. It is quite possible that she may have changed her religion from conscientious motives and intellectual conviction, and for my part I acquit her on this charge with a great deal of philosophy. Unfortunately, the public could not be brought to do this. In Sweden, there is a very strong attachment to the established religion, and the dissenters are so few that they are at once marked out from the rest of the community. They are frequently rebuked, and even persecuted, not so cruelly in less enlightened times, but with sufficient harshness to render their lives painful and miserable. The law even admits of their being exiled. A terrific scandal therefore arose when it was discovered, or was supposed to be so, that the Baroness, who had always been rather lax in her attendance at the parish church, had secretly erected a chapel to the Virgin Mary in this very old dungeon, where, unable to command the services of a priest of her religion, she was in the habit of offering up special and private prayers of her own. Secret worship peasants regarded as little better than sorcery. However, as the Baroness did not attempt to make proselytes, and never spoke of her religion, the matter was gradually hushed up. A great deal of good, and a lovely character overcame many prejudices. The young couple had now been established at Valdemora for about 3 years, with the one son whom they idolized. The sweet temper of the Baroness had modified the slight harshness of her husband's disposition, which arose from his uncompromising independence and integrity of character. They were beloved and appreciated, and both the retainers of the family and the neighbors were beginning to forget all about Olois, notwithstanding the letters that he frequently wrote, so as to have the pleasure of signing himself the poor exile. Pastor Mikkelsen, the minister of the parish, whose church you probably saw about half a league from here, was Olois's most faithful adherent. Olois had always made a great display of piety, while Adelstan's toleration was excessively vexatious to the pastor, who was somewhat fanatical in his Lutheranism. Baron, moreover, had exerted his influence to have a certain ceremony of the divine service discontinued, namely the employment of a certain staff which the beadle used in his official duty of awakening those who fell asleep during the sermon. The question was brought before the bishop, who decided upon a compromise. The beadle was to be allowed to tickle the noses of the sleepers with a switch, but not to rap them over the head with a stick. The pastor never forgave Baron Adelstein for this assault upon his authority, and still less the young baroness, who was said to have laughed at this Dalecarlian method of enforcing devotion by blowing with a staff. He never ceased annoying the young Eoch and his wife, and was always stirring up against them the country people, themselves very prone to religious intolerance. In the meanwhile, the young couple persevered in trying to promote improvements on their estate. The Baron was severe in dealing with abuse, and drove off without pity all persons of disreputable character. He also put an end to the shameful practice of inflicting stripes on servants, and to the humiliating relics of the past serfage of the country people. The Dalecarlian peasant is usually well disposed, but he is as far as possible from being a friend of progress. Many of them were loath to part with the old abuses, and found it difficult to reconcile themselves to asserting their personal dignity. One day, truly a most unhappy day, the Baron was obliged to go to Stockholm on business, and as it was the time of the autumn rains, which made travelling difficult and often impracticable, he was obliged to leave his wife behind at the chateau. As he was returning to his home, in about a fortnight from this time, Baron Adelstein was assassinated in the gorges of Fallon. He had travelled on horseback, and in his impatience to see his beloved Hilda, had ridden on in advance, leaving his people to finish a meal which seemed to him rather too protracted. He was then 33 years old, and his widow 24. His murder made a great excitement and astounded the whole country. In many districts the Dalecarlians are fierce and passionate, and among these mountains a Norwegian duel with knives is still in vogue, but such a thing as a cowardly and secret assassination is almost unexampled. People in the vicinity did not venture to accuse anyone, and indeed they had no grounds for doing so. Certain foreign ministers disappeared suddenly from Fallon, but they could not be traced. Baron Adelstein had not been robbed, and there was but one person in the world for whose interest it was to get rid of him. Some whispered cautiously the name of Baron Ollos, but the majority rejected such a suspicion with horror, and my father first of all. Baron Ollos appeared overwhelmed with despair at his brother's death. He hastened into the country, weeping and lamenting rather too ostentatiously, perhaps, and testifying the most disinterested devotion to his sister-in-law. Everyone was very much edified by his conduct except the Baroness herself, who received him with extreme coldness, and, after a few hours, requested him to leave her alone with her grief, for which she could not be consoled. The Baron accordingly left, to the great regret of the retainers of the family, whom he had quite overpowered with gifts and kindness. On the very evening of his departure, little Harold, the son of the Baroness, was taken with convulsions and died before morning. Quite to despair by this final blow, the unhappy mother lost all prudence and loudly accused Ollos of having first caused the assassination of her husband, and then of poisoning her child so as to get possession of their fortune. But her cries were unanswered, they did not even reach the outer world. There was no skilful physician within reach to verify the nature of the child's death, and none of her domestics chose to run the risk of seeking for proofs against Baron Ollos. Pastor Mikkelsen, who practiced as a physician in his parish, declared that Harold had died as children often do, from the effects of teething, and that the poor Baroness was unjust and insane, which unfortunately was very possible. Baron Ollos had not gone far when word reached him of his nephew's death, upon which he at once returned apparently as full of grief as the Baroness herself. She, however, overwhelmed him with maledictions, to which he only replied by sad and heart-rending smiles. Everyone lamented her misfortunes. As a widow, a mother, even as an insane person, she was a worthy object of compassion, but no one thought of accusing the generous, the patient, the sensible Ollos. Perhaps he was thought even more to be pitied than she, as being doomed to endure suspicions so outrageous. He was admired, moreover, for not allowing himself to be irritated. His very complaints were uttered in a tone full of tenderness, and he begged Hilda to continue to reside at the chateau, and to live with him as a sister with her brother. For my part, I am quite convinced that the Baron is a great knave, and that he did not regret his nephew's death, and yet I am far from considering him an actual monster. He has never seemed to me to be a man of sufficient boldness to commit great crimes. The Baroness had suffered too much, and was in a state of too much mental excitement to be able to judge fully. She charged him with having killed father, brother, and nephew, and all at once she formed a singular resolution, which I think was an act of vengeance and despair, and altogether an ill-judged measure. She called together the magistrates and civic authorities of the province, and declared to them, in presence of all her own household, that she was pregnant, and that she intended to maintain all the hereditary rights of the child whose natural guardian she was. Made this declaration with great energy and announced that she should proceed to Stockholm in order to leave her condition fully authenticated and to assert her legal rights until the birth of a child. Baron Ollos listened to this declaration with great calmness and replied in substance thus: "It is perfectly unnecessary to expose yourself to the fatigues and risks of this journey. The hope that my dear brother's lineage will be revived fills me with satisfaction, nor will I consent to a renewal of any controversies. It is evident that my presence annoys and irritates you, and never shall it be said that the disturbed state of your mind was aggravated by any voluntary act of mine. I will myself withdraw, therefore, and will not return here until after the birth of your child, always supposing that you are not deceived as to your condition." Lois did in fact depart, saying to everybody that he did not believe a word of the story of pregnancy, but that he was in no haste to enter into his inheritance. "For the sake of propriety, and in consideration of my sister-in-law's unhappy state of excitement," he added, "I prefer to wait, and can very well afford to do so for a year, if necessary, so that the truth may be established." These were the views he expressed to my father at Stockholm, whither he now immediately returned, and my father, I remember, blamed him for being too confiding and over-delicate. He thought Baroness Hilda had invented this posthumous child, and intimated that it would not be the first time that a widow had brought forward a supposititious heir so as to despoil the rightful inheritor. The Baron, however, replied with infinite mildness: "What would you have me do? I am tired of the hateful suspicions which this exasperated woman is trying to fasten upon me, and can best refute them by proving the disinterestedness of my own conduct. And furthermore, to provide against being pursued by her hatred even here, I think it will be best for me to travel until my affairs can be settled." Shortly after this, Baron Ollos went to Russia, where he was received by the Tsarina with much attention, and where he began to construct a web of intrigues whose result has been to make him one of the most tenacious and dangerous of the cat party of the Diet. It has been asserted that his character developed very rapidly during his stay at the Russian court, and that at his return he had acquired such views, manners, and principles as caused him, from that time, to appear totally changed. He was terrible in his tranquillity, something sinister in his smile. He was still friendly and caressing in his manner to inferiors, but his friendliness was contemptuous, and his caresses the soft touch of the covered claw. In short, he was precisely what he is today, except so far as advancing years of ill health have intensified his more gloomy traits, a problematic being who is either the most consummate of villains or the victim of a most strange combination of terrible circumstances. He now entered upon a career of intrigue and crime which the Tsarina had shown great skill in turning to her own advantage, and of which the virtuous Baron himself was very soon heard to speak with complacent admiration. And it was at this time that he began to be called the Snowman, either to signify that his heart had been frozen during his residence in Russia, or that his reputation had, as it were, thawed in the clearer and warmer sunshine of his own country. His surname was made the more appropriate by his physical characteristics, for, in the course of the time, a livid paleness became the habitual colour of his face, his hair turned prematurely grey, his carriage was stiff, and his bloated hands were invariably as cold as death. I must not anticipate. This change in the Baron, which was perhaps only the effect of an exhausting struggle against unjust suspicions, did not become thus striking until after the death or disappearance of all the persons whose existence might have been disadvantageous to him. While still in Russia, he caused it to be reported in Sweden that he was mortally ill, and it was believed by many that this was one of the first proofs of his accomplishments as an intriguer. This report was said to be totally unfounded, and when it was afterwards asked what reason he could have had for the strange whim of declaring that he was dying at St. Petersburg, his enemies alleged that it was to relieve Baroness Hilda from a fear of him, and thus prevent her from coming to have a child born at Stockholm. Unfortunately, I am stating the views of the enemies of Olo, as the Baroness fell into the snare. She remained at Valdemar during the summer, and when her pregnancy was so far advanced that it was impossible for her to travel, she had become quite feeble in consequence of her many afflictions, Baron Olo suddenly reappeared as well as active as ever in the neighbourhood of the chateau. There, Christian, this is all I can tell you of the story as it is generally current. The sequel is a secret history. What the facts are can only be conjectured or imagined, until the proof shall be discovered, if any such exist, and shall ever come to light. The Baroness was so frightened at learning that the Baron was staying at Pastor Mikkelsen's, that she resolved to shut herself up in the old chateau, which is so very limited in extent, for the new guard had not been built, then it could easily be defended by a small number of faithful servants. At the head of these were Adam Stenson, already grown old in the service at the chateau, and a confidential female attendant whose name I have forgotten. Now, what took place after that? It had been said that the Baron succeeded in corrupting all the guardians at Stolborg, even the confidential waiting woman and the incorruptible Stenson. I would risk my right hand on the faith of Stenson, and indeed the contained good understanding between this excellent man and the Baron is to me almost conclusive proof of the innocence of the latter. There are two versions of the conclusion of this tragedy. One is that the Baron imprisoned his sister-in-law so closely and made her so unhappy in Stolborg that she actually died of sorrow and chagrin. The other is that she was already insane when she took her abode there, that she soon became liable to dreadful fits of mania, and died amidst transports of impious fury, cursing the evangelical religion and proclaiming the kingdom of Satan. Amid all these varying rumours there is, however, one fact certain, and that is that her pregnancy was a simulated one. 10 months after her husband's death, in the last days of the year 1746, the Baroness died at Stolborg, where she had been living for 3 months in a state of bodily languor and mental disorder. On her deathbed, she formally acknowledged to Pastor Mikkelsen and the Baron that she had not been pregnant, but had intended to bring forward a counterfeit child, who was to have been a boy, in order to retain the control of her husband's property and to gratify her hatred of Baron Ollos. There is still a third version, which I really only mention with reluctance. It is that the Baroness actually died of starvation in this dungeon, but this Stenson has already emphatically denied. Whatever the facts are, the last moments of Hilda are enveloped in mystery. None of her own relatives were living, and her husband's family, frightened at the reports that prevailed about her religious opinions, shut their eyes to the whole business and did not move in her behalf. They had, in fact, always liked the compliant Ollos, who flattered their prejudices better than the high-spirited Adelstan who was constantly offending them. It is said that the story came to the ears of the king, and that he had meant to investigate it, but that the Senate, in which Ollos had powerful friends, requested his majesty to attend to his own business, that is, to attend to nothing at all. My father was in very ill health when Baron Ollos came to tell him his own version of his sister-in-law's death. For the first time my father manifested some surprise and even a disposition to blame the Baron. He told him he had done wrong to expose himself to such grave suspicions, and that if proceedings should be commenced against him his defence would be difficult. The Baron, on this, showed him the declaration of Peter Mikkelsen, in his double capacity of clergyman and physician, in which he testified to the feigned pregnancy of the Baroness and to her death, in consequence of an illness of which he had made a careful diagnosis, and had treated in a skilful and judicious manner, as all the physicians who had since been consulted on the subject had agreed. Moreover, he produced a declaration of the Baroness, signed by her own hand, affirming that she had made a false representation of her condition. This paper my father examined rigorously, and even caused it to be scrutinized by experts in handwriting, but he found it impregnable. Still, I remember that he blamed the Baron for not having called in 10 physicians, instead of one only, for authenticating the facts for his own defence in so weighty a manner. But he never suspected him of any crime or imposture, and in this belief he died a short time afterwards. After a time, murmurs were heard against the Baron, whose conduct began to make him hated, but he very soon made himself feared also. There was no one whose direct interest it was to avenge his supposed victims, and no one came forward generous and bold enough to defy him. I myself would have done this, although then young at the bar, as I should be ready to do this moment if my suspicions were sufficiently aroused. But I was naturally influenced by my father's opinion, and he had never gone further than to find the fault of Ollos for not being prudent enough in his own behalf. Besides, my father's death took place just about that time, and you can readily imagine that my sorrow, which was very keen, diverted my mind from other objects. I inherited the management of the Baron's law business, and, as I have said, notwithstanding the increasing dislike with which his political conduct and his personal manners have inspired me, I have never from that day to this been able to find the least proof of the crimes with which he is charged, or even to get hold of any probable or reliable evidence on the subject. Among his tenantry and retainers there has been a reaction in opinion about him, as might well have been expected, for as soon as he no longer needed their sympathy, he took no longer pains to make himself popular. His domestics are all strangers, persons whom he substituted for the old servants immediately upon taking possession of the estates, and he pays them in a manner to secure them from blind obedience and absolute discretion. As the only one of the old household whom he has retained, he employed him for being a long steward, but at least he allowed him to retire on account of his great age. He provides him with a suitable retreat and honourable pension, and has always treated him with great respect and even with marked friendliness. This has been supposed to indicate that Stenson was his accomplice, but, Christian, it is the very fact that satisfies me as to the truth of the matter, and which makes my own conscience easy, for Stenson is actually a holy man, a model of all Christian virtues. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 8, Part 1. Christian had listened attentively to the lawyer's narrative, and after a few moments' reflection, he observed, "There is a great deal in this history that seems to me extremely ambiguous. I feel sorry for that poor Baroness Hilda. Of all the persons of this drama, she is the one who interests me the most. Who knows whether she did not really die of starvation in this horrible chamber, as so many believe?" "Ah, that is entirely out of the question," cried Monsieur Gaufflet. "The idea really tormented me. So much has been said about it, but Stenson, who assuredly would have never allowed such a thing to happen, gave me his word of honor that he had served and waited upon the Baroness to the last and was with her during her last moments. She really did die of inanition, but it was because her stomach refused to retain food. The Baron spared no pains to furnish her with whatever she desired." "No doubt," replied Christian. "If he is as adroit as your story indicates, he would be unlikely to commit a useless murder. All that he needed was to kill the poor lady with fear or grief. But there is still another explanation, Monsieur Gaufflet, my own version." "What is that?" "That she is not dead." "That is impossible, and still no one ever knew what was done with her body. There, you see? The pastor refused it burial in the parish cemetery. There is no Catholic cemetery here, and it would seem that she must have been buried by night in Stenson's orchard or elsewhere." "Why, did Stenson never tell you?" "Stenson will not be questioned on this point. The memory of the Baroness is at once dear and awful to him. He loved her sincerely and served her zealously, but he refuses to say anything about her religious belief, whatever it may have been, and it both terrifies and distresses him to have the very subject even referred to." "Very well, but what does that say of the Baron?" "Nothing." "That perhaps is saying a great deal." "Very true, but still, silence is not a charge of murder." "Then we need discuss it no further, if you are satisfied, Monsieur Gauffel. And after all, what does it matter to us? The past is past. Only you said that the sight of that spectre has filled your mind with strange doubts." "That was only because it is a weakness of our profession to turn everything into a subject of investigation, though I have always tried to guard myself against it. We have enough to do to arrive at the facts of the different cases with which we are entrusted, without volunteering to batter our brains over those that do not concern us. Beyond a doubt, it is because I have been idle for a few days that my mind keeps at work in spite of myself, and that I have summoned up from the shades of the forgotten past the form of the Baroness Hilda." "Particularly," said Christian, "as the being who appeared to you was not perhaps a vision, but quite simply some living person whose costume happened to be like that of the old picture?" "I should be glad to think so, but people who pass through walls are none other than the sad inhabitants of the land of gloomy imaginations." "Wait a moment, Monsieur Gauffel. You saw the phantom enter, but you have not told me which way it disappeared." "I could not, since I do not know." "I should say on the same side where it came in." "By the secret door, then." "Is there one?" "Did you not know it?" "No, I did not really." "Well then, come and see it." Christian took the candle and lighted Monsieur Gaufflet to the spot, but the secret door was shut from the outside. It was so accurately fitted into the woodwork that it was impossible to distinguish it from the other panels, which were all ornamented with a similar raised molding, and so thick that it gave back the same dull sound as the rest of the oak wainscot. Besides, it was strongly fastened behind by the large bolts that Christian had noticed the evening before. He had left them unfastened, but they had now been bolted, probably by the same hand that had padlocked the outer door at the foot of the secret staircase. Christian mentioned all this to Monsieur Gaufflet, who was obliged to take his word for it, as he had no means of going to certify the facts. "Believe me, Monsieur Gaufflet," said Christian, "either some old servant of Monsieur Stenson's came in here yesterday to put the room in order, without knowing that it had been invaded, or the Baroness Hilda is kept a prisoner somewhere in the building, either under our feet or over our heads. In the walled-up rooms above, for aught that I know. And by the way, how about that built-up door? You did not tell me where it led to, nor why it was closed. And yet that seems to me a rather interesting circumstance." "A very ordinary one. Stenson told me all about it. The room over this was for a long time completely out of repair. When the Baroness Hilda took refuge at Stolberg, she had the door closed up because it let in the wind and the cold. After her death, Stenson had it opened to make repairs in the masonry of the upper part of the building. But as it would have cost more than it was worth to make the place habitable, and as nobody would have ventured to occupy rooms that were regarded as the devil's very headquarters on account of the Catholic chapel that was supposed to have been erected there, Stenson, with the Baron's permission, as he himself told me, built it up solid again with his own hands. He did this both out of economy, there being no further use for the door, and to put a stop to the superstitious stories in circulation about the old building. Still, Monsieur Goufflet, you saw the supposed phantom come out from behind the map of Sweden that covers that masonry? Oh, that was only a dream. Go and look, Christian. You will be more successful than I was if you can find a practicable door there. Do you think I did not go and examine the place as soon as the vision disappeared? Of course, said Christian, who had already ascended the stairs, raised the map of Sweden, and was rapping at different parts of the wall beneath it. There's nothing here but a wall as thick as the rest, if I can judge by the dullness of the sound. The red paint also is accurately matched and well laid on across the joinings. But did you notice, Monsieur Goufflet, how this plaster is scratched in the middle here? Yes, I thought it had been done by a rat. Very strange sort of work for a rat. Do you see what regular little circles he has traced on the wall? True, but what of it? Every effect has a cause. That is what I am seeking. Did you not say that among the sounds you had heard there was a scratching? Yes, a grinding as if some tool. Well, do you know what I think it was? Some feeble or unskilled hand trying to break a hole in the wall and look through. It must have been with a nail then, or something still smaller, for the scratch in the plaster is certainly not more than 2 lines deep. Not so much, and yet it has been cut into perseveringly in many places. Stenson may have made those marks to fix in his mind something or other that he did not choose to write down. Come, you must know how to decipher all sorts of lapidary inscriptions. I know enough to say that it is no inscription and belongs to no known language. I hold to my idea that it was an attempt to pierce the wall. See, in each place there is a small hole with beveled edges, made with a blunt instrument, and around it a circle scratched into the white of the plaster, as if a pair of scissors had been used, after the fashion of a pair of dividers, but with one prong, that serving as the feeble support, broken. You are ingenious. Ingenious enough for that. Do you see that little pile of white dust recently fallen on the upper stair? Well? Well, this person, whoever you may choose to consider her, an illustrious captive or an old servant who runs about the building at all hours, came here last night, not for the first time, but for the 20th at least, to try and look through this wall. Or stay, better yet. She knows there is a secret there, some invisible means of opening this invisible door, and she is searching and feeling and digging to try and discover it. If we watch her tonight, we shall find a clue to the mystery. Upon my word, that is a good idea, and I accept it the more willingly because it relieves my mind of a real burden. Instead of being a seer of visions, I should then have seen a real person. I very much prefer to think it so, although I am a little ashamed of myself for having had any doubts on the subject. However, Christian, I must tell you one thing frankly. I do not believe there is any prisoner here, for, in that case, there would have to be a prison and a jailer. Now this room was open on both sides when you arrived, since you came in by one door and went out by the other, and there is no one for a jailer except Stenson, who is honest and devoted. But the Baroness was certainly imprisoned here with more or less severity, and your honest Stenson was employed here then. No, it has never been made to appear that there was any actual imprisonment, and even if it were so, Stenson was not master of Stolberg at that time. Now, when he alone has charge of it, for I presume you do not count Ophelius as anybody. Say what you like, Monsieur Goufflet, there is some mystery here, and whatever it is, whatever great or trifling, I mean to solve it. But great heavens, what am I thinking about? Time is passing, Puffo does not come back, and here I am amusing myself by inventing a romance when I ought to be thinking about the one I am to perform. I knew, Monsieur Goufflet, that when you made me eat, you would set me talking and make me forget my work. Well, well, my boy, make your preparations then. I promised to help you, you know. You can't help me, Monsieur Goufflet. I must have my assistant. I'll go and look him up. Very well, go then. In the meanwhile, I will go and see Stenson, to whom I have not yet had leisure to pay my respects, and who probably does not know I am here. He never comes into these premises. Ah, I beg your pardon, Monsieur Goufflet. He does. He came in here only a little while ago. I saw him while you had gone out. There, I forgot to tell you of it. He took me either for the devil or for a ghost, for he was in an awful fright and made his escape stumbling and absolutely out of his wits with terror." "Posh! Really? Is he so much of a coward as that? But I have no right to laugh at him after imagining that I saw the Grey Lady. He certainly cannot have taken you for her." "I don't know who he took me for. Perhaps the ghost of Baron Addleston?" "What? Well, it is possible. There is his portrait opposite to his wife's. It is much your size and figure. Still, in that costume?" "I had not put it on. I was still in your black clothes." "Why, what are you doing now? Masking?" "No, I only put my mask on my head in case I should have to go as far as to the new chateau to find Puffo." "Let me see the mask. It must be very unpleasant." "Not at all. It is on a plan of my own, light and supple, all of silk, and lifting upon the head like the visor of a cap that can be put up or down at pleasure. When raised and hidden by my hat, it at least helps to hide my hair, which is so thick that it would attract attention. When it is down, I find it very comfortable. By the way, in this climate, it is in no danger of falling, and I am not annoyed by being constantly obliged to tie and untie a ribbon, which, moreover, is liable to break or become entangled. See what a neat invention it is?" "Excellent. But your voice, how will you keep from being recognized by that?" "Oh, that is my talent, my specialty. You know it very well, for you have been present at one of my performances." "True. I would have taken my oath that there were a dozen of you in the box. I must see you this evening, by the way. I shall go and sit with the audience, but I don't want to know the piece beforehand. Well, good luck to you, my boy. I'm going to try and extract some explanation out of old Sten about my apparition. But what is that cypress bough that you are putting on the frame of the Grey Lady's picture?" "That is another thing I forgot to tell you. Monsieur Stenson brought it. I don't know what he meant to do with it, but he threw it down at my feet, and whatever his intention was, I am going to make a memorial offering of it to this poor Baroness Hilda." "You may be sure, Christian, that this was also the intention of the good old man. It is either tomorrow or today. Stay a moment. I have a good memory for dates. Mon Dieu, this very day is the anniversary of the death of the Baroness. That accounts for Sten's prevailing on himself to come here to offer some prayer or other." "Then," said Christian, as he detached the little slip of parchment which Monsieur Gaufflet had taken for a ribbon from the branch around which it was rolled, "see if you can explain the verses of the Bible that are written on that. My time is so short that I will go without waiting now." "Stay," said Monsieur Gaufflet, who had put on his spectacles to read the slip of parchment. "If you go as far as to the new chateau and find Master Niles, who has not come back here to attend my lunch, will you do me the pleasure to take him by one ear and bring him along with you?" Christian promised to bring him alive or dead, but he did not have to go very far to find both his own valet and Monsieur Gaufflet's. He went into the stable, where it occurred to him to look before leaving the court, and there he found Puffo and Niles snoring side by side, and both of them equally drunk. Phileas, who could bear liquor better, was walking backward and forward about the place, very well satisfied at not being left alone at nightfall, and from time to time casting a fraternal eye upon the two comrades of his revel. Christian saw how things had gone. Niles, who understood both Swedish and Dalecarlian, had acted as interpreter between the two drunkards, and their growing friendship had been cemented in the cellar. The poor little valet did not require much of a trial to become quite oblivious of his master, even supposing that he had been distressing himself particularly about him before. Now he was lying warm and snug in the dry moss, which they use for litter in that country, with cheeks red and nose on fire, and as well as Puffo had forgotten all about the cares of this vile world. "Very good," said Monsieur Gaufflet to Christian, who met him in the court and brought him to see this touching spectacle. "As long as the little rascal is not ill, I am very well satisfied not to have to wait upon him." "But what am I to do, Monsieur Gaufflet?" said Christian, in a great deal of perplexity. "I can't do without this beast of a Puffo. I have shaken him, but in vain. He's dead for the present. I know him. He won't be himself for 10 or 12 hours. "Posh, posh," answered Monsieur Gaufflet, who was evidently preoccupied. "Go and select your piece, and don't trouble yourself. A smart fellow like you is never at a loss." And leaving Christian to get out of his difficulties as he best might, he walked on with his usual short, quick, determined step, straight to the pavilion in the new garde, which Stenson occupied. Evidently the 3 verses of the Bible were whirling about busily in his head. The lower floor of this pavilion was a sort of vestibule, which Phileas, who was afraid of being alone, preferred to his own lodging, and where he slept under the pretence of being at hand to wait upon his uncle, whose great age needed constant attendance. Ulf had just come into this vestibule and had thrown himself down upon his bed, where he was already fast asleep and snoring. Monsieur Goffel was about ascending to the upper floor when he was arrested by the sound of voices and conversation. Two persons were talking with great animation in Italian. The voice of one of them was pitched in a high key, as is often the case with deaf persons who cannot themselves hear what they are saying. This was Stenson. He spoke the language with a good deal of facility, but with a detestable accent and very incorrectly. The other person, who was speaking pure Italian in a noticeably clear voice, and with a very distinct pronunciation, seemed to make himself heard in spite of the old man's deafness. Monsieur Goffel was very much surprised to find that Stenson understood Italian, and could not express himself in it either well or ill, for he did not know that he had ever had any occasion to use it. The conversation was being carried on in Stenson's office, which opened into a sleeping room. The door at the head of the stairs was closed, but Monsieur Goffel, taking a few steps up, heard a fragment of the dialogue in substance as follows. "No," said Stenson, "you are mistaken. The Baron has no interest in making this discovery." "Possibly, Monsieur Steward," replied the unknown, "but it will not cost me anything to ascertain." "Then you propose to sell the secret to the highest bidder?" "Perhaps so. What do you offer?" "Nothing. I am poor because I have always been honest and disinterested. I do not even own anything in this place. I have only my life. You may take that if you choose." At these words, which seemed to imply that old Stenson was at the mercy of some bandit, Monsieur Goffel sprang up 2 more steps at a stride to come to the rescue, but the Italian resumed with perfect composure. "What should I do with that, Monsieur Stenson? Come, take courage. You can get yourself out of the difficulty by looking up some of your old crowns in your old box. Old people always have one. You found the means of paying Manasses so as to secure his discretion." Manasses was an honest man. That salary was not intended for him, I have no doubt, but he thought otherwise, for he always kept it for himself alone. "You are slandering him." "Well, whether that is so or not, he is dead. And the other, he is dead too. I know it." "You know it? How do you know it?" "I am not obliged to say, but I am certain that he is dead, and you cannot tell the Baron anything you please. I am not afraid of you. Adieu. I have not long to live, so leave me to prepare for another world. It is the only thing that I occupy myself about. Adieu. Leave me, I tell you. I have no money." "That is your last word, is it? You know that within 2 hours I shall have taken service with the Baron." "That makes no difference to me." "You don't suppose I have come so far to be paid with nothing but such talk?" "Do whatever you choose." The door now opened, and Monsieur Goffel stepped resolutely up towards the person who came out. He found himself confronting a man who seemed about 30 years of age, and who was quite handsome, though his face was singularly pale and forbidding in expression. The lawyer's eyes met the stranger's as they passed close to each other on the narrow stairway. The gaze of the former was open, severe, and scrutinizing. That of the latter, oblique and distrustful. The unknown, however, bowed civilly and passed down to the foot of the stairs while Monsieur Goffel proceeded to the top, but having reached those points, both turned for another look, and the advocate was struck with something diabolical in the sallow face below him gleaming in the light of the small lamp that hung before the inner door of the vestibule. On entering Stenson's room, he found him seated with his head resting on his hands, as motionless as a statue, so that he was obliged to touch his arm to make known his presence. Even then, such was the old man's abstraction that he looked up with a stupefied air. It was some moments before he recognized his visitor and recovered his presence of mind. Recollecting himself at last, he arose with a great effort and saluted Monsieur Goffel with his usual politeness, inquiring after his health and offering his own chair, which the lawyer, however, declined. On taking his hand, he found it warm and wet, either with perspiration or with tears. Monsieur Goffel was deeply moved. He felt a great esteem and affection for Sten, and always treated him with a respect that was the proper tribute to his age and character. It was easy to see that the old man had passed through a terrible crisis, and that he had endured it with dignity. But what could this secret be which this stranger with a suspicious face and cynical laugh appeared to be holding, suspended, like the sword of Damocles, over his head? Stenson had by this time recovered his usual grave and rather cold and ceremonious demeanor. He had never been companionable with anyone. Whether from pride or shyness, he was as reserved with people whom he had known 30 years as with those whom he met for the first time. And he was in the habit, moreover, of replying in monosyllables to all questions, the most important as well as the most trifling. Knowing this, Monsieur Goffel had been the more surprised at his connected conversation with the unknown, which he had overheard. "I did not know that you had come to Waldemora, Monsieur Goffel," he said. "Is it about the lawsuit?" Yes, the Baron's suit with his neighbor of Elfdalen, who, I think, may be in the right of it. I have advised the Baron to arrange the affair without pushing it to a legal decision. Can you hear me, Monsieur Stenson? Yes, monsieur, perfectly. As the old man, from an excess of politeness, always made this reply, whether he heard or not, Monsieur Gaufflet, who was determined to have some conversation with him, put his mouth to his ear and took pains to articulate every syllable very distinctly, but he soon saw that this precaution was less necessary now than had been the case in former years. Stenson's deafness, far from having increased, seems to have sensibly diminished. Monsieur Gaufflet congratulated Sten on this, but he only shook his head and said, "It is temporary only. It changes a great deal. Today I hear everything." "Does this not occur when you have experienced some strong emotion?" asked Monsieur Gaufflet. Stenson looked at the lawyer with surprise, and after hesitating a moment, made this answer, which was no answer at all. "I am nervous, extremely nervous." "Might I inquire," asked Monsieur Gaufflet, "who the man was whom I just met going out from here?" "I do not know." "Did you not ask his name?" "He is an Italian." "But what is his name?" "He said it was Guido." "Does he propose to enter the Baron's service?" "Possibly." "He has a bad face." "Do you think so?" "However, it will not be the only one about the Baron." Stenson gave no sign of assent, and his face remained impassible. It was not easy to enter into conversation on delicate and confidential topics with a man whose ceremonious bearing seemed constantly to say, "Talk of your own business to me, not of mine." But Monsieur Gaufflet was urged on by the demon of curiosity, and would not allow himself to be repulsed. "This Italian was talking to you rather rudely," he said with abruptness. "Do you think so?" replied the old man with an air of indifference. "I heard him while I was coming upstairs." Sten's face showed some traces of emotion, but he asked no question, betraying any uneasiness of what Monsieur Gaufflet might have heard. "He was threatening you," added the latter. "With what?" asked Stenson, shrugging his shoulders. "I am so old." "He threatened to reveal something to the Baron which is greatly to your interest to keep concealed." Stenson remained perfectly quiet, as if he had not heard. Monsieur Gaufflet persisted. "Who is this Manasses who is dead?" The same silence upon Stenson's part, while his impenetrable eyes fixed on Monsieur Gaufflet seemed to say, "If you know, why do you ask?" "And the other," the advocate went on, "what other was he speaking of?" "Were you listening, Monsieur Gaufflet?" questioned the old man in his turn, with a tone of extreme deference, but in which there was a distinct accent of disapproval. The advocate felt some embarrassment, but his consciousness of his good intentions reassured him. "Are you surprised, Monsieur Stenson," he asked, after a pause, "that when I suddenly heard an unknown voice speaking to you in a threatening tone, I should have approached to help you if necessary?" Stenson held out to Monsieur Gaufflet his aged, wrinkled hand, which had become cold once more. His lips moved for some moments without uttering a sound, a natural action with a person unaccustomed to talking and struggling to overcome his habitual reserve. But he hesitated so long that Monsieur Gaufflet, to encourage him, said, "My dear Monsieur Stenson, there is a secret oppressing you, and you are in serious danger in consequence." Stenson sighed and replied laconically, "I am an honest man, Monsieur Gaufflet." "And yet," answered the lawyer with emphasis, "your conscience, a pious and sensitive one, is reproaching you for something?" "Something," repeated Stenson, with an air mild and yet firm, as much as to say, "Let me hear what you can allege against me." "You have at least to fear the vengeance of the Baron?" "No," answered Stenson, with sudden decision of tone. "I know what the doctor told me." "Has the doctor given him up? Is his complaint so much advanced as that? I saw him this morning. He looked to me as if he might last a good while." "For months," replied Stenson, "and I may last for years. I consulted the doctor yesterday. I do so every year." "You are waiting for his death, then, to reveal something of importance. But you are aware that he is said to be capable of having people whom he is afraid of assassinated. What do you think on that subject?" Stenson answered by a look of surprise, which Monsieur Gaufflet thought unquestionably assumed, for it was succeeded immediately by an expression of repressed anxiety. Stenson knew how to restrain himself, but not how to dissimulate. "Stenson," said the lawyer with the energy of genuine sincerity, as he took both the old man's hands in his, "I tell you again, some oppressive secret is weighing upon you. Open your heart to me as a friend. You may rely upon me if there is an injustice to be made good." Stenson hesitated for some moments. Then, taking a key from his pocket, he opened, in an agitated manner, a drawer of his desk, and showing Monsieur Goffel a small sealed box, he said, "Your word of honor?" "I give it to you." "And upon the Holy Bible?" "Upon the Holy Bible. Now then?" "Well then, if I die before him, open, read, and act, but only after I am dead." Monsieur Goffel glanced at the box and saw his own name and address upon it. "You had already chosen me for this trust," he said. "I thank you for it, my friend, but, if your life is threatened, why not tell me the whole at once? There, dear Monsieur Stenson, I am beginning to open my eyes. The Baron—" Stenson made a sign that he would not answer. "He starved his sister-in-law to death." "No," cried Stenson with the emphasis of truth. "No, no, that was not the case. But that declaration respecting her pregnancy, she was forced to sign it. She signed voluntarily of her own free will. I was present and signed it also myself. But what became of her body? Was it thrown to the dogs? Oh my God, was I not there? It was buried with religious services." "By you?" "By my own hands. But you are inquisitive. Give me the box." "Do you doubt my oath?" "No," replied the old man. "Keep it, and ask me no more questions." He once more pressed Monsieur Goffel's hands and took a seat near the fire, and either in reality or by design relapsed into entire deafness. Monsieur Goffel, to divert his mind, and hoping after a little to draw him again into a confidential mood, endeavored to talk with him about the lawsuit on which the Baron had consulted him in the morning. But this time he was obliged to write what he wanted to say when the old man answered with his usual clearness. His opinion was that the mineral property of the mountain track in litigation belonged to the Count de Rosenstein, a neighbor of the Baron. He stated good grounds for this belief, and after searching among his papers, which were all arranged and marked with the greatest care, he laid out the actual proofs. Monsieur Goffel observed that this was his own opinion, and that he should be forced to have a disagreement with the Baron if the latter should persist in seeking to employ him in a bad cause. He added some reflections as to the presumed wicked character of his client, but Stenson showed no signs of understanding these allusions, and as it is impossible to take a person by surprise in a written conversation, Monsieur Goffel had to give up the idea of questioning him further. On his way back to the bare room, the lawyer considered whether he ought to communicate to Christian the understanding he had entered into with Stenson, and concluded that he was, on the whole, bound to silence. He was, besides, not just now in a confidential humor. Agitated by 1,000 strange thoughts and contradictory suppositions, his brain was as actively at work as if he had just been entrusted with a difficult suit full of important questions. The exact contrary was the case, for Stenson had prohibited him from even feeling curiosity. This interdict, however, was altogether null. Monsieur Goffel could not at all impose silence upon the tumult of his hypotheses. However, Christian's attitude made it easy for him to be reserved. Far from questioning him, the young man had forgotten all about their last conversation and was absorbed by his comedy. He was, moreover, very much discouraged, and when the lawyer asked if he had arranged to do without his assistant, he answered that he had been trying in vain to do so for the last hour. He could, it is true, dispense with his services after a fashion, but at the risk of many accidents and undesirable omissions in the presentation of the piece. On the whole, he would have to make such heavy drafts on his brain and strength and undergo such great fatigue that he felt like giving up the whole thing. "It is true," he said to Monsieur Goffel, who was trying to encourage him. "I give you my word that, to use a juggler's phrase, the game is not worth the candle. In plain words, I should tire myself to death without benefit to my reputation, and I should swindle the Baron out of his money. Do you know what I intend to do, Monsieur Goffel? Renouncing the idea of shining in this neighborhood, I shall bundle up all this luggage and take up my line of march for some town where I can look up another assistant, competent to help me in representing and pious enough to keep the oath which I shall extract from him to drink nothing but water, even though all the mountains of Sweden should run down with wine." "The devil! The devil!" exclaimed Monsieur Goffel, greatly discomposed at the idea of losing his fellow lodger. "If I thought I could make these small gentlemen perform a little, but pshaw! I never could learn it." "Nothing easier. Try. The forefinger in the head, the thumb in one arm, the middle finger in the other. That's it exactly. Come, make a bow. Lift the hands towards heaven. That's easy enough. But to make the gestures match the words, and then to find something to say, I can only improvise monologue." Well, that's a great deal. Come now, argue a case. Lift that arm and forget that you are Monsieur Goffel. Keep your eye on the figure that you are directing. As you speak, the gestures that you would naturally make with your arms and the whole carriage of your person will be reproduced of themselves at your fingers' ends. You only need to be convinced that the Burattino is a real person and to transfer your individuality from yourself to him. Diantre, that is very easy for you to say, but without any practice, well, let's try it. Suppose I am arguing. What shall I argue, by the way? Defend the Baron from the charge of having caused the assassination of his brother. Defend? I would rather argue against than for. If you are against him, you will be pathetic. If for him, you may perhaps be comic. So be it, said Monsieur Goffel, extending the hand on which he held the marionette and making it gesticulate. Here goes, attend. What accusation can you bring against my client, you who reproach him for an action so simple and natural as merely the suppression of a troublesome member of his family? Why should he be blamed for that? When has it ever been expected that a man fond of money and display should pay regard to the vulgar consideration which you call the right to live? The right to live! We all claim it equally, and if we have the right to live, have we not also the right to live as we please? But if we cannot live without a considerable fortune, without the privileges of an elevated station, if we find that we should die of shame and mortification, fairly burst with ennui, to use a colloquial phrase, unless able to command luxury, castles, credit, and power, if all this is so, why then we possess the right, we demand the right, we seize the right of removing from our path all obstacles whatever which may impede the most expansive, extensive, and radiant development of our whole moral and physical being. In our justification we may— Higher, interrupted Christian, who was laughing at the satirical argument of the lawyer. We may cite, continued Monsieur Goffel, elevating the pitch of his voice, the traditions of ancient times, from Cain down to the great King Burger Arl, who starved his 2 brothers to death in the chateau of Nickeping. Yes, gentlemen, we point you to the ancient customs of the North, and moreover to the glorious example of the court of Russia of late years. Who of you will venture to weigh petty moralities against the great consideration of a reason of state? I say a reason of state, gentlemen. Do you know what that is? Higher, repeated Christian. Higher, Monsieur Goffel. A reason of state, squealed Monsieur Goffel in a falsetto, for the range of his voice did not extend high at all. A reason of state is, in my judgment— Higher. Go to the devil. I shall burst my pharynx. I've had enough, thank you, if I've got to scream in that way. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 8, Part 2. Why, no, my dear sir, I did not tell you to speak higher. I've been lifting up my arm to you this hour. You do not observe that if you hold the marionette down there at the level of your breast, no one can see it, and that you will be playing exclusively for your own benefit. See here, your hand must be higher than your head. Come now, let's try a dialogue. I am the counsel on the other side, and I interrupt you in an excess of indignation which I cannot restrain. I absolutely cannot endure this any longer, and since the judges think proper to sit sleeping on the bench before such an abuse of the faculty of human speech, notwithstanding the specious eloquence of my illustrious and powerful adversary, I— Interrupt me, Monsieur Goffel. You must always interrupt. The counsel for the prosecution, said Monsieur Goffel, is not arguing at present. I am playing the judge now. Very good, but use another voice. I don't know how. Yes, indeed, you have one hand free. Pinch your nose. Good. The counsel for the prosecution will speak in his own turn. Bravo! I insist on speaking this moment. I demand the right of confounding the odious sophistry of the defense. Odious sophistry? Capital, oh capital, an angry tone. Now I reply, order without principle. I hand you over to the ban of public opinion. Give me a slap, Monsieur Goffel. What? Give you a slap? Certainly, my lawyer. I mean, fair in the face, and let it be a loud one. The public always laughs at that sound. Hold tight with your fingers. I'm going to pull your cap off. Now we collar each other. Bravo! Pull the marionette off my fingers with yours and throw it over into the audience. The children run after it, pick it up, examine it with admiration, and throw it back into the theater. Take care and have it fall on its head. The public will almost burst with laughter. God only knows what for, but they always do it. Abuse and blows are a delightful spectacle to the crowd, and under cover of the laughter, your personage marches off the stage with a triumphant air. And we have time to take breath? In good season, too, I have talked myself hoarse. Take breath? Oh, not at all. The operators can never stop to take breath. We must hurry and take the actors for the next scene. And for fear the audience will lose its interest before an empty stage, we must keep up the dialogue as if the actors who just went off were still quarreling behind the scenes, or as if those on the point of coming on were chattering about what had just happened. Plague on it. Why is it a business that would wear out a horse? I don't deny it. Still, you get excited and warmed up and keep on growing more and more spirited. Well, let us try another scene, Monsieur Gaufflet. Let us bring out... But I have had quite enough of it, I believe. Do you suppose I want to help you conduct the exhibition? I thought you meant that you would help me this evening. I? What? I go on the stage? Who will know that it is you? The theater will be set up immediately before the door of a room where no one is allowed to enter. There is a curtain between you and the audience, and, if necessary, you can mask yourself, if there is any risk of being met in the corridors as you go in or out. True enough, nobody sees you, nobody knows that you are there, but my voice, my pronunciation, before I should have uttered a dozen words, everyone would say, "Good, that's Monsieur Gaufflet." A fine effect that would have from a man of my age practicing a dignified profession. It's impossible. Don't think of it. It's a great pity. You would succeed capitally. Do you think so? Most assuredly. You would have secured me a great success. But that devil of a voice of mine that everybody knows. There are 1,000 ways of changing that. I can show you 3 or 4 in a quarter of an hour, and that is more than you would need for this evening. Well, what are they? If I were only sure that nobody would suspect me of such a piece of nonsense. Ah, there's an instrument that I can see the use of, a nose pinch. And this one is to be used in the mouth, either on the tongue or under it. Oh no, said Christian. Those are rude contrivances that Puffo uses. You are too intelligent to need them. Now listen and imitate me. Really, said Monsieur Gaufflet, after some experiments that were promptly successful, it is not so bad. I used to act in private theatricals in my younger days, and I did as well as other people. I understand very well how to imitate a toothless old man, a drawling coxcomb, and a pedant that licks his lips at every word. Now, if you will not make me talk too much and fatigue my throat, I will go through 3 or 4 scenes with you, but we must have a rehearsal. What is the piece? Where is it? What's the name? Wait a minute, Monsieur Gaufflet. I have a number of manuscripts that you would be ready with after reading them over once. Especially since the one represented, summed up in few words and written in large letters, is always hung up before us inside of the front of the theater. But what I should like in playing with you is to arrange a new piece, which would entertain you more and would give scope to your faculty for improvising. Now, if you will take my opinion, we will go right to work and get one up between us. That's an excellent idea, said Monsieur Gaufflet. Well, quick then, let's sit down here. We can make room enough on this table. What shall the subject be? Whatever you like. Well then, your own history, Christian, or at least some parts of it, just as you told it to me. No, Monsieur Gaufflet, my history is not an amusing one, and it would not inspire me with any brilliant fancies. The only romantic part of it is just that which I am myself ignorant about, and I have often taken this as the basis of my Stenatorello's adventures. Stenatorello, you know, is a personage who adapts himself to all characters and all situations. Well, one of my fancies is to attribute to him a mysterious birth, such as mine was, and I often begin my piece by making him narrate the precise circumstances of that story, whether true or false, which the little Jew told Sophia Goffredo. I have sometimes amused myself by the idea that I should some day hear an exclamation or a cry in the audience that would be the means of directing me to my mother. But that is a mere fancy. As for Stenatorello, he is a comic individual, sometimes young and sometimes old, according as I nail the blonde or white wig on his head. Of course, in order to be laughed at, he must be ridiculous. In such a plot, as I refer to, and which I propose that we should adopt, he goes about in search of his parents, taking it for granted that he is nothing less than the natural son of a king. Then the action of the piece takes him through a series of absurd adventures, in the course of which he makes various ridiculous blunders, until he ends by discovering that he is the son of a mere country clown. But by that time he has had so many mortifications that he thinks himself fortunate to find food and shelter with his father. Very good, said Monsieur Gaufflet. We will make him an epicure and the son of a cook or confectioner. Exactly the thing. That's the idea. Well, shall we begin? Do you write? If you can, do it legibly. My writing can hardly be read. My hand can't keep up with the flow of my ideas, and I scratch away like a cat. The deuce, what a good hand. But what are you doing? Putting down the dramatis persona. Yes, I see that, but you have written in the first act, Stentorello in swaddling clothes? That is my idea. I am tired of making my poor Stentorello repeat the story of being let down by a cord out of a window into a boat. If you agree, I will paint that scene instead. Paint it? But how the devil will you do it? I have an old castle amongst my scenery here. What good will that do? I will transform it into Stolberg. We will give it another name, but I will use the same romantic view that struck me so forcibly on the lake at sunset, and of which I made a sketch. You are going to paint? Yes, while you write, whether well or ill, it makes no difference. I have deciphered such quantities of hieroglyphics with my poor Goffretti. Remember, we have very little time. I have whatever is necessary to change my scenes for the requirements of any special occasion. A little dissolved glue in a tin box and a few bags of powdered paint of different colors are enough. The canvas is no larger than the back of my theater, and the colors dry in 5 minutes. That will be about as much time as I shall need to introduce a window into my square tower. See, Monsieur Gofflet, in the first place I render it practicable by making a slit in the canvas with my shears, and then I warm my glue on the stove. With this charcoal I sketch that row of great boulders. Some of them hang over. I studied them carefully, for it is a wonderful group. I give the tone of ice to this foreground. Oh no, it must be water, since we are to have a boat. Where will you get it? In the property box there. Don't you suppose I have a boat? There are ships too, and carriages and carts and all kinds of animals. I could not get along at all without that collection of profiles that are necessary in all my pieces, and which take up very little room. Another idea, Monsieur Gofflet, I will put the boat in that vault under the boulders. What for? Why, because it will give us a splendid effect. We are to have a very mysterious birth for our infant, I suppose? Of course. Environed with perils? Necessarily. A natural child? As you please about that. A jealous husband? No, adulterers. If this does really happen to be my own story, I should prefer not to be the fruit of an unlawful love. My mother, poor woman, I have perhaps nothing with which to reproach her as saving me from the vengeance of some brother or savage uncle capable of killing me in order to hide a discreditable or clandestine marriage. Very good, I'll be the Spanish nobleman, some implacable uncle who is trying to kill the child. The innocent creature is concealed in the bottom of the lake at the risk of a little drowning after having been thrown out of the window to save it from all danger. Oh, no, Monsieur Gofflet, you are altogether too fantastic. That is not my style at all. I always maintain a certain verisimilitude, even in romancing, for you can neither make people laugh nor cry with impossible situations. No, we must have some regular assassins as ugly and grotesque as they can be made. While they are standing guard on top of the boulders, watching the window, the boat, which fortunately has already stealthily received its precious charge, that's the regular style, glides noiselessly along beneath the rocks under the very feet of the unsuspecting watch. The audience is affected, and all the more because it is laughing at the same time at the faces of the assassins. People like extremely to laugh and cry at the same time, and the curtain falls on the first act amid thunders of applause. Excellent, said Monsieur Gofflet. But while you are moving the boat, will there be no person at the window? Certainly. Have I not 2 hands? With the left I propel the skiff over the limpid waves, and with the right I hold up at the window the faithful waiting woman who has lowered down the basket and who lifts towards heaven her pretty little wooden arms in an attitude of supplication, and prays in a sweet voice, "Divine Providence, watch over the child of mystery." Yes, but the mother, is she not to be seen? No, that would not be the correct thing. And the father? The father is in Palestine. That is a place where we always send the people we don't know what to do with. That will do very well. But if there are to be assassins, a haughty Castilian uncle and a faithful waiting woman, Stentorello must belong to a noble family. The devil! Yes, how shall we arrange that? It is perfectly easy. The child whom we lower from the window is the young Alonso, son of the Duchess. Stentorello is the son of his Grace's pastry cook. But what is a pastry cook to do? I don't know. It's your business to find that out. If you can keep on painting, you won't help me at all. But only see, Monsieur Gofflet, how beautifully my sky is coming out. Too much so. It is too prominent. You are right. So it is. What an eye you have, Monsieur Gofflet. I must bring up the color of my donjon, then, a little. That will do very well. That rosy sky is just about right now and gives a very good idea of the brilliant cloud effects that we have here. But that is not a Spanish sky, is it? Well, why not lay the scene in Sweden? Oh, dear me, no. Don't you see that as we have arranged the play, particularly with that view of Stolberg, that you have been painting a certain comparison might be suggested if you should give your imagination free play with the story of Baroness de Valdemara? Might there not? In reality, there would be no sort of similarity since she had no child. But there are persons who might suppose that we were representing the pretended captivity of the Grey Lady. No, Christian, lay the scene in Spain. It will do much better. Spain be it then. Well, the pastry cook has a son just born who is to grow up into the illustrious Stentorello. Now, the cook of the chateau, who was sent to this pastry cook by order of the Baron. The Baron? That is your fault. You put the Baron into my head by talking of your possible comparisons. Our traitor must be called Don Diego or Don Sancho. With all my heart. Now, the Baron's cook? There, I am as bad as you. Don Sancho's, I mean. What did he send to the pastry cook? A magnificent pie in a basket to be baked. I see. He had placed this basket in the boat. The boatman employed to carry off and preserve the child of mystery does not notice it and thus carries away 2 baskets. Then he makes a mistake and puts the pie out to nurse and gives the pastry cook the baby to bake. So the good pastry cook brings up both the children, or rather he mistakes and brings up the child of the Duchess. Thus there arise endless entanglements, and we can go forward with confidence to our denouement. Courage, Monsieur Gaufrel. The painting is done, and now for the pen again. Let us arrange the scenes. Scene first, the cook, soulless. Wait, Christian, why not have the child quietly carried down by a staircase? True, particularly as Stolberg has a secret staircase, but it was watched by the assassins. Were they incorruptible? No, but the Duchess is very short of money, while the traitor has his pockets full. Why don't he go himself to the tower where his victim is imprisoned and throw the child out of the window without so much ceremony? I really don't know. We must make it out that the child is not yet born, as they are waiting for the fatal moment. That will do very well. The child, then, must be born at the very moment that Don Sancho enters the donjon and ascends the stairs. Paquito, the waiting woman, lowers down the infant that has just seen the light. But tell me, is the child to be visible? Certainly, I am going to paint it in its cradle. There's a string for the rope. All those things are cut out in profile. They are to be seen from a distance. So the traitor, to his great disappointment, finds the bird flown. What does he do? Shall we make him fall out of the window and break his skull on the rocks? Oh no, keep that for the catastrophe of the piece. It's a capital one. Very well, then. In his rage he kills his unhappy niece. A cry is heard, and the murderer appears at the window, exclaiming, "My honor is avenged!" His honor? I would rather have him say, "My fortune is made!" Why? Because he is the heir of the Duchess. We must not make him a scoundrel by halves, since we are to fracture his skull for him at the end. That is certainly very logical, but... But what? Why, that would be the exact history of Baron Olas as his enemies relate it. A female relative imprisoned who disappears. What difference does it make as long as you are sure that the story is not true? I am as sure as it is possible to be, and yet, do you know with your mysterious voice, your idea of a prisoner in the vaults down below, your explanation of my last night's vision, and your verses from the Bible, you have made me a perfect dreamer. My mind is filled with all sorts of strange notions. But as there is every reason to believe that these notions are nothing more than the work of our own imaginations, we shall run no risk of offending anyone. And besides, Monsieur Gaufrel, even if under my mask and with my assumed name of Christian Waldo I should awaken unpleasant memories in the Baron's mind, please to tell me what difference that will make to me, or to you either, since you will be perfectly incognito as well as myself. But it will be easy for the Baron to have me watched and discovered. He has only to give orders of some of those rascally servants of his. Oh, if you are to be exposed to any real danger, let us give it up at once. But in that case, we must choose another subject immediately. Monsieur Gaufrel was silent and absorbed in thought for some moments, greatly to the annoyance of the impatient Christian, who saw with anxiety the steady advance of the hands of the clock. At last the advocate, striking his forehead and jumping up with a certain nervous excitement of manner, cried out as he began to pace rapidly up and down the room. Well, well, who can say I am not shrinking from the pursuit of the real truth? Shall I be a mere cowardly courtier of this problematical being? Is it not my duty to satisfy myself once for all? Shall I let it be said that an adventurer, let me rather say a good and handsome child of fortune, who most surely deserves a better fate, that he in his heedless career is courageous enough to defy a powerful enemy, while I, dedicated by my very office to the service of the truth, the appointed defender of human and divine justice, allow myself to be lulled to sleep by a selfish indolence not far removed from cowardice? Christian, added Monsieur Gaufrel, resuming his seat, but still with much excitement of manner, go on to the second act. Let us make a terrible thing of it. Let your marionettes cover themselves with glory. They shall be real persons, living beings, instruments of destiny like the players in the tragedy of Hamlet, who terrify and make pale the triumphant criminal, who is finally unmasked. Come, to work. Suppose all the crimes which are charged against the Baron, that he poisoned his father, assassinated his brother, and starved his sister-in-law to death. Precisely, in this room too, said Christian, who was thinking of the scenery for his third act. What a capital scene it will make. We must make the child, the son of the Duchess, of course, come back at the end of 25 years to search out the truth and punish the murderer. We can make the marionettes break down the mysterious wall and discover there, behind that brickwork. I could very quickly get up the scenery for that. I should have time enough. Discover what? Asked Monsieur Gaufflet. I don't know, replied Christian, suddenly becoming thoughtful and even gloomy. The ideas that occur to me are so terrible that I must give up that part of the plot. It takes away all my inspiration, and instead of continuing the piece, I should have to go and break down that wall myself, out of a mere rage of curiosity. Come, friend Christian, don't go crazy. It is quite enough if I am so. This whole thing is nothing but imagination, and I cannot conscientiously attach weight to suspicions which perhaps originate only in an overworked stomach, or a brain restless from inaction. Come, finish the piece, and let it be inoffensive if it is to be amusing. For my part, I must do a little work for myself. I have a portfolio of papers to examine that Stenson gave me, and I must prepare a definite opinion upon them, for I promised the Baron this morning to have it ready, and he may send for it at any moment. Christian accordingly set to work at his drama, and Monsieur Gaufflet at his parcel of papers, each at the end of a long table, to the middle of which they had pushed the breakfast dishes. Ophelius now entered and silently began to rearrange the table. He was in his usual state of half-conscious drunkenness, and shortly he entered upon a long discussion with Monsieur Gaufflet, which Christian neither understood nor heard, as to the merits of a certain soup of milk, beer, and syrup, a national dish, which Monsieur Gaufflet wanted for supper, and which Ophelius claimed to prepare as skillfully as any man in Sweden. By the promise of this delicacy he disarmed the anger of the lawyer, who had scolded him for getting his little valet tipsy. Ophelius, besides, swore he did not know what Monsieur Gaufflet meant, and perhaps in good faith, considering the steady coolness with which he himself carried all kinds of liquors. By 6 o'clock, Christian had completed his task, while Monsieur Gaufflet, who seemed restless and agitated, was still at work. As Christian happened to look towards him, he noticed the fixed and abstracted expression of his eyes. Supposing that this might be the lawyer's usual appearance while at his work, he abstained for a time from interrupting him, but finally thought it necessary to ask, which he did a little uneasily, if he would not read the outline of the piece. Yes, certainly, said Monsieur Gaufflet, but why not read it over to me? Impossible, Monsieur Gaufflet. I must select my actors, arrange their costumes in some sort of harmony, collect my scenes, load my ass, and hurry over to the new chateau so as to take possession of the quarters intended for us, set up the theater, arrange the lights, etc. I have not a moment to lose. We must begin at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? The devil! What a detestable hour! They don't have supper at the chateau until 10 o'clock, and pray when shall we have our supper? Oh, to be sure, the 5th meal of the day, cried Christian in despair, but rapidly continuing his preparations. For heaven's sake, Monsieur Gaufflet, have your supper now and be ready an hour from this time. You can read over the piece while you are eating. Oh, of course, a fine regimen you propose, to eat without an appetite and to read in the meanwhile so as to make it impossible for me to digest my food. Very well, then let us think no more about it. I'll try to get along by myself. I'll do my best. Pshaw! Some good angel or other will come to my rescue. No, no, cried Monsieur Gaufflet, by no means. I'll be the good angel, I promised you, and I'm a man of my word. No, Monsieur Gaufflet, I thank you, however, all the same. You are not used to the business. It will not suit a reasonable man like you to interrupt your important business to put a fool's cap on your head. It was indiscreet in me to think of such a thing. What? Exclaimed Monsieur Gaufflet. Pray, what do you take me for? A mere babbler who makes promises that he knows he can't keep, or an old pedant who doesn't know enough to talk good nonsense? Christian saw that the best way to keep the lawyer up to the enterprise was to oppose him, and that the worthy gentleman was really very much in earnest in his scheme of transforming himself into a Merry Andrew without any more preparation than Christian himself required. He continued, therefore, to maintain his show of reluctance as to accepting his services, and did not leave him until he was almost vexed at Christian's doubts, besides being fully resolved, and indeed all on fire to fulfill his engagement, even although he should have to eat his milk and beer soup without an appetite, and no matter how tremendous the violation of all his customary habits. Christian had proceeded halfway from Stolberg to Waldemora, when he suddenly found himself face to face with a sort of black phantom speeding over the ice with uneven leaps. It required but a moment's thought to recognize Monsieur Stangstadius, who, like himself, was carrying a small dark lantern, and who was evidently preparing to accost him. Feeling very confident that he would not be recognized by a person so oblivious of others, he thought it unnecessary to put down his mask or to change his voice in answering him. "Hello, my friend," called out the man of science, without even condescending to look at him. "Do you come from Stolberg?" "Yes, sir." "Did you see Dr. Gofflet there?" "No, monsieur," replied Christian, who saw at once how dangerous to his colleague's good resolutions the professor's visit might prove. "What?" said Stangstadius. "Dr. Goffel not at Stolberg? He told me he was lodging there." "He was," said Christian with great coolness, "but he left for Stockholm 2 hours ago." "Left? Left without waiting for my visit when I told him this very morning that I would come and take supper with him at the old tower? It's impossible." "He must have forgotten it." "Forgotten? Forgotten that I was coming to see him? That's a likely story indeed." "Well, sir," said Christian, "you can go over there if you choose. You will find neither supper nor company." "Well, then, I must give it up. But it's the most extraordinary thing. That poor Goffel must have gone crazy." Turning about, Monsieur Stangstadius walked along by the side of Christian, who continued on towards the chateau. But in a few seconds the philosopher, on reflection, changed his purpose, and talking aloud to himself after his fashion, said, "So Goffel has gone off. Well, he's a scatterbrained, extravagant fellow. But there's that nephew of his, for he has a nephew, a charming young man and a capital talker. He must have told him that I was coming, and he no doubt is waiting for me. I must go over, certainly I must." Stopping abruptly, he turned to Christian. "See here, friend," he cried, "I have made up my mind to go to Stolberg after all, and as I have been walking a great deal today in the snow, I am extremely tired. Lend me your pony, will you?" "It would give me great pleasure to do so, monsieur. But if you are proposing to go there after Monsieur Goffel's nephew—" "Certainly, yes, Christian Goffel, that's his name. Did you see him? You are one of the servants at Stolberg, I suppose. Very well, go back there with me. Give me the beast, walk on ahead, and tell them to prepare supper. That's a good idea." Thereupon, Monsieur Stangstadius, without troubling himself to wait for leave from Christian, undertook to mount Jean, whom he persisted in taking for a horse, and whose small stature and quiet pace had impressed him very favorably. As to his load, he paid no sort of attention to that, although it was very effectually in his way. "Let the beast alone, will you?" said Christian, annoyed at his obstinacy. "Monsieur Goffel's nephew went away with his uncle, and Stolberg is shut up like a prison." "The young man gone too?" cried Stangstadius, in the greatest amazement. "Mon Dieu! Some great misfortune must have happened in that family, or both uncle and nephew would never have forgotten my promise. But they must, anyhow, have left a letter for me, and I'll go and get it." "They did not leave any letter," said Christian, bethinking of him a new expedient. "They directed me to say to some person of the name of Stangstadius at the new chateau that they had been obliged to go away. That is why I am going to the new chateau." "Person of the name of Stangstadius?" cried the insulted philosopher. "Is that what they said?" "No, monsieur, that is what I said. I don't know this Monsieur Stangstadius myself." "Ah, you said it, did you, you idiot? Person of the name of Stangstadius, indeed. Don't know him yourself, you great beast. Good, by George, I like that. Very well, learn to know me then. I am the first naturalist, but what's the use? Such monstrous ignoramuses as one finds on this poor earth. Stop your horse, you animal. Did I not tell you I wanted to ride? I'm tired, I say. Do you suppose I don't know how to manage any kind of beast whatever?" "Come, come, monsieur naturalist," said Christian with perfect coolness, although feeling very much annoyed at this interview, which was delaying him so unexpectedly. "Don't you see that the poor creature's loaded up to his eyes already? What of that? Unload him, I say. You can come back for your load." "Impossible. I can't spare the time." "What? You disobey me? What sort of savage are you? You are the first Swedish peasant who ever refused to assist Dr. Stangstadius. I will inform against you, miserable rascal. I give you my word. I'll complain of you." "To whom? The Baron de Valdemora?" "No, for he would have you hung, and good enough for you, too. But I am kind-hearted. I want you to understand that. I am the best man alive, and I forgive you." "Nonsense," said Christian, who could not help at times diverting himself a little with the strange persons whom he encountered in his wandering life. "I don't know you, and I strongly suspect that you are not the person you claim to be. You a naturalist, out upon you. You can't even tell a horse from an ass." "An ass," said Stangstadius, diverted at once, fortunately from his whim of equitation. "Do you pretend to have an ass there?" He inspected Jean with his lantern, but thanks to Christian's solicitude, the animal was so well wrapped up in skins of various kinds that it presented a most fantastic appearance. An ass? It can't be. An ass could not live in this latitude. What you, in your brutal ignorance, call an ass is nothing more than some kind of mule at the most. Come, let me see it. Take off those borrowed skins. Hold, monsieur, said Christian. Whether staying statius or not, you have tired me out. I can't talk with you any longer. Good evening. With that, he tickled the legs of the faithful Jean with a switch. The animal broke into a trot, and the two quickly left the philosopher behind them. But soon, Christian, who was always good-natured, felt a sort of remorse for his rudeness. As he reached the edge of the lake, he looked back and saw the poor doctor of sciences following on with much difficulty and many slips and tumbles. He must really have been very much fatigued to have been at all conscious of it, for his identity was concentrated in his brains and in his tongue, and still more to have confessed it, for he claimed to be the most robust man of the age. If his strength should fail him, thought Christian, he might lie down there on the ice, and in this region a moment's sleep out of doors on such a night as this would perhaps be fatal, particularly to a feeble being like that. Come, stand still, Jean, wait for me. He hastened towards Monsieur Stangstadius, who had in fact come to a halt and was perhaps revising his determination of going to dine at Stolberg. At this idea, Christian redoubled his speed, but Stangstadius, who was not always so brave as he pretended, and who had conceived strong prejudices against a person so little inclined to bow down before his greatness as his late companion, instantly suspected him of the worst designs against his own person, and recovering his strength, he set off towards Stolberg as hard as he could go. But this did not suit Christian at all, and he began to run also, and quickly came up with him. "Wretch!" cried the learned man in a broken voice, for his terror and exhaustion had reached a climax. "You mean to kill me, I know. Yes, my enemies have hired you to extinguish the very light of the world. Let me alone, you miserable scoundrel. Don't touch me. Think who it is that you are about to lay hands on." Come, compose yourself, Monsieur Stangstadius, said Christian, laughing at his terror, and have a better appreciation of people who want to do you a service. Come, get on my back and be quick about it. I am all in a perspiration with running after you, and I don't want to stay here and take cold. Stangstadius complied, though with a good deal of reluctance, but he was relieved when he saw how easily the powerful young man lifted him and carried him ashore. There, Christian placed him on his feet and hastened forward to escape his generosity, for, in his gratitude, the worthy Stangstadius was rummaging his pockets for a 2-sou piece, convinced that this would be a royal gift for one who had the happiness of rendering him a service. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 9, Part 1. Christian left the professor to proceed towards the main entrance of the chateau, while he himself sought the side door, which, in all feudal manners, leads to the courts and outer buildings. Drawing down his mask, he called a servant who helped him unload, and then, after seeing that his ass was suitably accommodated, he ascended a private staircase leading to the apartment of Monsieur Johann, the major domo of the new chateau. The latter did not wait for him to announce himself. Ah, the man in a black mask," he exclaimed in a benevolent and patronizing tone. "So you are the famous Christian Waldo. Come along, my good fellow. I'll take you to your quarters myself, and you can make all your preparations at your leisure. You have a full hour yet." Assistance was now given to transfer Christian's baggage to the room which was to serve him as a green room, and at his request the keys were put into his hands. Then he shut himself up alone, and having removed his mask to be more at his ease, set to work to mount his theatre, though not without some rubbing of his shoulders. Monsieur Stangstadius was not very heavy, but his deformed body was so singularly angular that he felt as if he had been carrying a great bundle of crooked sticks. He had been shown into a small saloon in which there were 2 doors, one opening upon a passage leading to the private staircase by which Christian had just entered, escorted by the affable major domo, and the other upon the end of a large and richly decorated gallery, called the Hunting Gallery, where Christian had met Margaret the night before. The theatre was to stand just within the gallery before this door. It was a large folding door, and the spectators were to be accommodated within the gallery itself. Christian, upon measuring the width of the doorway, found that the theatre would just extend across it, so that when the whole was in order, he would be perfectly isolated from his audience and quite at home in his little saloon. This arrangement, therefore, was an excellent one for securing his own freedom of movement, and his incognito, as well as that of Monsieur Goeffle. From the number of armchairs and other seats disposed in front of the theatre, Christian judged, by a short estimate, without counting in detail, that his audience would consist of about 100 persons, conveniently seated, ladies probably, and of 100 gentlemen, more or less of whom would have to stand behind them. The gallery was wide and of unusual depth, so that it was, on the whole, the most convenient place in which Christian had ever exhibited. The vaulted and frescoed ceiling made its acoustic properties perfect. The chandeliers, which were already burning, gave an excellent light, and by merely lighting up the wings of the portable theatre, the dimensions of its little stage assumed exactly the appearance of depth which it required. Christian made all his preparations with the most critical care. He was really fond of his little theatre, and had adapted to it a number of ingenious contrivances which made it something like a miniature of a real theatre. He would, in fact, have been successful as a painter of interiors and of landscape, if the love of the natural sciences had not occasioned him to confine himself mostly to mere decorative work. But his natural gifts were so good that he could scarcely execute even work intrinsically frivolous, without giving it the distinct impress of his own graceful and tasteful originality. His little scenes were accordingly fresh and charming in design, and always produced an agreeable effect. He took the greatest pains with them, especially when he was going to exhibit before an intelligent audience. And if he occasionally felt impatient at having to spend so much time over such details, he consoled himself by recalling the favourite axiom of Goffredi: "Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing as well as possible, even if it is only whittling toothpicks." Christian, therefore, was completely absorbed in making his preparations. Having cast a precautionary glance around the deserted gallery, he set up the frame of his theatre experimentally in the doorway, with all the scenery and lights, and, stepping out into the audience-room, he seated himself in the best place to judge of the effect of his perspective, so that he might adjust properly the entrances and movements of his actors. The 2 or 3 minutes' rest thus obtained was very welcome to him. He was more or less hardened to the extremes of all climates, but he found that in the overheated rooms of the houses of the north he quickly felt fatigued. He had slept the night before only a few hours in his armchair, and either from the exhausting experiences of the day or from his walk on the ice with the professor of geology on his shoulders, he was overtaken by a sudden and irresistible drowsiness, and sank into one of those brief naps in which the transition from the world of reality to dreamland is so sudden as to be imperceptible. He seemed to be in a garden on a warm summer's day, and to hear the sand in one of the paths near him crackling under a stealthy tread. Someone was cautiously approaching, and although he could not see the person, he felt an intuitive certainty that it was Margaret. He woke without being startled on feeling what seemed to be a breath stirring in his hair. Quickly recovering himself, he jumped up and found his mask had fallen off and lay at his feet. He stooped to pick it up, without turning round to see who had wakened him, and was startled in good earnest when a man's voice, only too well known to him, remarked, "It is perfectly useless to hide your face, Christian Waldo. I have recognized you. You are Christian Goffredi." Christian, astonished, turned and saw standing before him, in good condition, well-dressed and fresh-shaved, no other than Guido Massarelli. "What, is this you?" he exclaimed. "What are you doing here, when you ought to be dangling at the end of a rope at the meeting of 4 crossroads in some wood?" "I am one of the household," said Guido, smiling calmly and disdainfully. "You're one of the Baron's household? Ah, to be sure, it does not surprise me. After being a swindler and a highway robber, what remained except for you to become a lackey?" "I am not a lackey," replied Massarelli, with the same composure. "I am a friend of the family, quite an intimate friend, Christian, and you would do well, moreover, to try and be on good terms with me. It would be the greatest piece of good fortune that could befall you." "Master Guido," said Christian as he moved his theatre back into the inner saloon, "it is unnecessary to have an explanation now, but I am glad to know that you are staying here, where I shall be able to find you." "Is that a threat, Christian?" No, it's a promise. I am in your debt, as you know very well, my dear friend, and as soon as I have paid off my indebtedness here, that will be done as soon as I have given an exhibition of marionettes an hour from this time, I shall make it my business to settle my account with you by giving you the very best flogging you ever had in your life." While speaking, Christian passed back into the green room and began putting out his lights and dropping his curtain. Massarelli followed, closing the doors of the gallery as he did so, and Christian, whose back was necessarily turned towards him at that moment, said to himself that this bandit would be very likely to make use of his advantage to try and assassinate him. Still, he despised him too much to show any distrust, and he went on threatening him with a severe chastisement for his crimes, in a tone as calm as that assumed by the rascal himself. Fortunately for the imprudent Christian, Guido was by no means a courageous man, and kept his distance, ready to retreat in case his adversary should seem disposed to make a present payment on account. "Come, Christian," he began again, when he supposed the young man might have given vent to his first outbreak of resentment. "Let us have a reasonable conversation before proceeding to extremities. I am perfectly ready to give you satisfaction for all my transactions with you, and you have no right to insult with idle words a man whom you know you cannot terrify." "What a pitiful fellow you are," said Christian, beginning to be angry, and walking straight up to him. "Satisfaction from you, you prince of cowards? Oh no, Guido. The way to do with a fellow like you is to slap him in the face, and if he resists, to beat him like a dog. Nobody ever fights with him, you must know that. So drop your high tone, you scoundrel, and don't dare look me in the face. Down with you on your knees before me, or I'll strike you this very moment." Guido, as pale as death, fell on his knees without a word, while great tears, either of fear or shame or rage, rolled down his cheeks. "Very good," said Christian, half in disgust and half in pity. "Now get up and go. I pardon you, but never voluntarily cross my path again, and if we chance to meet, no matter where, don't venture to speak to me. For me, you are dead. Out with you, lackey. This room is mine for 2 or 3 hours." "Christian," cried Guido, rising and speaking with a vehemence affected or sincere as the case may be, "hear me for only 5 minutes." "No, Christian, listen to me," persisted the bandit, stepping before the door of the staircase, which Christian was about to throw open. "I have something of importance to tell you, something upon which your fortune and your life depend." "My fortune," said Christian, laughing contemptuously, "went into your pocket, you thief. It was so little that I don't care much about it either way. And as to my life, try and take it if you think best." "It has been in my hands, Christian," said Guido, who, as soon as he was assured of his enemy's generosity, had recovered all his assurance. "Possibly it may be so again. You had outraged me, and I was strongly tempted by opportunity to revenge myself, but I could not forget that I had once loved you, and even now, in spite of your additional insults, it only depends upon you to have me love you as much as ever." "Many thanks," replied Christian, shrugging his shoulders. "Come away with you. I have no time to listen to your pathetic drivelling. I've known it by heart this long time. I'm not so guilty as you think, Christian. When I robbed you in the Carpathians, it was out of my power to do otherwise." "That is just what everybody says who has surrendered himself to the devil. I had surrendered myself to the devil, it is very true, for I was the chief of a band of robbers. My comrades had marked you out for a victim. Their eyes were upon us, and if I had not taken good care to drug you so as to prevent a useless resistance, they would have killed you. Then I am under obligations to you. Is that what you're driving at?" "That is it, exactly. And I am now in a fair way to make my fortune. Even tomorrow I shall be in a position to restore all that I took from you, forced to do so by men whom I could not control as I wished. A few days later they robbed me myself, and left me in exactly the same ease in which you were left. They did quite right. You richly deserved it. Christian, do you remember the amount that was taken from you?" "Perfectly. And shall you be at Stolborg tomorrow?" "I don't know. It does not concern you either." "As you please, but tomorrow I shall bring you the money. Spare yourself the trouble. I am at home at Stolborg, and I do not receive. But yet, silence! I have heard you long enough. But if I bring you the money, the same sum that you took from me? No, I presume not. You drank that out a long time ago. Well then, as the money you speak of can't be the same, and as it must be the proceeds of some theft or of something worse, if possible, I don't want it. Please to take that for granted, and don't trouble yourself with any more talk about restitution. I'm not fool enough to believe you, and if I did, I should promise you just as faithfully as I do now to throw the price of your vile exploits into your face. Christian was on the point of thrusting Guido out, but the latter yielded at last and went. The exhibitor was about to close the door again, when Monsieur Girfler, all covered up in furs, appeared, ascending the stairs, manuscript in hand. The lawyer had either eaten very quickly or not at all. He had devoured the play, which he rapidly mastered, and, fearing that he would not have time enough to rehearse, had hurried over from Stolberg on foot by the light of the stars. He had concealed his face and disguised his voice in order to inquire for Christian Waldo's room, and in short had used all the precautions of a young lover stealing to a mysterious rendezvous. His head, for the present, was full of nothing but the Burattini. He had forgotten the mysteries of Stolberg as completely as if he had never troubled himself on the subject. However, as he was running lightly up the stairs, he found himself for the second time that day obliged to pass a man of evil countenance who was rapidly descending. This second meeting brought back to mind the strange fancies in which he had been indulging about Baron Olaus, Stenson, and the deceased Hilda. "Stay," he said to Christian, who gaily congratulated him on his zeal. "Look at that man who just passed me, and who is now going along the corridor below. Did he come from this room? Is he a servant of the Baron's? Do you know him?" "I know him a great deal too well, and I was just under the necessity of telling him my opinion of him," said Christian. "That man, whether a servant or not, is the very Guido Massarelli, whose adventures I told you something about this morning, in relating my story." "You don't say so. Well, that is a strange encounter, on my word," cried Monsieur Girfler, "and it may perhaps give you some trouble. You are enemies, and if you have treated him as he deserves, he will injure you as much as possible." "How can he injure me? He is such a coward. I made him go down on his knees to me." "In that case, well, I don't know what he will do, but it is a fact that he has discovered some important secret." "A secret concerning me?" "No," said Monsieur Girfler, who was on the point of speaking freely, when he remembered his resolution not to reveal anything relating to Stenson. "But at any rate, you are hiding Christian Goffredi under the mask of Christian Waldo, and he will betray you." "What if he does? I have not dishonoured the name of Goffredi, and I hope the time will come when my singular adventures will redound to my honour rather than to my discredit. Pray, what have I to fear from anyone's opinion? Am I either idle or debauched? I despise all the Massarellis in the world. Have I not already made a chivalric reputation in Sweden and elsewhere under my buffoon's mask? More good actions are attributed to me indeed than I have performed, and I have become a sort of hero of romance. Was I not last night the Prince Royal of Sweden? And if this reputation of mine should become too fantastic, cannot I change my name whenever I shall think proper, and adopt a serious profession? It is important upon your account, and that is the only reason I give it a thought, Monsieur Girfler, to prevent your pretended nephew, who attended the ball last night, from being recognized under the mask of Christian Waldo. But this is the only thing we need trouble ourselves about. Now Massarelli was not here last night, I'm sure of it, and he knows nothing about that adventure. Otherwise I should have heard of it. However, in any event, you will only need to repeat what is the truth, and adhere to it, that you have never had either nephew or natural child, and that you are in no way responsible for the practical jokes of a professional jester like Christian Waldo. After all, I am as indifferent upon the subject as yourself, replied Monsieur Girfler, taking off his wig and covering his head with a light black cap which Christian gave him. Do you suppose I am such a coward as to be afraid of the ogre of this castle? Christian, I am about to make my first appearance as an exhibitor of marionettes. Well, if you should ever be reproached with having earned your living as a showman so as to devote yourself to science, you can reply that you knew a man holding an honourable position in a dignified profession who became your fellow performer for his own amusement, or rather out of kindness to me, Monsieur Goeffler. Kindness for you, if you choose, for I really like you, but it would be wrong to suppose that I feel any distaste for this performance. On the contrary, it seems to me that it will be immensely diverting. In the first place, the piece is charming, comic to the highest degree, and at the same time pathetic in certain parts. You showed your wisdom in avoiding all allusions in the present arrangement. Come, Christian, let us rehearse. We haven't more than half an hour. Let's be quick. Are we all safe here? Can no one either hear us or see us? Christian had some difficulty in preventing Monsieur Goeffler from fatiguing his voice and exhausting himself in the rehearsal. The successive scenes were briefly indicated upon the schedule, and 2 or 3 questions and replies devoted to each of them were quite sufficient to give full command of the principal situations, which were to be the basis of the public improvisation. What was most important was to lay the marionettes in the proper order on the platform behind the scenes arranged for the purpose, so as to find them without confusion when they should be required on the stage, to bring them forward correctly in their turns, and to have a good understanding about their entries and exits, and the main tenor of the story. The dialogue itself they left to the inspiration of the moment. Monsieur Goeffler was the most delightful and intelligent associate Christian had ever had. He was quite electrified by the collision of their wits. He was in a brilliant flow of spirits, such as he had not experienced since playing with Massarelli, then so agreeable and attractive. That distant and now sadly faded remembrance caused him a moment's melancholy, which, however, he quickly shook off as he remarked to Monsieur Goeffler, "There, I hear them coming into the gallery. Be all ready, my dear comrade, and good luck to us." At this moment someone knocked at the further door, and the voice of Johann, the major-domo, asked for Christian Waldo. "I beg pardon," called out Christian, "but you can't come in now. Speak through the door. I can hear." Johann answered that Christian was to be in readiness to open the performance, and that 3 raps on the door would notify him when to begin. At that signal the door would be opened to allow the theatre to be set forward. This being agreed upon, still another 1/4 of an hour had to pass before the ladies could all be suited with seats, where their dresses and graces would be properly displayed, and where each should be near the cavalier most agreeable to herself, or to whom she most wished to be agreeable. Christian, who was used to such delays, busied himself with arranging the refreshments that he had found in the little saloon upon a table where it would be conveniently at hand, in case he or his companion should want to clear their voices between the acts. When he had done this, both he and Monsieur Goeffler stepped into the theatre, which was covered in with curtains securely fastened in front and at the sides. The back, which was movable, was set far enough to the rear to allow room for several side scenes. The 2 operators now awaited the 3 raps, Christian calmly, Monsieur Goeffler with an almost feverish impatience, which he expressed openly. "What, do you feel vexed?" said Christian. "Well, that shows that you're excited. It's a good sign. You will be brilliant." "I hope so," replied the lawyer, "though to tell you the truth it seems to me just now as if I should not be able to say a single word, and should break down. That would be extremely agreeable. It makes me dizzy to think of it. No case that I ever argued before the most august assembly, no question involving the life and honour of a client or my own success ever agitated my mind and strained my nerves as this farce is doing. Will those chatterboxes of women that I hear cackling through the doors never be quiet? Do they want to smother us in this box? I'll break out and abuse them if this continues." Finally, the 3 blows were struck. 2 footmen stationed in the gallery opened simultaneously the 2 sides of the door, and the little theatre was seen to move forward lightly, as if of its own control, and to take its place before the doorway, which it entirely filled. 4 musicians, whom Christian had stipulated for, played a brief quartet in the Italian style. The curtain rose, and the applause which was given to the scenery afforded the operators time to place their marionettes in position for appearing upon the stage. Christian never began his performances without inspecting his audience through a little peephole which he had contrived for the purpose. The first person he saw happened to be the very one he was looking for. Margaret was seated next to Olga in the front row. She was in a delicious toilet and looked positively ravishing. Christian next noticed the Baron, who was in the front row of the gentlemen's seats, behind those of the ladies, and whose lofty stature made him at once conspicuous. He was even paler, if possible, than the evening before. Massarelli did not seem to be present, but Christian saw with pleasure Major Larson, Lieutenant Owen Osborne, and the other young officers who, on the previous evening, during the ball and after it, had shown him such cordial sympathy, and whose ruddy countenances, already lighted up with the expectation of pleasure, were full of kindly interest. At the same time, Christian could hear them praising the scene. "Why, that is Stolborg," said several voices. "True," said Baron Olaus in his metallic voice. "I really believe that they have tried to represent old Stolborg." As for Monsieur Goeffler, he could neither hear nor see. He was for the moment horribly discomposed. To give him time to recover himself, Christian began with a scene between two actors, which he played alone. His voice adapted itself with singular ease to the different utterances of the beings he was representing, and not only did he vary his intonations, he made each character at the same time use just the language which was best suited to its part and position in the little comedy. From the very outset, the audience were charmed with his natural and truthful style. Monsieur Goeffler, whose duty it was for the moment to represent an old man, very soon came in with his part. At first he did not succeed very well in disguising his voice, but the audience were so far from suspecting his presence, and were so thoroughly convinced that Christian did all the talking, that there was the greatest amazement at the infinite resources of the operator. "Wouldn't you be willing to swear," said Larson, "that there were a dozen persons in there?" "There must be 4 at least," said the lieutenant. "No," replied the major, "there are only 2, the master and his assistant. But the assistant is a mere brute, who very seldom speaks, and who has not opened his mouth so far." "But hark, there are 2 persons speaking. I distinctly hear 2 different voices." "Pure delusion," replied the enthusiastic Larson. "It is Christian Waldo all alone. He can represent 2 or 3 or 4 persons all at the same time, and more too, perhaps. Who knows? He is the very devil. But attend to the piece. It is wonderfully entertaining. One would like to commit his plays to memory, so as to write them out." In spite of all this praise, however, we shall not undertake to enter into the details of this play for the reader's benefit. Such fugitive compositions are like all oral or musical improvisations. It is a mistake to suppose that they would appear so well if transcribed and preserved. Their unexpectedness is a chief part of their attractiveness, and it is just because we can only recall them indistinctly, and that the imagination therefore has full opportunity to embellish them, that we remember them as so charming. Whatever Christian produced in these extemporary efforts had always spirit, character, and taste. And as for the imperfections inseparable from an impromptu recitation, the rapid movement of the piece and the artist's adroitness in introducing new characters as soon as he found himself growing weary of those already upon the stage, caused them to be entirely overlooked. As for Monsieur Goeffler, his genuine natural eloquence, his ready wit when excited, and extensive and varied information made it very easy for him to do his part, when he had once recovered from his fright. His promptness in seizing any fancy of his interlocutor and making the most of it gave rise to the most entertaining digressions, and the usual amazement at the variety and knowledge displayed in Waldo's dialogue was greater than ever. Although declining to enter into the particulars of Christian's comedy, we must at least explain how it was he had changed the first act, with which in its original form Monsieur Goeffler, it will be remembered, had been so deeply impressed. Restrained by the fear of really compromising the advocate by some unintentional allusion, he had made the villain of the piece a comic character, a sort of Cassandra, deceived by his ward and constantly seeking the corpus delicti, the child of mystery, but without any criminal designs against him. Christian was very much surprised, therefore, as he began the last scene of the first act, to hear a movement in the audience, as if a sort of shudder had passed over it, and a general whispering, which, to his practised ear, skilled in detecting the sentiments of his spectators, even while he himself was speaking, seemed to express blame rather than praise. "What can have happened?" he asked himself. Glancing at Monsieur Goeffler, he saw that he looked troubled and was tapping the floor with one foot, as if vexed, while he moved his marionette nervously about upon the stage. Christian, imagining that he had forgotten some part of the plot, hastened to relieve him by bringing forward the boatman, and hurrying up the conclusion of the act, he lowered the curtain. This was followed neither by applause nor hisses, but there was a general rush in the audience as if they were hurrying out to avoid hearing anything further. Peeping through his eye-hole before withdrawing the theatre behind the door for the intermission, he saw, in fact, that his whole audience, although not yet dispersed, had risen, and with their backs turned towards the theatre, were discussing some event in low voices. The only words he could distinguish were, "Gone out! He has gone out!" And glancing round the room to see who could be meant, he saw that the Baron was no longer in the gallery. "Come," said Monsieur Girfler, nudging him with his elbow, "let's move back into the green room." "Why are you waiting? It's the intermission." The theatre, therefore, rolled back within the saloon. The doors were closed, and as he rapidly shifted his scenes for the second act, Christian asked Monsieur Girfler if he had noticed anything in particular. "The deuce," said the lawyer, with a good deal of excitement. "I've done it finely this time. What do you say?" "Your performance? It was excellent, Monsieur Girfler." "I was stupid, crazy. It is inconceivable that a man accustomed to speak in public on the most delicate subjects and about the most involved and doubtful cases should have been overtaken by such an accident. Can you understand it?" "But what accident, for heaven's sake, Monsieur Girfler? What, are you deaf? Did you not hear me make 3 frightful blunders?" "Pshaw! I probably made 100. It happens every day. Nobody notices them." "You think so? Nobody notices them? I'll wager something that the Baron left the room before we were through." "He did. That's the fact. Is he so very critical that a careless connective or ill-chosen word—" "What? 1,000 devils! That is not the matter at all. I would rather have had my tongue cut out than to have said what I did. While you were stooping down to bring the boat under the rocks, and I was making the men on guard talk, only imagine that I said 3 times the Baron instead of Don Sancho. I did, 3 times. Once by mere oversight, again when I had noticed it, and meant to correct myself, and a 3rd time. I've never heard of such a thing, Christian, to say exactly the very word that one intends not to say. There was some fatality about it. I'm almost ready to believe, as our peasants do, that evil spirits intermeddle with our doings." "It is very curious, really," said Christian, "but it might have happened to anyone. Why are you so much annoyed about it, Monsieur Girfler? The Baron can never suspect that it was done on purpose, and besides, is he the only Baron in the world? Are there not a dozen of them, perhaps, in the very audience before us? Come, let us attend to the second act. Time is passing, and they may call for us at any moment. If they don't send to countermand the performance— There, someone is knocking. It is the major domo again. Step in under the frame, Monsieur Girfler. I will put on my mask and open the door. He must see what is going on." End of section 20. Read by Tim Rowe in London, January 2024.
Section 21 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 9, Part 2. When Monsieur Girfler was out of sight and Christian masked, the door was opened to Monsieur Johann. "What is the matter?" asked Christian, going promptly to the point. "Shall we go on?" "Why not, Monsieur Waldo?" asked the major-domo. "I fancied that his lordship was indisposed." "Oh, he often suffers from nervousness when he remains long in one place. It is nothing, however. He has just sent me to tell you that you are to go on whether he returns or not. He would regret to have the company disappointed of their entertainment. But what an odd idea that was of yours, Monsieur Christian, to represent our old Stolberg in your theatre." "I hoped it might please his lordship the Baron," said Christian, with effrontery. "Was I mistaken?" "His lordship is enchanted with the idea. He said over and over, 'Capital, how good it is!' You would think it was the old donjon itself." "I am very glad indeed," returned Christian. "In that case we'll continue. Your servant, Monsieur Majordomo." "Come, Monsieur Girfler, take courage," he said, when Johann had gone. You see, it's all correct, and that we have only been dreaming all day. Now I wager that the Baron is the best fellow in the world. You will see that he will be converted, and we shall have to canonize him." The Baron concluded to return, after all, and the second act, which was short and lively, seemed to amuse him extremely. Don Sancho did not appear. Monsieur Gouffle made no more slips of the tongue, and succeeded so well in disguising his voice that nobody suspected his presence. In the next intermission he drank sundry glasses of port to keep up his spirits, and during the third and last act, which was even more successful than the two preceding ones, he was, perhaps, a little elevated. The comic scenes in which Stentorello entertained the public, Christian varied with sentimental byplot between other characters. In the last act, Alonso, the child of the lake, discovered that Rosita, the daughter of the worthy couple who had adopted and brought him up, was not his sister, whereupon he avowed his love to her. This well-known dramatic situation is always a delicate one to manage. There is something unwelcome in seeing a brother pass suddenly from a sacred friendship to a passion which, in spite of the change of circumstances, persists, as it were, in seeming unholy. This young girl and Alonso were the only two of his characters whom Christian had not burlesqued. He had represented the latter as a good-hearted young man, with views and pursuits like his own. The audience felt a sympathy for his generous and adventurous qualities, and the ladies, quite forgetting that it was only a marionette which they beheld, were charmed with the pleasant voice which discoursed to them of love with a certain chaste tenderness, and in a frank tone, far different from the mannerisms of the fashionable French pastorals of the day. Christian was familiar with Marivaux, whose works present such a striking union of elaborate thought with simplicity of feeling and passionate emotion. He had been deeply penetrated with all that is true and great in this charming genius, and he really excelled in representing the part of a lover. The scene was too short. It was encored vehemently, and Christian, yielding to the wish of the public, picked up Alonso again (he had already put him off his fingers), and brought him back upon the stage in a manner at once ingenious and natural. "Did you call me?" he said to the young girl, and this simple phrase was uttered with an expression so timid, so profoundly loving, so heartfelt, that Margaret hid her face behind her hand to conceal a deep blush. The fact is that the young girl was passing through a strange experience. Out of all the audience she alone had recognized in the voice of Alonso that of Christian Gouffle, perhaps because she alone had conversed with him sufficiently to remember his voice distinctly. It is true that Christian Waldo made his young lover talk in a higher key than his own natural intonation, but still there were certain inflections and vibrations that startled Margaret every moment. When the love scene came she was absolutely certain, and yet Christian Gouffle had said not a single word of love to her. She kept her thoughts to herself, however, and when Olga, who was cold and sarcastic, nudged her with her elbow and asked if she were crying, the innocent girl replied with artless hypocrisy that she had caught a bad cold and was trying to smother her cough. As for Olga, she, too, was dissimulating, though in a different way. When the play was over, she pretended to feel a great contempt for the little gentleman, who was such a bashful lover, and yet her heart had been beating violently. In fact, there are some Russian women who are habitually heartless and calculating, but who, nevertheless, have very ardent passions. Olga had resolutely committed herself to an interested marriage, and yet, in spite of herself, she could not help feeling a secret horror of the Baron ever since she had been engaged to him. When he spoke to her after the play, his harsh voice and icy look gave her a chill, and she remembered without, or even against her intention, the soft tones and vivid expressions of Christian Waldo. Upon his side, the Baron seemed to be in excellent humor. The unfortunate Don Sancho, who was to have made his appearance again towards the close of the piece, had prudently been suppressed by Monsieur Gouffle. Between the first and second acts, he and Christian had agreed together as to this modification. They arranged to make Rosita the daughter of Don Sancho, who was supposed to have died during the intermission. She turned out to be the heiress of his vast fortune, and marries Alonso at the end of the play, so as to make up for the spoliation which he had suffered. Adventures, blunders, romantic incidents, and comic scenes, and most of all, Stentorello, with his ingenious selfishness and cowardice, filled out the slender framework of the little comedy, which was received with general enthusiasm, notwithstanding the dissent of Messrs. Stanstadius, who did not listen to a single word and pooh-poohed everything from beginning to end. He was quite out of patience to think that anybody could be interested in a frivolous affair in which there was nothing scientific. Meanwhile, M. Gouffle had thrown himself into an armchair in the green room, where he was shut up with Christian, and while the latter, always active and industrious, busied himself with taking down, arranging, and folding all the different parts and implements of his theatre, packing all the dramatis personae into their box, and folding the theatre into one bundle, which, although heavy, could be easily carried, the advocate wiped the perspiration from his forehead, sipped his Spanish wine, and, in short, gave himself up, heart and soul, to enjoyment and relaxation, as he was in the habit of doing at home when he took off his professional robe and cap to retire, as he was accustomed to phrase it, into the bosom of private life. This charming man had experienced few disappointments in public life, and few private troubles. What he had really felt the want of, since he had settled down to the sober, tranquil career of a middle-aged man, was novelty, the element of adventure. This he pretended to hate, and thought he did hate it, and yet he suffered from the monotony of his existence, because he possessed a vivid imagination and a great versatility of talent. Naturally, therefore, at the present moment, he was in unusually high spirits, without knowing why. Although fatigued and bathed in perspiration, he was sorry that the play was over, for at least 10 additional acts, ready for performance, were floating in his mind. "I ought to be ashamed of myself," he said. "Here am I resting, while you are hard at work setting things to rights. Cannot I help you?" "Oh, no, no, Monsieur Gouffle, you would not know how. Besides, I have done already. Are you still too warm to think of walking back to Stolberg?" "To Stolberg? Must we return there, and go off stupidly to bed, excited as we are?" "Why, as to that, Monsieur Gouffle, it rests with you to step out of the door at the foot of the side stairway, and then go round to the main entrance and take supper, they have just rung the bell, and enjoy the amusements which, I presume, have been prepared for the remainder of the evening. But my part is played. Since you have denied your own blood, since I can no longer appear by your side under the name of Christian Gouffle, I must go and take something or other to eat, and study a little mineralogy until I go to sleep." "Sure enough, my poor boy, you must be tired." "I was before we began. Now I am excited, just as you are, Monsieur Gouffle. In improvising, one is always most wound up when it is time to stop. Exactly when the curtain falls is just the right time to begin. You are full of fire, of feeling, of wit." "Very true. I'll stay with you for that reason, for you would be uncomfortable enough by yourself. I understand all about that state of mind. It is just so when one has concluded an argument. But this is even more stimulating. I would like myself to do I don't know what, this very minute. Recite a tragedy, compose a poem, set the house on fire, get drunk, anything to satisfy this craving of the mind after something out of the ordinary line." "Take care, Monsieur Gouffle," said Christian, laughing. "The last may happen to you." "To me? Never, never. I'm sorry to say that I am sober to excess, stupidly so, in fact. But see there, that bottle is half empty." "Half a bottle of port for 2. There's nothing scandalous in that, I hope." "I beg your pardon, but I haven't touched it. I drank nothing but lemonade." "If that is so," said Monsieur Gouffle, pushing away the glass he was about to fill, "hence, perfidious beverage. To get tipsy alone is the most melancholy business in the world. Will you come over to Stolberg and drink with me? Or, stay, when I was here this morning I heard somebody saying that there was to be a race by torchlight on the lake tonight, unless there should be more snow. But on the contrary, the weather was magnificent when I came over. Let us join the party. Everyone is privileged, you know, to appear disguised during the Christmas entertainments, and faith, I remember this moment that Countess Evelda said something about a masquerade." "A good idea," said Christian, "and exactly to my line. The man in the mask. But what shall we do for costumes? I have 100 or more there in my box, but neither of us could very well bring himself down to the size of a marionette. Or perhaps we can find something over at Stolberg." Not in my wardrobe, then, most assuredly. Well, perhaps in mine. If we can't do anything else, we can put on our clothes wrong side out. But a little imagination. Very well. Go on, then, Monsieur Gouffle. I will follow you. I still have to load up Jean and receive my money. Take this mask. I have another. Possibly there may be some inquisitive fellows on the stairs. Or some inquisitive ladies, on your account. Be quick, Christian. I'll go on in advance. And Monsieur Gouffle, as springy and active as if but 20 years old, darted down the stairs, pushing his way past the servants, and even jostling certain ladies, very carefully wrapped up, who had quietly crept in to try and see the famous Christian Waldo as he should pass. Christian himself, consequently, attracted no attention at all, and met comparatively few persons when a moment afterwards he followed, carrying his box and his great bundle. "That must be the assistant," they said, "since he's carrying the things. He must needs wear a mask too, the booby." And they lamented their ill success in failing to catch the least glimpse of the face or even of the figure of Waldo himself, who had shot off like lightning. When Christian had finished loading his ass, he returned to the green room, and had scarcely entered it when Monsieur Johann made an effort to take him by surprise, so as to satisfy his curiosity about him. The major-domo tried the door stealthily, hoping to enter without knocking, on the pretext of paying the amount due for the exhibition. Christian, conjecturing who his visitor was, resolved to have a little amusement at the expense of this insinuating gentleman. Accordingly, he masked himself carefully, and, leaving but one candle burning, opened the door, which he had not forgotten to lock, with a great deal of politeness. "Have I the pleasure of speaking with Monsieur Christian Waldo himself?" asked the major-domo, as he handed him the sum agreed on. "The same," said Christian. "You must surely remember my voice and dress, since you saw me only a little while ago." "Certainly, my dear fellow, but your assistant masks himself too, it seems. He passed me a while ago on the stairs, looking as mysterious as yourself, and wrapped up in a much better style, by George, than he was yesterday when you arrived. The fact is that the rascal, instead of carrying my cloak on his arm, takes the liberty of putting it on his back. I let him do it, for he is a chilly sort of fellow." "Ah, indeed. Well, there is one thing about this chilly fellow that surprises me greatly. That is, that yesterday he was a full head shorter than you." "Does that surprise you?" said Christian, drawing on his powers of improvisation. "Then you cannot have noticed his feet today." "Why, no. Really? Was he on stilts?" "Not exactly, but on pattens 4 or 5 inches high." "But what for?" "Why, Monsieur Major-Domo, how can a man as intelligent as yourself ask such a question as that?" "I confess I don't understand it," said Johann, biting his lips. "Well, then, Monsieur Major-Domo, you will easily see that if the 2 operators in a theatre like mine were not pretty nearly of the same height, one of them would have to let his head appear, which would not produce a good effect among the Burattini, but would rather look as if an inhabitant of Saturn had come amongst them, or else the other, the shorter of the 2, would have to stretch his arms up so high that he could not endure the fatigue through 2 scenes." "Then your assistant wears pattens to bring him up to your height? Upon my word, that's very ingenious." And Johann added, with a sceptical air, "It's singular that I did not hear the noise of those pattens when he was going down the stairs a while ago." "There again, Monsieur Major-Domo, your natural shrewdness seems to be slumbering. If those pattens were not well shod with felt, they would make an insupportable clattering in the theatre." "Oh, that's the reason, is it? But you don't explain to me how it is that this fellow, vulgar and stupid as he is, can support you so brilliantly." "It can't be explained," answered Christian. "But nevertheless, it is almost always the way with an artist. He shines on the stage, or I should say, in this case, under the stage. But once outside the theatre he turns dark again, particularly if he happens to have the bad habit of drinking with the servants in the families where he may happen to stop." "What? Do you imagine that he has been drinking here with—" "With some of your footmen? They must have given you a report of his interesting conversation, Monsieur Major-Domo, since you are so well informed about the low grade of his intelligence." Johann bit his lips again, and Christian felt convinced either that Puffo, in his drunkenness, had betrayed his incognito in a measure, or that Massarelli, for a sum of money, had done so without any reserve. The only name that Puffo knew him by was Dulac, but Massarelli had known him under all his successive names, except, perhaps, that of Christian Goffler, so recently improvised. Christian tried to conjecture how this might be, while observing closely the major-domo's evident and keen desire to see his face. He soon came to the conclusion that he was not so curious to satisfy his doubts as to his guest's head, as to ascertain whether or not the performer was one and the same person with M. Goffler's pretended nephew, whose face the major-domo had seen plainly the evening before. "Come, confess," the latter said at last, after many insidious questions, to all of which the adventurer had replied very guardedly. "If some agreeable lady, a charming young person, say the Countess Margaret, for instance, should ask to see your face, would you be equally obstinate in refusing?" "Who is the Countess Margaret?" asked Christian, in the most innocent manner in the world, though he felt a great inclination to give Monsieur Johann a box on the ear. "Mon Dieu!" rejoined the major-domo. "I mentioned her because she is by all odds the most beautiful woman in the chateau at the present time. Did you not see her?" "Pray, where could I have seen her?" "In the front row of ladies. Why, do you suppose that when I am playing a piece with 20 actors in it, almost entirely alone, I have time to look at the women? I don't say that, but really now, would you not like to please a beautiful young lady?" "To please her, Monsieur Johann?" exclaimed Christian, with well-affected emotion. "Without meaning it, you are asking me a very painful question. You do not seem to know that nature has been pleased to make me frightfully ugly, and that my unfortunate appearance is my only reason for taking so much pains to conceal myself." "It is so reported," replied Johann, "but the contrary is also asserted, and his lordship, as well as all the company, and the ladies particularly, are extremely anxious to know what they are to believe." "I certainly could not subject myself to the pain of gratifying such a misplaced desire as that. I prefer to supply you with evidence which will enable you to dissuade them." As he spoke, Christian, relying upon the dim light which he had provided, lifted his black silk mask, and, as it were, precipitately, and with a kind of desperate effort, suffered the major-domo to behold, for a moment, a second mask of waxed cloth, so skilfully made that it bore every resemblance to an actual human face. Without close examination by a strong light, no one would have suspected the cheat. And what a face was thus disclosed! Flat-nosed, sallow, and horribly blemished by a great wine-colored birthmark. Johann, in spite of his suspicious nature, was deceived, and could not refrain from an exclamation of disgust. "I really beg your pardon, my dear friend," he exclaimed, recovering himself. "You are much to be pitied, and yet your talent and your wit are advantages which I envy you." The major-domo was himself so ugly that Christian could scarcely refrain from bursting into a laugh at the idea that he should consider himself so much handsomer than the mask. "And now," he said, after replacing the black mask, "tell me frankly why you were so anxious to know the extent of my ugliness." "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed Johann, after a moment's hesitation, assuming a confiding air. "I'll tell you. And, by the way, if you would help me to find out a certain secret, a foolish joke which more than one person here is interested in discovering, you would confer a great obligation. You know what I mean. An obligation that would be munificently rewarded by the master of the house. It is a mere piece of pleasantry. There's a bet about it." "I would like nothing better," answered Christian, curious to hear the communication whose nature, however, he anticipated. "What is it?" "You are lodging at Stolberg, are you not?" "Yes. You would not take me in here." "Where did you sleep? In the bare room?" "I did, and capitally too." "Capitally, did you? The ghost they talk about." "It is not about a ghost that you want to question me. You don't believe in them any more than I do." "True, but there was a strange apparition here at the ball, whom nobody knew. This you might have met at Stolberg." "No, I have seen no apparition." "But when I say an apparition, did you not see a lawyer there, one Monsieur Goffler, a very able man?" "Yes, I had the honor of conversing with him this morning. He occupies the room there with 2 beds in it." "With his nephew?" "I saw nothing of any nephew." "Nephew or not, a young man of about your height, whose voice I did not notice particularly, but with a very agreeable face, dressed in a black suit throughout, a very good-looking young fellow." "Good-looking? I wish to heaven it could have been myself, Monsieur Johann. But I was so very sleepy that I should hardly have known it even if he had been there. I only saw the drunken fellow whom they call Ulfilas. And did Mr. Gufla say nothing of this stranger? I don't think he did. Did he know nothing of him? Ah, that reminds me. Yes, I recollect. I heard Monsieur Gufla complaining about some person who had made use of his name to attend the ball. Is that it? Exactly. But, Monsieur Majordomo, if you were so puzzled about this unknown, why didn't you have him followed? We were not puzzled at the time. He had given himself out for a near relative of the advocate, and, as a matter of course, we expected to see him again. It was only this morning, when the lawyer had disavowed him, that the Baron thought of inquiring who the unknown could be, who, under a feigned name, had ventured to introduce himself into the house. No doubt it was some impertinent fellow who had laid a wager about it, one of the students of the Fulun mining school, perhaps, unless, indeed, he really should be a natural son of the advocate, as he himself, it seems, intimated, whom his father, however, does not permit to assume his name. All that seems to me hardly worth the trouble of so much inquiry, observed Christian, with an air of indifference. Will you allow me now, Monsieur Majordomo, to go and have some supper? Yes, by all means. You shall come and take supper with me. No, thank you. I am very much fatigued. I must beg you to excuse me. So you insist on going back to Stolberg? You must be very poorly accommodated there. Very well, on the contrary. But have you a bed, even? I am to have one tonight. Does that drunken Ulfilas provide you a decent table? It could not be better. Will you repeat your performance for us tomorrow? At what time? The same as this evening. With great pleasure. Your obedient servant. Ah, a single word, Monsieur Waldo. Would it be an indiscretion to inquire what is your real name? By no means, Monsieur Johann. My real name is Stentorello, very much at your service. You are a wag. I suppose it is you who always play that part in the comedy? Always, except when it is my assistant. You are mysterious. Certainly, in matters that relate to the secret of my theatre. Otherwise, I should have neither reputation nor success. Well, at any rate, will you allow me to inquire why you named one of your characters the Baron? Ah, as to that, you must ask the footman who made Puffo drunk. For my part, I am used to his blunders, and I should never have noticed it if he had not told me about it himself in a great fright. Had he perhaps picked up some foolish gossip or other? About what? Will you be so good as to explain? No, it's not worth the trouble, replied Johann, who saw, thanks to Christian's adroitness, or perhaps his carelessness, that their relative positions had become inverted, and that he himself, instead of asking questions, was being compelled to answer them. But still he could not help returning to a subject to which he had already referred. So, then, he said, it seems you have a scene so much like Stolberg as to be mistaken for it. I had one that happened to look a little like Stolberg, yes, it is true, but I completed the resemblance on purpose. Why? Why, as I told you, by way of a compliment to the Baron. I always make a point of representing some locality in the neighborhood, wherever I may happen to be performing, so as to add to the attractiveness of my exhibitions. At my next stopping-place, Stolberg will be changed again, and a new scene displayed. Did the Baron think it poorly painted? No wonder, I had so very little time. While talking, Christian had amused himself by studying the disagreeable countenance of Johann. He was a man of about 50, rather stout, vulgar in manner, and with features whose expression seemed at first good-natured and apathetic. But even the night before, Christian, as he handed him the letter of invitation found in Monsieur Gouffle's pocket, had detected a sort of inquisitorial watchfulness, veiled by an assumed indifference, in his oblique glance. He was still more struck at present by these indications of a false, hypocritical character, a sort of caricature, as it seemed, of his master's, the Baron. Still, as Johann was nothing after all but an upper servant, without education or real finesse, Christian had no difficulty in playing a better comedy than he, and in effectually persuading him of the perfect innocence of his intentions. And in the meanwhile, for his own part, he obtained from the interview a quasi-certitude in regard to the story of Baroness Hilda. It seemed to him perfectly evident that a drama of some kind had been enacted at Stolberg, and that the Baron had either been terrified or enraged at witnessing his performance, since it had represented in dramatic form, no matter with what intention, this triple conjunction, a prison, a victim, and a jailer. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Snowman by George Sand. In Chapter 10, Part 1. As for Johann, he was assuredly the Baron's confidant, and perhaps had been one of the actors in this drama. He had tried to discover how far Christian Waldo, as a wandering storyteller, had become acquainted with the mystery. But Christian had adroitly insinuated that the servants of the chateau had been guilty of an indiscretion, and, for the present at least, had freed both himself and M. Gouffle from any supposed participation in the matter. We will now leave Christian, who proceeded philosophically to drive the heavy-laden Jean from the new chateau, and revert to certain matters that had been occurring during his interview with the major domo. Let us go back to the moment when M. Gouffle set out for Stolberg. The moon was rising, and the aurora borealis beginning to shine with renewed splendor, and lighted on his way by their combined effulgence, he walked rapidly across the lake, humming a tune, and every now and then unconsciously gesticulating. By this time supper had been served to the guests at the new chateau, and the size and beauty of the splendid Christmas cake, which, according to the Norwegian usage, was to remain uncut upon the table until the 6th of January, was attracting the admiration of the ladies. It was a masterpiece of confectionery, and, with due respect to the gallantry of the period, as well as to the observances of a religious festival, it had been made to resemble the temple of Paphos. It was ornamented with monuments, trees, fountains, people, and animals. The pastry work and crystallized sugar of all colors imitated the most precious materials and were elaborately wrought into fantastic forms. The Baron, on the plea of having important letters to read and answer, had entrusted the duty of doing the honors of the supper table to an elderly single lady of his family, a person thoroughly accomplished in the duties of the mistress of the house, and a complete cipher in all other respects. The truth was that the Baron, who never lacked excuses for excluding himself when he happened to feel preoccupied, was at the present moment shut up in his private cabinet with a man with a pale face, who called himself Talbotto, and who was no other than Guido Massarelli. Guido had not obtained this tête-à-tête without effort. Johann, who was very jealous of his master's confidence, had tried to extract his secret from him, so as to turn it to his own advantage. But Massarelli was not the man to be deceived in that way. He had insisted, and after waiting about the chateau for the whole day, he had at last succeeded in obtaining the interview, whose results he had anticipated when he had boasted in advance to Christian that he was a friend of the family. The conversation, which was carried on in the French, begun with a strange narrative, to which the Baron listened with a sarcastic and contemptuous expression. "You have made a very startling statement," he observed at last to Massarelli, "and I should even say, if I could believe what I have heard, a very important revelation. But I have so often been deceived in matters of a delicate nature, that I must insist on other proofs than mere verbal ones before trusting you. The story you have related is strange, romantic, improbable. And yet Monsieur Stenson acknowledged its accuracy. He did not even attempt to deny it," replied the Italian. "So you say," coldly answered the Baron. "Unfortunately, I am unable to corroborate your assertions. If I should interrogate Stenson, he would certainly deny it, whether it be true or imaginary." "Very probably, your lordship. A man so capable of dissimulation as to have imposed upon you for 20 years will not be at a loss for a falsehood now. But, if you will contrive to overhear a conversation between us, you can learn the truth. I will undertake to make him admit it again, and in your hearing, provided he has no suspicion of your presence." "It would not be difficult, so deaf as he is, to introduce oneself into his premises. But since, according to him, the person is dead, why need I concern myself about the past life of old Stenson? He must necessarily have acted in good faith, and though he had done me a great wrong by keeping silence, and thus permitting odious suspicions to rest upon me, yet, since time has rectified former prejudices— "Not so entirely as your lordship seems to believe," observed the Italian, who was scarcely inferior to the Baron himself in cool audacity. "The story is current throughout the country, and Christian Waldo must certainly have heard it on his way here." "If that were the case," said the Baron, with a look betraying his secret rage, "that juggler would never have dared introduce it in public, and before my very face, into a scene of his comedy. And yet one of his scenes did really represent the old donjon. I examined the locality today, and Christian Waldo, who is lodging at Stolberg, must certainly have done the same. The Italians, they are very bold fellows, your lordship, these Italians." "I see they are, Monsieur Talbotto. You say that this Waldo is lodging at Stolberg, and therefore must have painted this scene on purpose and from nature. It is hardly probable that he could have done it so quickly. The resemblance between his decoration and the old tower must have been accidental." "I think not, your lordship. Waldo has great facility, and paints as rapidly as he improvises." "You know him, then?" "Yes, your lordship." "What is his real name?" "That is what I propose to communicate to your lordship, if the sum I have mentioned does not seem to you exorbitant." "But what interest can I have in learning his real name?" "An interest that is immense, all-important." The emphasis with which the pretended Talbotto pronounced these last words seemed to make some impression on the Baron. "You say," he resumed after a pause, "that the person referred to is dead?" "Stenson affirms that it is so." "And you?" "I doubt it." "Perhaps Christian Waldo knows." "He knows nothing at all about it." "You are certain of that?" "I am certain." "But you are trying to give me to understand that this person is the same with—" "I did not say that, your lordship." "Then you are trying to say it and not say it. You wish to be paid in advance for information probably chimerical." "No, I have only demanded your lordship's signature, to be used in case you shall afterwards be satisfied with what you receive from me." "I never give my signature. If anyone doubts me, so much the worse for him." "In that case, your lordship, I will carry my secret away with me again. He whom it concerns, at least as much as it does yourself, shall have it for nothing." Talbotto was going resolutely out of the cabinet when the Baron recalled him. These two men were both secretly agitated, and for a similar cause. They were afraid of each other. Before Guido had had time to lay his hand upon the knob of the door, he said to himself, "I am crazy. The Baron will have me assassinated to secure my silence." Upon his side the Baron reflected, "Perhaps he has already spoken. He alone can tell me what I really have to fear." "Monsieur Talbotto," said the Baron, "suppose I should tell you that I have known him longer than you imagine." "I should be delighted on your account, your lordship," answered the Italian, with audacity. "This person is not dead. He is here, or at least he was here yesterday. I saw him and recognized him." "Recognized him?" said Mascarelli with surprise. "Yes, recognized. I know what I am saying. He called himself by the name of Goufle, either with or without the permission of a respectable gentleman of that name. You can therefore speak freely. You see that I am on the right track, and that it is simply puerile to endeavor to direct my suspicions upon this mountebank, Waldo." The Italian, astonished, was silent. He had arrived only that morning, and knew nothing of what had passed the evening before. He had met Monsieur Goufle, but without knowing who he was. He could not speak Swedish, and still less Dalecarlian, and he had found no one to talk to except the major domo, who could speak a little French, but was very distrustful. Accordingly, he was perfectly ignorant of the appearance of Christian Goufle at the ball, and really did not know what the Baron was speaking about. The latter, on seeing his surprise and discomfiture, imagined that he was confounded by finding him already in the possession of the truth. "Come," he said, "speak out and make an end of it. Tell me the whole. You may rely upon a recompense corresponding to the service which you may render me." But the Italian had already recovered his assurance. Persuaded that the Baron was on a false scent, and resolved not to surrender his secret for an inadequate recompense, his only thought at the present was to gain time, to escape from the clutches of this man who was reputed so terrible, and who might play him an ill turn in case of peremptory refusal to explain himself. "Is your lordship willing," he said, "to give me 24,000 crowns, and allow me 24 hours to place in your presence and within your power the person whom it is so much for your interest to know?" 24,000 crowns is little," replied the Baron ironically. 24 hours is a great deal." "It is but little for a man who is alone." "Are you in want of assistance? I have very adroit and trustworthy people in my employment." "If I am to share the 24,000 crowns with them, I would rather act alone, at my own risk and peril." "But which is it that you propose to do?" "Whatever your lordship shall direct." "Indeed, you seem to be suggesting—" At this moment the Baron was interrupted by a sort of scratching upon the outside of one of the doors of the cabinet. "Wait here for me," he said to Mazzarelli, and went out into another room. Guido now rapidly reviewed the situation. He was terrified by the Baron's calmness, and began to think that correspondence would be a more prudent mode of transacting the business. Hoping to escape, he crossed the room and tried the door by which he had entered. It was shut and latched by some secret device which he could not detect, notwithstanding a certain degree of mechanical skill. He looked out of the window. It was 80 feet from the ground. He noiselessly tried the door by which the Baron had gone out. It was as close-shut as the other. The desk stood open, and within it was a visible, delectable assemblage of rouleaux of gold. "Ah," said Mazzarelli to himself with a sigh, "the doors must needs be strong, and the locks good, if they trust me here alone with all these bright pieces." His position began to seem to him serious, and even alarming. He listened, hoping to catch what was said in the next room, but could not distinguish a single word. However, we shall take the liberty of reporting the conversation that was held there. "Well, Johann," said the Baron, "did you succeed? Did you see this Waldo's face?" "Yes, your lordship. He is not yesterday's man. He is a monster." "Worse looking than you?" "I am a beauty compared with him." "Did you have a good look at him?" "As distinct as I have of you at the present moment." "And did you take him by surprise?" "Not at all. I said I was curious to see him, and he was so obliging as to unmask." "And how about the other, the false Gouffle?" "No news." "Very singular. Has nobody seen anything of him anywhere?" "This Waldo did not meet him at Stolberg, and Monsieur Gouffle knows nothing at all about him." "Perhaps Ophilas may have seen him?" "Ophilas declares that nobody has been at Stolberg but Monsieur Gouffle, his domestic, and this frightful-looking fellow, whom I just saw now myself." "Monsieur Gouffle has a domestic, has he? That's our unknown in disguise." "It is a child of 10 years old." "Then I am at quite a loss." "Has your lordship received any information from this Italian?" "No. He is either a liar or a lunatic. But in any event I must discover the incognito fellow who insulted me. You say he smoked and talked with Major Larsen and his friends?" "Yes, in the lower saloon." "Then those young men are hiding him. He is at the Major's pistola." "I will have it watched. The Major is not the man to keep a secret, with that careless way of his. He came here this morning, and has not been home today. His lieutenant—" "Is an ass. But these young people hate me." "What have you to fear from this unknown?" "Everything, and nothing. What do you think of this Telbato?" "A blackguard." "Then we must not let go of him. You understand?" "Perfectly." "How far are they with supper?" "The dessert will be served shortly." "I must go and show myself. Give orders to get out my handsomest sleigh and the best 4-horse team." "Do you join the race on the lake?" "No. On the contrary, I shall try and rest. But I want the people here to think me remarkably well. I shall be detained by public business. Have a courier all ready and booted, and be sure that he is seen. Give orders and counter-orders about him. Let it be supposed that I am very busy and, of course, in good health." "Then you want your beloved heirs to burst with vexation?" "I want to bury them, Johann." "Amen, my dear master. Shall I wait on you as far as the supper-room?" "No. I like to go silently and take my company by surprise. Just now, especially." The Baron accordingly departed for the supper-room, and Johann went into the cabinet, where Maserelli, who was waiting with great anxiety, found the time pass very slowly. "Come, my boy," said Johann, with his most gracious air. "It is supper-time." "But am I not to see the Baron again this evening? He told me to wait here." "He sends you word by me to have a quiet supper and wait for further orders. Do you suppose you are the only person he has to listen to? Come along. Are you afraid of me? Do I look a bad sort of fellow?" "You do, upon my word," said Guido to himself as he slipped a stiletto, which he knew how to handle very skilfully, into his sleeve. Johann espied the performance and hurried out of the room. Guido endeavored to follow, but he was seized by two colossal fellows who were stationed at the door and who led him, with a pistol at his head, to the prison of the chateau. There he was searched and disarmed, and then handed over to the guardian of the place, a sort of bravo and adventurer, in short, a professional villain, who was known in the chateau as the Captain, but who never made his appearance in the saloons. Johann, who had followed, supervised the examination that was made of Guido's pockets and clothes with a benign air. When certain that he had no papers concealed about him, he withdrew, saying, "Good night, my young friend. Next time, don't try any tricks." He added to himself, "He said he had the proofs of a great secret. Either he has lied like an idiot, or he has been cautious, like a man that understands business. But he was not cautious enough. So much the worse for him. A small dose of imprisonment will fetch either the proofs or the confession." Meanwhile the Baron, although in great physical pain, quietly entered the supper-room, ate a little with an air of appetite, and was as gay as it was in his nature to be. That is, he stated, with an icy smile, sundry propositions of a frightfully aesthetical kind, and indulged in various odious and cruel insinuations about sundry persons who were absent. With calumniating his neighbors, it was the practice of this amiable gentleman to speak in a low voice and with an air of indifference, but on such occasions his heirs and flatterers were only too ready to repeat his witty sayings with much noise and laughter. As was natural, many persons present would be shocked by these remarks, but, by accepting their host's invitation, they had put it out of their power to contradict him boldly, and such timid defence of the absent as they ventured upon only served, as a matter of course, to make their case the worse. The Baron would repeat his remarks with an air of disdainful bravado, and would be eagerly sustained by his satellites. Those of his guests who were really right-minded could only sigh and blush at their own weakness in having allowed themselves to be dragged into such an ogre's den. But the master of the house never protracted any discussion. After hurling some bitter sarcasm at good-natured and timid people, he would rise and go out, leaving it quite uncertain as to whether or not he intended to return. A universal sense of constraint would prevail until it became evident that he was not going to return, and then everybody would take a breath, even his most unscrupulous dependents, who were quite as uneasy in his presence as the rest of the company. On this evening, however, Baron Olas lost a good opportunity of revenging himself and inflicting pain upon another. Had he known of Margaret's 2 visits to Stolberg, he would not have failed to proclaim the fact in some bitterly satirical way. Fortunately, Providence had guarded the young girl's innocent secret. Her enemy, who would have read in her conduct conclusive proofs that the counterfeit Gufla was at Stolberg, had not received the slightest hint on the subject. Johann had called Euphilas to be closely questioned about all the persons who had visited the old tower in the course of the day. But Euphilas had not seen Margaret, and he had a sufficient reason for making a singularly appropriate reply to all inquiries about Christian's appearance, to wit, the terror with which he had been inspired by the young man's grimaces and threats in an unknown tongue. To Euphilas he had appeared even more frightful without a mask than he had seemed to Johann with one. The assertions of the boor satisfied the major domo that his opinion was correct, and led him to confirm the Baron in his error. The result of the investigation was, therefore, that the handsome Christian Gufla had disappeared, and that the real Christian Waldo was a monster. The Baron communicated this latter piece of intelligence to the party at the supper-table with a kind of satisfaction, for, just as he came in, they were praising the artist, and he found a certain pleasure in dissipating an agreeable illusion. "You ought not to spoil his beauty in the eyes of Countess Margaret, Baron," said Olga. "She was enthusiastic over his delivery, and now I wager anything that she will not take the least pleasure in listening to him. Margaret, who was seated near Olga and the Baron, pretended not to hear, so that she need not be obliged to answer, in case the latter should seek to enter into conversation with her, as he had already tried in vain to do several times since the previous evening. "You think, then," resumed the Baron, still addressing Olga, but speaking quite loud, "that Countess Margaret would not be touched by a lover's plea, unless it should be urged by a young and handsome man?" "I am sure of it," answered Olga, lowering her voice, "and no man is handsome, in her eyes, who is more than 25 years old." Olga intended this as a delicate compliment to her semi-centennial intended, but he was not in a good humor, and the arrow missed aim. "She is probably quite right," he replied, so low that no one but the young Russian could hear him. "The longer one lives after that fortunate age, the more one loses one's good looks, and the less can he be expected to marry for love." "True," said Olga, "if he does lose his good looks, but—" "But even if he does not become altogether horrible," persisted the Baron, "he will still be fortunate if he is able to contract a sensible marriage." Olga was about to reply, but he closed her mouth by adding, "Do not find fault with that poor child. She has one great merit in my eyes. She is sincere. When she hates people, she shows it so frankly that the fortunate man who shall succeed in pleasing her may trust her completely. She is a person who will never deceive." Olga had no opportunity to reply, for the Baron turned away and began talking to someone else. The young Russian was extremely irritated, and very much disquieted. When they rose from the table, Margaret, who was equally anxious, though from a very different cause, approached her. "What was the Baron saying?" she asked, drawing her aside. "He was talking about me, I know, for he was looking straight at me for 2 or 3 minutes. "You only fancied so," answered Olga dryly. "He does not think of you at all any more." "Ah, I wish I could be sure of it. Tell me the truth, dear. Is it so?" "Your anxiety, Margaret, is not very delicate, allow me to say. You think that, in spite of your severity to him, he still adores you." "Very well. Why not?" asked Margaret, resolving to pique her companion for the sake of getting at the truth. "Perhaps I shall succeed in supplanting you, in despite of myself, exactly by being severe." A flash of wounded vanity gleamed in the eyes of the pretty Russian. "Margaret," she said, "you want war, and you shall have it. Here, take back your present. You gave me a handsome bracelet, but I don't want it any longer. Here is a ring that is much handsomer." She drew a box from her pocket, which she opened. It contained 2 ornaments, Margaret's bracelet and the Baron's ring. "The black diamond!" cried Margaret, shrinking back in terror. "What? Are you not afraid to touch it?" But before Olga could reply, she recovered herself. "No matter, no matter," she said, embracing her. "I decline war, my dear friend, and I really thank you, with all my heart, for showing me your engagement ring. Keep the bracelet, I beg of you. Be assured of my thanks and my friendship." Olga burst into tears. "Margaret," she said, "if you betray me, I am ruined. I swore to keep my engagement secret for 8 days, and if the Baron suspects that I have failed in my word, and he will, if you show how glad you are, he will break it off and begin to think of you again, especially since he has never ceased to do so." "And that is what you are crying for? Why then, you love him, do you not? Well, my dear friend, however strange your preference seems to me, it sets you right, in my opinion. I thought that you were merely ambitious. If you love, I love you, and I am sorry for you." "Ah," said Olga, "you are sorry for me, are you not?" Drawing Margaret to the end of the gallery, she sobbed upon her shoulder and could scarcely keep from breaking out into violent hysterical cries. Margaret carried her away to her own room, where, after a time, she quieted her. "There, I am well now again," said Olga, rising. "I have had 2 or 3 such attacks since yesterday, but this is the last, I feel it. I have made up my mind. I intend to be calm. I can trust you, and I will not be weak. I will not be afraid. I will not suffer any longer." She took the ring from her pocket, put it on her finger, and turned pale again as she gazed upon it, with a melancholy expression. Then, taking it off, she said, "I must not wear it yet," and she replaced it in the box and in her pocket. Margaret left her without understanding what was really passing in her mind. This strange passion for a man of the Baron's age and character seemed to her inexplicable, but she was so generous and so simple-hearted that she believed in it, while the truth was that Olga, seized with a sudden hatred for her betrothed husband and disgust at her betrothal ring, was struggling against what she called her human weakness, was trying hard to quell the revolt of her heart, her mind, her whole being, so that she might consummate without shrinking her unhappy and dangerous conquest of a great name and a high social position. During this scene, the Baron had been giving orders for the race and masquerade, as if he had expected to be present at them himself. But, having done this, he left his guests to make their preparations for the evening's entertainment and retire to his own room, worn out with fatigue and pain. In the meanwhile his horses, magnificently harnessed and restrained with difficulty by the coachman, who pretended to be waiting for his master, were gaily prancing before his private door. He was, in fact, shut up with his physician, a young man of larger attainments than experience, who, for a year past, had been attached exclusively to his service. "Doctor," he said, putting aside a dose which the young man offered him in a timid and apprehensive manner, "you are not treating me properly. More opium, I'll venture." "Your lordship requires quieting medicines. Your nervous system is in a state of extreme agitation." "By Jove! I know that perfectly well, but pray soothe without weakening me. Relieve me from this convulsive tremor, but do not deprive me of my strength." The sick man was demanding an impossibility, but the physician dared not tell him so. "I am in hopes," he said, "that this draught will quiet without enfeebling you." "Well, but will it act quickly? I want to sleep 2 or 3 hours, and then get up and attend to some business. Can you guarantee that I shall regain my usual command of my faculties in the course of the night?" "Your lordship is driving me to despair. Do you propose to go to work again tonight after yesterday's attack, and today's? You cannot go on in this way." "But have I not an uncommon constitution? And have you not told me 100 times that you would cure me? Have you been deceiving me? Are you making sport of me?" "Ah," replied the physician, with a distressed expression, "you surely could not believe such a thing." Well, give me the draught. Will it act at once?" "In a quarter of an hour, provided you do not destroy its effect by your agitation." "Give me my watch. There, put it by my side. I want to see if you are sure of the effects of your own drugs." The Baron drank off the potion, seated himself in his great armchair, and rang for his valet de chambre. "Go and find Major Larson," he said, "and say to him from me that I beg him to superintend the race. He understands about such matters better than anyone else." The valet went out, but the Baron recalled him almost instantly. "Tell Johann to go to bed and to sleep. I shall want him at 3 o'clock in the morning. Let him come himself and wake me up. Go now. No, wait. I am to hunt tomorrow. Is everything ready?" "Yes." "Very good. Now you may go." The valet really went this time, and the young physician, who was very much agitated, remained alone with his patient. "Your draught had no effect at all," said the latter impatiently. "I ought to have been asleep by this time." "If your lordship will persist in tormenting yourself about 1,001 details—" "The devil! My dear sir, if I were not obliged to torment myself, I should not need a physician. Come, take a seat. Let us have a little quiet conversation." "If, instead of talking, your lordship would reflect quietly." "Reflect! I reflect a great deal too much as it is. It is that makes me so feverish. No, let us talk, as we did last night. I fell asleep, you know, talking. You are aware, doctor, that I have resolved definitely to marry?" "The pretty Countess Margaret?" "Not at all. She's a little fool. I'm going to marry the stately Olga. I mean to have some Russian children." "They will be handsome, that is certain." "Yes, if my wife has good taste, for I don't believe one word of your flatteries, doctor. My wife will not be faithful to me. What difference does it make, provided that I have an heir, provided all my hopeful relations, cousins and second cousins, are baffled and infuriated? Doctor, I insist upon living long enough to see that. Do you understand? Now see to it. Remember, I don't bequeath you a simple ducat. I shall pay you exorbitantly as long as I live, so as to make it in your interest to do well by me. But that is all. As for my wife, I shall treat her in the same way. During my life she shall have all the luxury, all the jewels she wants, and more every year. After my death, unless she has saved something, she will have nothing at all. I won't leave her even the guardianship of her own child. Far from it. I don't want it to be poisoned." "You are feeding your mind on gloomy ideas, your lordship. That's a bad diet." "What nonsense that is, doctor. If it is as you should tell me that I did no wrong to have too much bile in my liver, is that my fault?" "But can't you force yourself to dwell on cheerful ideas? There's that comedy of marionettes, for instance. It was very amusing." "Think about a set of puppets? Do you want to turn me into an idiot?" "For the time being, certainly, if I could quiet down the fire of your thoughts." "No compliments about my intellect, I beg you. I am conscious that it is failing decidedly." "Your lordship is the only one who perceives it." The Baron shrugged his shoulders, yawned, and was silent for a few minutes. His eyes seemed to grow larger, the pupils dilated, his lower lip drooped a little. Sleep was approaching. Suddenly he started up and pointed to the wall. "There it is again," he cried, "just as it was yesterday. It was a man at first, and then the face changed. There, she is looking out the window. She bends over. Run, run, doctor. They have deceived me, betrayed me. I have been fooled like a child. A child? No, there was no child." By this time he was wide awake, and sitting down again he added with a gloomy smile, "It was in Christian Waldo's comedy, a juggler's trick. You see, doctor, I am thinking about the puppets as you wished. I feel heavy. Do not leave me." And even as he spoke, the Baron fell asleep with his eyes open like a corpse. In a few moments his eyelids relaxed and then closed. The doctor felt his pulse. It was too full and heavy. In his opinion the patient ought to be bled, but how could he induce him to allow it? A thankless, odious, impossible task to be keeping this man alive, in spite of heaven and himself, thus reflected the poor doctor. Either he has constant attacks of insanity, or else he is tormented by remorse. I feel as if I should go crazy myself from being with him. The terrors of his imagination seize upon me, too, as if I were becoming the accomplice of some crime by trying to save his life. But the young man had a mother and a betrothed sweetheart, and as a few years of lucrative employment would enable him to marry the one and save the other from poverty, he had consented to be nailed to this corpse, incessantly galvanized into a seeming life by the resources of his art. Sometimes he was full of devotion to his task, and again felt so broken down with fatigue and disgust that he scarcely knew whether he would prefer to have his patient die or recover. The young man was of a kindly disposition and an excellent heart. This constant intercourse with an atheist was freezing him, and he had not even the privilege of defending his opinions, for contradiction irritated the patient. He was sociable and cheerful, while the sick man, under his outward habit of sour and cynical raillery, was gloomy and misanthropic. While the Baron lay there asleep, moreover, the pleasures of the night were under full headway. The sounds of fireworks and music, the barking of the dogs roused out of their kennels by the stamping of the horses that were being harnessed, the laughter of the ladies in the corridors of the chateau, the gleaming lights that could be seen moving upon the lake, everything that was going on outside the silent and gloomy chamber where the sick man, immovable and livid, lay in heavy slumber, intensified the young man's sense of isolation and servitude. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 10, Part 2. The Countess Elvira, in the meanwhile, was absorbed in conspiring with the Russian ambassador against the nationality of Sweden, while the cousins and second cousins of the Baron were keeping watch upon the door of his apartments. "He will go," they whispered to each other. "No, he won't be able to. He's more ill than he will confess. He is better than people think." How were they to ascertain? The servants, perfectly devoted to the absolute will of this master, who paid well, and punished well too, for in Sweden servants at this period were still liable to corporal punishment, invariably replied, when questioned, that the Baron had never been better. As for the doctor, the Baron, on engaging him, had required him to give his word of honor that he would never reveal the serious nature of his malady. As the reader has already been told, the Baron, to account for his frequent disappearances from his entertainments, had caused it to be generally understood that he was always liable to be called away by some one or other of his numerous and important engagements. This was, moreover, to a certain extent true. He was accustomed to supervise the details of political intrigues in which he was concerned, and his private affairs were embarrassed with lawsuits to which his restless disposition and despotic claims were constantly giving rise. Now, however, superadded to all these causes of excitement, was a strange trouble, indistinct as yet, but which produced more effect upon his bodily health than all his ordinary annoyances together. Forgotten suspicions, apprehensions long ago quieted, had been reawakened in his mind since the ball of the evening before, and still more the exhibition of the marionettes. The result had been one of the nervous attacks to which he was liable, whose effect was to distort his mouth and give a distinct cast to one of his eyes. As he was very vain of his beauty, his face, although wasted, was still noble and regular. Especially at the present time, when he was proposing to be married, he had shut himself up as much as possible since this disfiguration came on, and was receiving medical treatment to carry him through the attack as rapidly as possible. As soon as he awoke from his slumber, his first care was to look in a glass which was placed near him. Pleased to find that he had recovered his natural expression, he said to the physician, "Come, there's another one over. I feel as if I had slept well. Did I dream, doctor?" "No," replied the young man, but with some embarrassment at the falsehood he was telling. "You don't say that very frankly," answered the Baron. "Now, if I talked in my sleep, you must tell me exactly what I said. You know I insist upon it." "You only uttered disconnected words, without meaning. They did not indicate any distinct thoughts." "Then your prescriptions must really be having a good effect. The physician whom I employed formerly used to tell me my dreams. They were strange enough, frightful. I seem to have none now but insignificant ones." "Are you not aware of it yourself, your lordship? Don't you feel less fatigued on waking than formerly?" "No, I can't say that I do." "That will come in time." "I hope so. Now, doctor, you may leave me, if you please. You can go to bed. If I need you, I will send and have you waked up. I feel as if I could sleep a while longer. Send me my valet de chambre. I will try and get into bed." "My predecessor," said the young doctor to himself, as he went out, "heard too much and repeated too freely what he heard. The Baron, in consequence, was offended. They quarrelled, and the doctor was persecuted until he had to leave the country. A good lesson to me." Christian, meanwhile, had rejoined Monsieur Goffler at Stolberg. The doctor of laws was in great triumph. He had forced the lock of one of the great wardrobes in the guard-room, and found some feminine garments which were quite magnificent. "These things," he said to Christian, "must certainly be a remnant of the wardrobe of the Baroness Hilda, either forgotten or religiously preserved by Stenson. They will do nicely for costumes. They are so thoroughly old-fashioned. They belong 20 years back at least. See if you can't get into one of them. The Baroness was tall, and it's no harm if your dress should be a little short. I mean to contrive a sultan's dress for myself, with my pelisse and a turban of some kind. You can help me get one up, Christian. You are an artist. Every artist must know how to make a turban." Christian was not at all intoxicated, and the burglarious performance of Monsieur Goffler rather disturbed him. "People are always accusing persons in my line of such things," he said, "and generally with some reason. You will see that this will make me trouble." "Bah, bah, I am here," cried Monsieur Goffler. "I will take all the responsibility. Come, Christian, put on this dress. Try it, at any rate." "My dear Monsieur Goffler," said Christian, "just let me swallow something or other, no matter what. I am dying of hunger." "Sure enough. Be quick." "Besides," said Christian, who, standing as he was, began at the same time to eat his supper and to examine the clothes that were displayed before him, "I don't know how it is, but I feel a sort of reluctance to touch these old relics. The fate of that poor Baroness Hilda was such a sad one. Do you know that I have been growing more and more suspicious about the manner of her death?" "Go to the devil," answered Monsieur Goffler. "I am not in the mood for figuring over all those old stories now. I want to laugh and fly about. Come, come, Christian, to work. Let those melancholy notions go over until tomorrow. See, put on this polonaise dress. It's splendid. If you can only get your shoulders through it, the rest will come right of itself." "I don't believe I can," said Christian, as he put his hand into one of the pockets. "But what a little hand she must have had to go into such small places as that." "And you as well, it seems." "Yes, but I can't draw mine out again. Stay, what's this? Why, a note." Let's see, cried the doctor of laws. "That must be very curious." "No," said Christian, "we ought not to read it." "Why not?" "I don't know. It seems like a profanation." "In that case, I've been guilty of a great many. It's part of my trade to rummage secret family archives." And Mr. Goffler seized the old yellow paper and read as follows. "My dearly beloved Hilda, I have just reached Stockholm, and find the Count de Rosenstein here. I shall not be obliged, therefore, to go on to Colmore, and shall set out on my return on the 10th instant, to embrace you again, and comfort you, and take care of you, and to indulge you in new dreams of happiness, since God has once more blessed our union. I send you this by express, to put you at ease about my journey, which was not at all unpleasant, though so fatiguing that I congratulated myself more than once on my prudence in not bringing you with me, in the situation in which you are. As far as to Fallon, I had to ride on horseback the whole way. Farewell, then, my love, until the 15th or 16th at latest. We shall have no lawsuit with Rosenstein. It will all be arranged. I love you. Adelston de Waldemora." "Monsieur Goffler," said Christian to the lawyer, who was silently refolding the dress, "does it not seem to you horribly sad to find this letter of love and conjugal happiness among the clothes of this dead lady?" "It is melancholy," replied Monsieur Goffler, taking off his spectacles and his extempore turban, "and so very strange. Do you know that this letter has set me to thinking? But the poor Baroness was mistaken. She was not pregnant, for she made a voluntary declaration to that effect. Stenson told me so today. He was present when she signed it. But let's see the date of the letter." Monsieur Goffler replaced his spectacles and read, "Stockholm, 5th March, 1746. "Yes," he continued, "that agrees, if I remember right. Shoo! That story is too sad for a man who wants to amuse himself. But I will keep the note, however. It might suggest something. I will examine my father's papers again. But come, Christian, have you given up the idea of disguising yourself?" "With those clothes that smell of the grave? Yes, indeed. They have chilled me to the marrow of my bones. She was virtuous, cultivated, and beautiful. You told me this morning. The pearl of Della Claria. And she died quite young, did she not?" "At 25 or 26, about 10 months after the date of this note. It was March, 1746, that Baron Adelsta was assassinated. These are probably the last words he ever wrote to his wife, and probably that is the reason she carried the letter in her pocket until her death." "How unfortunate she was," said Christian. "A young wife, a young mother, suddenly left a widow and childless, and then to die a victim of the Baron's hatred." "Oh, there is no proof whatever of that. But hark to the firing. The race is beginning, and here we are talking over matters that have no interest for anybody, and which, after all, are none of our business. If you feel melancholy this evening, my boy, stay at home. For my part, I want to run about. I must get out into the air. I've done too much dreaming today." Christian would really have preferred to remain at home, but Monsieur Goffler was so excited that he was rather afraid to let him go alone, so he said, "Come, let us give up the disguises. It will not do for us to be seen together with our faces uncovered, so let us both go masked. You shall be Christian Waldo, as you are the best dressed, and as I have been taken for my assistant once already tonight, I will be Puffo." "Very well imagined," cried Monsieur Goffler. "Come along. By the way, we will leave the light burning for Master Nils. He may wake up, and then he will be frightened and perhaps hungry. I will leave a leg of chicken here under his nose." "Little Nils? Is he here again?" "Why, yes, certainly. The first thing I did on returning was to go hunt him up in the stable, bring him in here, undress him, and put him to bed. The young monkey would have frozen before morning out in that straw." "Had he come to his senses at all?" "Oh, perfectly. At least enough to complain that I troubled him dreadfully, and to grumble while I was putting him to bed." "And where can Puffo be? I did not see him in the stable when I put Jean in there again." "I did not see him either. He must have gone to get drunk again with Euphilius. Well, much good it may do them. It's almost midnight. Let us go. You will help me harness my horse. Ah, you may be sure my good Loki will not come in last. But will they not recognize you from your horse and sleigh? No, there's nothing particular about the sleigh. It is true that I bought the horse in this neighborhood only last year, but we will cover him up with his traveling cloth. The goal selected for the race proposed by the Baron, and entrusted to the superintendence of Major Larsen, was the Hogar, which stood at the further end of the lake, about half a league from Stolberg, and the new chateau. These two buildings, as we have said, were quite near each other, the one being built on an island not far from the shore, and the other on the shore itself. A Hogar is a tumulus, or mound, such as are supposed to have been used as burial places by the ancient Scandinavian chiefs. They are usually round and very steep. The top is flat, and formerly, it is said, platforms were erected upon them, where the barbarian kings pronounced judgment, using them as courts of justice. They are met with in all parts of Sweden, and, indeed, are exceedingly numerous. The one at which the race was to terminate presented a fantastic appearance. It had been crowned with a triple row of torches of resin, and through their dark red flames and clouds of smoke a gigantic white figure was visible, towering on high. This was a statue of snow, formless and colossal, which the peasants had built up during the day by order of the Baron. Knowing perfectly well the surname that had been conferred upon him, he had banteringly promised the ladies to show them, by way of a surprise, a portrait of himself upon the top of the mound. The rudeness of the work harmonized with the savage features of the landscape, and recalled the idols of former ages, with their large heads and short rough garments, which, according to tradition, represented Thor, the Scandinavian Jupiter, holding the terrible hammer above his crowned head. This white colossus, seeming to float up in the air, had a very impressive effect, and no one regretted having ventured out into the cold night air to enjoy so strange a spectacle. There was an aurora borealis, pale and contending with the light of the moon, but the alternations of color and the waves of rising and falling light which characterized this phenomenon gave the landscape a shifting uncertainty of outline, and cast over it a changing play of lights and shadows which made it impossible to describe. Christian fancied that he was dreaming, and he repeated over and over again to M. Goffle that this strange scenery, notwithstanding the inclemency of the climate, appealed to his imagination more powerfully than anything he had seen in all his travels. The exercises of the race had already begun when our two friends joined the party, and they drove along the flank of the other vehicles so as not to interfere with their prearranged order. The ice had been carefully examined, and the road, marked out by colossal torches, wound past the points of rock and islets covered with pines and birch trees, which dotted the surface of the lake. A phalanx of richly ornamented sleighs, 4 abreast, flew along the course like arrows, the skill of the drivers, and the perfect training of the horses, maintaining them at exactly the same distance from each other. Towards the shore where the Hogar stood, the lake was deeper than elsewhere, and presented a broad expanse, perfectly level and unobstructed. On reaching this, all the sleighs came to a halt in a semicircle, and the young people who were to compete for the prize took their places in a line, ready for the signal. The ladies and older gentlemen left their vehicles and ascended a little island, prepared for this purpose by being thickly laid with pine boughs, where they would be able to behold and judge the prowess of the competing parties without danger of freezing their feet. A great fire built upon the rocks behind the natural gallery where the audience was thus assembled cast a powerful red glow over the whole scene. The picture presented by the assembled company was not less strange than the landscape which served as its frame. Everybody wore masks, and found them a comfortable defense against the coldness of the air. For a similar reason, all the costumes were heavy and well furred, but this did not prevent a great display of gold, embroidery, and glittering weapons. The racers were plainly visible in their light, uncovered sleighs, which represented fantastic images of different animals, gigantic silver swans with red beaks, dolphins of green and gold, fishes with tails curved over their backs, and so on. Major Larsen was mounted on a frightful dragon, and was himself disguised as a monster, crowned with glittering thunderbolts. The judges who were to award the prize could be seen moving to and fro on top of the Hogar, costumed as antique warriors with winged helmets, or with hoods having a horn over each ear, as Odin is represented in his costume of ceremony, that is to say, in all the splendor of his divinity. Christian tried to recognize Margaret among the ladies, who were disguised as sibyls or barbarian queens. He could not succeed, and from that moment the whole ceremonial, without losing its brilliancy, lost all interest for him, except as a mere spectacle. Monsieur Gouffle, however, who did not feel the same disappointment, continued very much excited. "Christian," he cried, "in spite of our costumes, which are no costumes, and our sleigh, which is only a sleigh, why should we not take a place in the line? Because my brave Loki has no plumes, nor stuffed birds, nor horns on his head, will that make his legs any the worse?" "That is for you to say, doctor," replied Christian. "You know him. You can tell whether he will cover us with glory or with shame." "It will be with glory, I know it." "Go on, then." "But the poor fellow will be tired. He will get heated, and God only knows whether or not he will have inflammation of the lungs." "Don't go, then." "The devil take your indifference, Christian. For my part, my hands are burning to try it." "Try it, then." "But for a sensible man like me to run his horse's legs off just to beat a parcel of boys, it's absurd, Christian, isn't it?" "It is, if you think so. It all depends upon the degree of intoxication with which we go into such amusements." "We'll go," exclaimed Mr. Gouffle. "To resist the suggestions of intoxication is to be reasonable, that is, to be stupid. Get up, Loki." "Wait," cried Christian, jumping out of the sleigh. "Let me take off his head cover. How can he run with his nose muffed up like that?" "Very true, Christian. Thank you, my boy, but be quick. They are ready." Scarcely had the doctor of laws spoken, before a firework, placed upon another islet at the rear of the course, went off with a formidable noise. It was the signal for starting. Go on," cried Christian to Monsieur Gouffle, who would have held in Loki until the young man had resumed his seat. "You're losing time." He encouraged the horse, who set off at the top of his speed, while Christian remained with the head cover in his hand, watching the career of the advocate and his faithful Loki. He did not look after him very long, however. As he moved a little to one side to get out of the way of the remaining horses, who, excited by the fireworks and the example of their companions who had joined in the race, were stepping about in a very lively way, he found himself close to a blue and silver sleigh, which he recognized as Margaret's. This light vehicle was modeled on the spreading shape of a carriage body of the time of Louis XV, and was mounted, or rather set down upon runners, so that it was easy to look, without any effort whatever, directly through the glasses, which were now slightly encrusted by frost. Supposing, of course, that Margaret was upon the rocky audience gallery with her companions, Christian did not expect to find her within. Still he looked, all the same, and, to his surprise, beheld her in her usual costume, and without a mask. A little indisposed, or pretending to be so, she had remained alone, and was watching the race through the door of the sleigh. The driver had taken a place a little aside from the rest, and had turned the sleigh in such a way as to give Margaret a good view of the course, and this also enabled Christian to gaze at Margaret and to be quite near her without being seen by the rest of the company, who were, besides, absorbed in gazing at the race. He would not have ventured to speak to her, and he took pains to assume a careless attitude, as if his being there was quite accidental, when she suddenly lowered the glass to speak to him. He was still holding the headgear of the horse, and she took him for a servant. "Tell me, my friend," she said in a low voice, though without any affectation, "who is that man in a black mask like yours, who just passed, and who is racing now? It is your master, is it not, Christian Waldo?" "No, mademoiselle," replied Christian, in French, and without changing his tone or accent. "I am Christian Waldo." "Ah, mon Dieu, how fortunate!" replied the young girl, with an intonation of joy she could not repress, and lowering her voice still more, for Christian had come up close to the door. "Is it you, Monsieur Christian Gouffle? What suggested to you to assume that character this evening?" "Perhaps it is in order to remain here without compromising my uncle," he replied. "Then you did care a little about staying?" she rejoined, in a tone that made Christian's heart beat. He had not the courage to reply that he did not care. It was more than he could do. But he felt that it was time to put an end to a comedy so dangerous, if not to the young countess, at least to himself, and, with an effort of truthful self-sacrifice that made him dizzy, he said promptly, "I wanted to stay so as to undeceive you. I am not the person you supposed. I am what I tell you, Christian Waldo." "I do not understand," she said. "Is it not enough to have mystified me once? Why do you wish to play another part? Do you suppose I did not recognize your voice when you were performing with Christian Waldo's marionettes with so much spirit? I saw very plainly that you were more brilliant than he." "But what makes you believe that?" said Christian, astonished. "To whom do you suppose you were listening this evening?" "To you and to him. There were 2 voices, I am sure, perhaps 3, yours, Waldo's, and that of his assistant." "There were only 2, I give you my word." "Very well, what then? I tell you I recognized yours. You cannot deceive me as to that." "Why, no, my voice is my voice, I do not deny that. But I must tell you—" "Listen, listen!" exclaimed Margaret. "Do you hear? They are proclaiming the name of the victor. It is Christian Waldo. I think, yes, I am sure of it. I hear it distinctly, and I can plainly see the man in the mask standing up in his little black sleigh. That is he. He is the real one. You are only a counterfeit, Waldo. But really, Monsieur Gaufflet, you ought to take his place. The best things in the whole play, and the best delivered, and, above all, the entire part of Alonso, were yours. Come now, let me hear you venture to assert that I am mistaken." "As to the part of Alonso, I cannot deny that." "Shall you play again tomorrow, Monsieur Gaufflet?" "Certainly." "That will be very kind of you. For my part, I thank you. But are you quite sure that no one will suspect who you are? You must keep yourself well hidden at Stolberg. I am glad to see that you are so prudent, and know so well how to disguise yourself. No one could recognize you, dressed as you are now. But you must go away, please. They are all getting into their sleighs to drive to the Hogar and compliment the victor. My aunt will certainly join me. No, she is going in the Russian ambassador's sleigh. She leaves me alone. A mother would not have done that, Monsieur Christian. An aunt, and so young and handsome. Well, certainly, she is not like a mother. Stay, she will surely send Monsieur Stangstadius to keep me company." "Monsieur Stangstadius!" exclaimed Christian. "Where is he? I do not see him." "He was simple enough to put on a mask, but nobody can mistake him. If he were anywhere within sight, you would certainly recognize him. No, he is not coming, and they are all setting off." "Mademoiselle," said Margaret's driver, in Delaclarion, to his young mistress, "your ladyship, your aunt, is making me a sign to follow." "Do so, then," she said. "But you are on foot, Monsieur Gaufflet. Jump up on the driver's seat. You cannot go with us otherwise." "What will your aunt say?" Christian asked the question, but he jumped up on the seat nevertheless, though not without regret that the conversation was ended. But Margaret closed the side window and opened the one in front, which was almost even with his face. The sleigh flew noiselessly over the snow, over which Peterson was driving, just outside the beaten track, for he had lost his place in the regular array. The good fellow did not understand a single word of French, and the conversation continued. "What is happening at the chateau?" asked Christian, hoping to divert Margaret's attention from himself. "I have not seen the Baron here. I should have thought he would have been as easily recognized by his height as Stogstadius is by his gait." "He has shut himself up under the pretence of pressing an unexpected business. That means that he is worse. No one is deceived by it. Everybody saw his mouth drawn to one side and his eye distorted. Don't you think he is an extraordinary man, after all, to battle so with death? He meant to have raced tonight with the young men, and he would certainly have won the prize, he has such splendid horses. There is to be a bear hunt tomorrow, and either the Baron will be at the hunt and will kill his bear, or he will be buried before anyone has thought of countermanding the sport. One is just as possible as the other. Does that not make the situation here very singular for all of us? It seems as if the snowman took pleasure in seeing how few friends he has, since we all go on amusing ourselves in his house as if nothing were the matter." "But, Margaret, you admire his resolution, and he succeeds in producing, even upon you, the effect he desires." "My dear confidant," said Margaret gaily, "you must know that my aversion for the Baron has almost entirely ceased. He has become quite indifferent to me. He is going to marry, but that is a secret that I discovered accidentally and have promised to keep. He is not going to marry me, at all events, and I shall have the happiness of remaining free and poor." "Poor? I thought you were at least very well off." "Well, it turns out I have nothing. I have had a quarrel with my aunt today, as usual, about the Baron, and she has declared that she would give me no portion, and that she should take possession of the little inheritance which my father left me. She claims to have a right to it on account of some loan that she made him, of I don't know how many ducats. I do not understand anything about it, except that I am ruined." Ah, Margaret, exclaimed Christian involuntarily, why am I not rich and well born? Understand me, he continued, taking her hand, for she started, and seemed inclined to throw herself upon the further seat of the sleigh. This is not a declaration. I am not so audacious as to address you in any such way. It would be an act of madness in me, for I have nothing in the world, and neither family nor position. But if you have permitted me to be your friend, may I not tell you that, if I were rich and noble, I would divide with you as I would my sister? Thank you, Christian, answered Margaret, still trembling, although reassured. I see how good your heart is, and I know how kindly you feel toward me. But why do you say that you have no family, when your uncle's reputation is so high? She paused, and added with a forced laugh, You must not suppose, I mean to say, what certainly I have no thought of. But no, you will not think anything of the kind. You have too much good sense. You are straightforward and confiding, like me, and you will understand that, if I question you, it is because I am interested about your future prosperity, no matter who may share it with you. Tell me, then, why do you torment yourself about your birth, which many people would envy? Ah, Margaret, said Christian, you wish to know, and it is my wish to tell you. Here we are at the end of our ride, and I shall leave you, this time, forever. I will not secure a place in your memory at the price of a lie. To be despised and forgotten is all I deserve from you, and I accept my fate, so much the worse for me. Believe me, there is no such person as Christian Goffler. Monsieur Goffler never had either son or nephew. That is not true, exclaimed Margaret. He said so today at the chateau, and everybody was talking about it, but nobody believed him. You are his son, by a secret marriage. He will acknowledge and cherish you. He cannot help doing it. I swear to you upon my honor that I am absolutely nothing to him, and that yesterday morning he knew no more of me than you know now. Upon your honor? You swear upon your honor? But if you are not Christian Goffler, I do not know you at all, nor is there any reason why I should believe you. If you are Christian Waldo, who, they say, can assume any human voice, I cannot understand it, but it distresses me very much. Thank God, I still doubt. Doubt no longer, Margaret, said Christian, jumping down from his seat as the sleigh at that moment stopped. Look at me and know me for what I really am. A man who has dedicated to you the profoundest respect, the most absolute devotion of his heart, and who swears to you upon his honor that he is the real Christian Waldo. As he spoke, Christian lifted his silken mask from his forehead, moved resolutely into the light of the lantern, and showed his face plainly as he bent towards the door. Margaret, recognizing her friend from the previous evening, uttered a cry of grief, perhaps even too expressive, and covered her face with her hands, while Christian, lowering his mask once more, disappeared in the crowd of servants and peasants who were assembled to look at the sport. He very soon approached Monsieur Goffler, whom they were talking of carrying in triumph, not because he had reached the goal first, he was, in fact, the last to arrive, but for performing a brilliant and unexpected feat. He had caught with his whip, while going at full speed, the wig of Monsieur Stangstadius, who had deposited himself, in spite of his opposition, among Major Larson's sleigh. Monsieur Goffler had not, of course, done this intentionally. The end of his whiplash, as he was cracking it in the air, had happened to entangle itself around the queue of the wig, by one of those chances which we call improbable, because they happen, say, only once in 1,000 times. The learned man's hat, jerked off by Monsieur Goffler's efforts to free his whip, had flown off and settled down like a great black bird in the snow. The wig had held fast to the queue, and the queue had refused to part with the whiplash, and the whip, which Mr. Goffler could not stop to adjust, thus ending in a mass of hair heavy with powder, lost all its effect upon the sides of the spirited Loki. In the first moments of his triumph, the victorious Larson had seen nothing of this, but the outcries and complaints of Stagstadius, who, with his head tied up in a handkerchief, was demanding his wig from everyone he could see, soon attracted his attention. "He's the man," shouted the insulted geologist, pointing to Monsieur Goffler in his mask. "That Italian buffoon in a silk mask. He did it on purpose, the rascal! Here, you scoundrel of a play-actor! I'll slap your face 100 times to teach you to joke with a man like me." An immense burst of laughter greeted the wrath of Stangstadius, and the whole assembly shouted with applause the name of Christian Waldo. But the scene quickly changed. Cbteddy, irritated by the impertinent laughter of the young people, darted towards the ravisher of his wig, who was standing erect upon his sleigh, piteously exhibiting the cause of his defeat, which looked not unlike a great fish at the end of a line. M. Gaufflet, in an assumed voice, began to accuse Cbteddy in a comic manner of having played off this trick on him so as to prevent him from whipping his horse and winning the race. But the man of science, who was as nimble as a monkey, in spite of his unequal legs and crooked arms, scrambled up behind him, snatched off his hat and his mask, and only paused in his projects of vengeance on recognizing with surprise his friend Gaufflet, who was instantly saluted with unanimous applause. Though M. Gaufflet was not known to all who were present, his name was repeated by a number of persons, and he was heartily greeted. The Swedes are very proud of their eminent men, especially in any pursuit that brings their native language into notice. Besides, the honorable character of the Doctor of Laws, and his reputation as a man of talent, secured him the respect and affection of all young people. They insisted on proclaiming him the victor in the race, and it was all he could do to prevent the good-natured Major from transferring the prize to him. This was a drinking horn, curiously carved and ornamented with runic characters in silver, a facsimile of a precious relic of antiquity belonging to the Baron's collection, and discovered in the course of excavations made in the Hogar some years before. "No, no, my dear Major," said M. Gaufflet, putting his now useless mask into his pocket, while Cbteddy replaced his wig upon his hair. "I only ran for honor, and since my honor, or rather that of my horse, has not been tarnished by the few seconds' delay caused by that unlucky wig, I have nothing to wish for. I am proud of Loki and satisfied with myself. I should be still better contented," he added, as he stepped out of the sleigh, "if I knew what had become of the poor fellow's head cover. He will catch cold." "Here it is," said Christian, in a low voice, approaching M. Gaufflet. "But since you have been recognized, I must take myself off at once, my dear uncle. It was well enough for Christian Waldo to have a masked servant, but in your case it would be quite out of character." "No, no, Christian, I will not part with you," said M. Gaufflet. "We will take a look at the lake from the top of the Hogar, and then go back to Stolberg. Stay, we'll give my horse to one of those peasants to hold, and then make the ascent. Take this side path, and keep out of the way of the curious. A black mask, just now, is noticed by everybody, and I see, unless we make our escape, that we shall be surrounded and cross-questioned." End of section 23. Section 24 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 11, Part 1. While Christian and M. Gaufflet adroitly escaped behind the mound, the main body of the company returned to the new chateau. The Hogar was so steep, and the cold so great, that they would not venture to ascend it, and yet, in an excavation halfway up, a sort of tent had been prepared, in which the revellers were expected to take punch. But the ladies had declined, and most of the gentlemen followed them. In about half an hour, when Christian and the lawyer were coming down from the platform, where the statue, too much heated by the flames of the resinous torches, was beginning to melt, they had the curiosity to look into this grotto, which had been hung and closed in with tarred cloths. They found nobody there but Larsen and his lieutenant. All the other young men, slaves either to their lady loves, who had returned to the chateau, or to their horses, who were in danger of taking cold, had gone or were about going. Osmund Larsen was an amiable young man, who tried with all his might to be a Frenchman in wit and manners, but who, fortunately for himself, was at heart devotedly patriotic. Lieutenant Irwin Osborne was one of those good-natured, blunt, decided characters who were unable even to make an effort to produce any modification in themselves. He had all the qualities of an excellent officer and citizen, with the good nature of a man who is in perfect health, and who does not trouble himself about what does not concern him. Larsen was his friend, his leader, his idol. He followed him like his shadow, and never so much as stirred a finger without his advice. He had even consulted him in the selection of a sweetheart. As soon as the two friends saw M. Gaufflet, they hastened to lay hold of him, swearing that he should not leave the Hogar until he had done them the honor to drink with them. The punch was ready, and only needed to be set on fire. "I want to be able to say," cried Larsen, "that I drank in the Hogar of the lake, on the nights of December 26th and 27th, with two men so celebrated in different professions as Monsieur Edmond Gofflet and Christian Waldo. Christian Waldo, said Mr. Gofflet. Where are you going to find him? Oh, there, behind you. He is disguised like a poor devil and masked, but it's he, all the same. He has lost one of his great ugly gloves, and I recognize his white hand. I saw it at Stockholm, and observed it so attentively that I should know it again amongst 1,000. See now, Monsieur Christian Waldo, you have a very handsome hand, but it has one peculiarity. The little finger of your left hand is slightly curved under, and you cannot quite straighten it, even when you hold your hand wide open. Do you not remember at Stockholm an officer who saw you rescue a little cabin boy from 3 ferocious drunk sailors? It was down at the park. You had come out of your exhibition and were still masked. Your servant had run away. The child would have been killed but for you. Do you remember it? Yes, monsieur, replied Christian. You were the officer who passed. You drew your sword and put the drunken rascals to flight, and then insisted upon taking me with you in your carriage. If it had not been for you, I might have been killed. Then there would have been one noble-hearted man the less, said Larsen. Won't you give me one more shake of the hand, as you did then? With all my heart, said Christian, grasping the major's hand. Then, removing his mask, he said to Monsieur Gofflet, It is not my custom to hide my face from persons who inspire me with confidence and affection. What? Exclaimed the major and his lieutenant. Christian Gofflet, our friend of last night? No, Christian Waldo, who had stolen the name of Monsieur Gofflet, and whom Monsieur Gofflet has been good enough to pardon for a great impertinence. I recognized you at once last evening, Major. Ah, very good. You attended the ball in spite of the prejudices of the Baron, who, perhaps, had not the good taste to invite you? But it is nowhere customary to receive as a guest a person who is paid by the master of the house to entertain his guests. I should really have had no reason to complain if I had been put out of doors, and it was folly in me to expose myself to such a danger. Still, I had an excuse. My object in travelling is to observe the countries through which I pass, so as to remember and describe them. I am a sort of note-taking scribbler and observer, by which I do not mean, however, a diplomatic spy. I study the fine arts and sciences even more than manners and customs. But I am interested in all sorts of things, and as I have seen something of society elsewhere, I took a fancy to behold it once more in all its luxury, a strange anomaly, in the midst of the mountains and lakes and ice of a country that is apparently inaccessible. But my face seems greatly to have displeased the Baron, and accordingly I wore my mask at his house today. You advised me last evening not to return thither at all. And so we should so advise you still, dear Christian, said the Major, if the Baron had remembered the incident of last night, but his illness appears to have made him forget it. However, look out for his servants. Cover your face again, and talk French, for here are some of them now, bringing us the punch. They may have seen you at the ball. A vast silver bowl, full of flaming punch, was now placed upon the table of rough granite, and the Major did the honours with much spirit. But Monsieur Gofflet, an instant before so animated, had suddenly fallen into a brown study, and, as in the morning, seemed to be divided between the desire of making merry and that of solving some problem. What are you thinking about, my dear uncle? Said Christian, filling his glass. Do you blame me for having thrown aside my incognito before these good friends? By no means, answered the lawyer, and if you permit, I will repeat your story succinctly to these gentlemen, so as to convince them that they are right in admitting you into their friendship. Yes, yes, the history of Christian Waldo, cried the two officers. It must be very curious, and if it ought to be kept secret, we swear upon our honour. But it is too long, said Christian. I am going to stop here at least 2 days longer. Let us appoint a rendezvous where it will be safer and warmer. Right, said Monsieur Gofflet. Gentlemen, come and see us at Stolberg tomorrow. We will have dinner or supper together. But tomorrow, replied the Major, is the bear hunt. Will you not come, both of you? Both? No, I am no hunter, and I don't like bears. And it is not in Christian's line either. Suppose a bear should bite off one of his hands. He finds two, none too many to work his marionettes. Show me your hand, Christian. That is a singular crook of your little finger. I never noticed it. It is from a hurt, is it not? No, said Christian, I was born so. And holding out his left hand, he added, This is the most striking, but still, Both my hands have the same defect in a slight degree. However, it gives me no sort of inconvenience." "Singular, very singular," repeated Monsieur Gaufflet, scratching his chin, as he habitually did when he was puzzled. "Not so very singular," said Christian. "I have observed this trifling deformity in other people. For instance, I noticed it in the Baron de Waldemora, and much more obvious than in me." "Yes, by Jove, precisely! That is just what I was thinking about. His 2 little fingers are quite closed down. Have you observed it, gentlemen?" "Very often," said Larsen, and before Christian Waldo, who gives almost all his earnings to the poor, it may be said, without any illusion being suspected, that such close fingers are reckoned a sign of avarice. "And yet," said Monsieur Gaufflet, "the Baron is not close about money. I know it might be said, in his case, that his love of display is an additional reason for coveting riches at any cost, but his father was very disinterested, and his brother generous to excess. So the shut fingers prove nothing." "Had the Baron's father and brother this same peculiarity?" asked Christian. "Yes, and very marked, as I have understood. And one day, as I was studying the family portraits, I was quite surprised to find several of his ancestors with the same crooked fingers. Is that not a very singular thing?" "Let us hope," observed Christian, "that I shall never be like the Baron in any other respect. But as to the bear hunt, even if I should lose both my deformed hands, I am dying to be one of the party. I shall make a point of going." "Come with us," cried Larsen. "I will call for you in the morning." "Early?" "Well, certainly, before daylight." "That is to say," said Christian, smiling, "a little before noon?" "You calumniate our sun," said the lieutenant. "It will rise in 7 or 8 hours from this time." "Well, then, let's go to bed." "To bed," cried Monsieur Gaufflet. "Already? The punch won't let you sleep, even then. I'm only beginning to recover from my emotion over Stangstadius's wig. Let me have time to breathe, Christian. I thought you were better company. You are not at all merry tonight, do you know?" "I confess it. I am melancholy as an Englishman," said Christian. "Why so, nephew? For I shall insist upon it in private that you are my nephew, though I so shamefully disowned you in public. What makes you so melancholy?" "I don't know at all, my dear uncle, unless it is that I am beginning to turn into a mountebank." "Explain your aphorism." "I have been travelling with my marionettes 3 months. It is too long. At another period of my life, which I have described to you, I followed the same occupation for about that time, and I felt, though in a less degree, for I was younger, the same result as now. I have moments of great excitement, but my spirits are correspondingly low afterwards. I think of my work with disgust and indifference. When actually performing, I am carried away by a feverish play of fancy, a sort of overflow of gaiety or emotion, and as soon as I take off my mask and become an ordinary person again, I am overwhelmed with despondency and self-contempt." "Pshaw! All that is my own case, exactly. Arguing cases affects me in just that way. Every orator or actor, every artist or professional man, who is obliged to be hard at work for half his life in instructing, enlightening, or amusing others, as soon as the curtain falls, is weary of the whole human race and of himself. If I am good-humored and happy at present, it is only because I have been idle for 4 or 5 days. You should see me in my own home on returning from court. You should hear me then, scolding at my housekeeper for not bringing the tea promptly enough, at the clients who are besieging me, at the doors of my house for creaking. Everything irritates me. Finally, I sit down in an armchair, take up some book of history or philosophy, or a novel, and very soon go happily to sleep, in entire forgetfulness of my cursed profession." "You sleep happily, Monsieur Gaufflet. It is because, in spite of the excitement of your nerves, you feel that you have been doing something earnest and useful." Not always. One cannot always argue on the right side, and even in pleading the very best cause, one cannot be always sure of using arguments that are exactly just and true. Believe me, Christian, although the saying is that no occupation is foolish, I say that all occupations are so. So it makes little difference which of them you adopt. Do not despise your own, for such as it is 100 times more moral than mine." Oh, Monsieur Gaufflet, what a paradox that is! Come, let us hear you argue it. You can use plenty of eloquence there. "No eloquence, my children," said Monsieur Gaufflet, as the 2 officers and Christian urged him to give rein to his imagination. There would be no use in sophisticating, and besides, I am taking a vacation. But I tell you in perfect good faith that the art of storytelling is superior to all others. It is incontestably the first in point of time, for as soon as men could talk, they invented mythologies, composed poems, and recited histories. And it is the first in moral usefulness. 2, I am ready to maintain it against the whole university, and even Cbteddy himself, who believes nothing but what he can touch. Man never learns by experience. You may teach him authentic history as much as you please, and, in spite of it, he will continually reenact, on a higher level, if you choose, corresponding to his grade of civilization, the same faults and follies as ever. Do we ever learn by our own experience? I know well enough that I shall be ill tomorrow for having played the young man tonight, and you see how much I care for it. It is not reason which controls man, it is imagination, fancy. That is, it is art, poetry, music, painting, the drama. Wait, gentlemen, let me empty my glass before I proceed to my second head. Your health, Monsieur Goffley, cried the 3 friends. And yours, my children. Well, to proceed. I do not consider Christian Waldo as a showman of marionettes. What is a marionette? A bit of wood covered with a rag. It is the intellect and the soul of Christian which give interest and significance to his pieces. I look on him as not merely an actor, for he has to do something more than vary his accent and change his voice every moment in order to move his audience. That is a mere trick of his trade. He is an author as well, for his plays are little masterpieces. They remind one of those short, exquisite musical pieces which illustrious composers of the Italian and German schools have written for theatres like his. Music for children, they modestly call it, but it has always been the delight of connoisseurs. Then, gentlemen, let us render justice to Christian Waldo. Yes, yes, cried the 2 officers, enthusiastic under the influence of their punch. Long live Christian Waldo! He is a man of genius. Not at all, said Christian, laughing. But I see now what makes my uncle despise the profession of law so much. It enables him to maintain, and to make other people believe, the most enormous misrepresentations. Hush, nephew, it is not your turn to speak. I say, but, Christian, you are an ungrateful fellow. You are not a lawyer, and yet you complain. You can investigate the abstract truth embodied in all kinds of fictions, and yet you grow tired of making men love it. You possess intellect, a good heart, education, and knowledge of the world, and here you are calling yourself a mountebank, just to depreciate your work, and perhaps to abandon it. Wretch, is that your purpose? Yes, that is my intention, said Christian. I've had enough of it. I did suppose I could keep it up longer, but I find that my constant incognito wearies me. It seems discreditable to a man of my real character. I must find the means of travelling without begging. I have already devoted much thought to this subject. It is a great problem to a man without means. A person who lives in one place can always find work. He who desires to move about finds it difficult to do so nowadays. In ancient times, Monsieur Goffley, to travel was to make conquest of the earth for the good of humanity. It was recognized as a high mission, as the vocation of superior minds. The traveller, accordingly, was a sacred being in the eyes of all people. They greeted his arrival with respect, and resorted to him for news of other countries, and of the general progress of humanity. At present, if the traveller has not sufficient means of his own, he must become either a beggar, a thief, or a strolling player. Why do you use such a contemptuous term? Said Mr. Goffley. The object of the actor, I should prefer to call him interpreter, since his object is to interpret works of the imagination, is to lead men's minds away from the merely practical, and since the majority of our stupid race are essentially prosaic and absorbed in their material interests, the tyrants who govern public opinion discourage both poets and their interpreters. If they dared, they would still more emphatically discourage preachers who speak to them of heaven and religion, which wars against selfish passions, and is, in fact, a system of idealism. No one objects to idealism when presented as a revealed truth, for no one dares. But it is promptly rejected when it only says, I come to demonstrate to you the beautiful and good by means of symbols and fables. And yet, said Christian, the sacred books are full of apologies. It is the preaching suited to an age of faith and simplicity. But it does not seem to me, Monsieur Gofflet, that the cause of the prejudice is exactly where you have placed it, or if it be, it is only in virtue of a fact to which I would draw your attention. The actor has no real connection with the rest of society. He does nothing intrinsically useful as an actor, and men's valuations of each other are based upon an exchange of services intrinsically useful. Remember, all the other professions are intimately concerned with the destiny of every individual in society, even that of the priest, for even to infidels he is still an official indispensable in their civic state. Other professional persons are each, at one time or another, the hope or support of every man. To the physician he looks for health. The lawyer represents the gaining of his cause. The speculator is to give him a fortune. The tradesman provides him provisions. The soldier protects him. The scientific man promotes the success of his business by making discoveries. The professor of any of the branches of human knowledge is ready to instruct him for some employment or other. The actor alone discourses upon all subjects, but supplies him with nothing, unless it be good advice, which the auditor had to pay for at the door, when he could have given it to himself gratis. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 11, Part 2. Well, well, cried Monsieur Gofflet. What are you quibbling about, then? We agree perfectly. You are only proving what I said. The vulgar always despise imagination and sentiment. Not exactly that, Monsieur Gofflet. It is unfruitful sentiment, unproductive imagination, which they despise. There is a good deal of justice in the opinion of the bourgeois, who might say to the actor, You discourse to me about virtue, love, devotion, reason, courage, happiness. Yes, for that is your trade. But since this is all you can do, you must not object to being set down by me as an idle babbler. If you are anything more, come down from your platform and help me to arrange my own affairs as well as you arrange the plots of your plays. Cure my gout, gain my lawsuit, enrich my firm, marry my daughter to the man she loves, find a good position for my son-in-law. If you can't do any of these things, make me a pair of shoes, pave my courtyard, do something or other to earn the money I have paid you. And you conclude from this, said M. Gofflet? I conclude that everyone ought to have an employment in which he can be directly useful to others, and that the prejudice which prevails against actors will cease at once when theatres shall be free institutions, and when all persons of ability and dramatic gifts shall be prepared to do their part as actors for the love of art, whenever they may be called upon, whatever may be their usual occupation. Well, anyhow, that is a dream that goes far beyond any of my paradoxes. I don't deny it, but nobody believed in the existence of America 200 years ago, and it is my opinion that in 200 years more we shall see things far more extraordinary than we dream of now in our wildest imaginings. This conclusion reached, the friends drank the remainder of the punch, and Christian would have taken leave of M. Gofflet, who seemed inclined to go and dance a curette at the new chateau with the young officers. However, the doctors of law would not part from his young friend, who was really in need of rest, and after having agreed to meet next day, or rather the same day, for it was now 2:00 in the morning, the party went in search of their respective vehicles. Well, Christian, said M. Gofflet, when they were seated side by side in the sleigh, on their way back to Stolberg, were you in earnest in what you said about— By the way, I notice that I have fallen into a habit, I don't know how, of addressing you very familiarly by your given name. Please to continue it, M. Gofflet. It is very pleasant to me. But I am not old enough to take liberties of that kind. I am not 60 yet, Christian. I don't want you to consider me a patriarch. God forbid. But I consider the liberty you speak of as a mark of friendship. So it is, my son. Well, in that case, I will let ceremonial go. Tell me. Here M. Gofflet paused so long that Christian thought he was asleep, but he aroused himself and said suddenly, Tell me, Christian, if you were rich, what would you do with your money? Do, said the young man, surprised. I should try to make as many people as possible partakers in my happiness. Then it would make you happy? Yes, I would make a voyage round the world. And then? Then, I don't know. I would write an account of my travels. And then? I would marry and have some children. I am very fond of children. And would you leave Sweden? Who knows? I have no ties to bind me anywhere. The deuce take me if— Don't think I am exaggerating, for I am not intoxicated. But, Monsieur Gofflet, I feel a very warm affection for you, and I'll be hanged if the pleasure of living near you would not have a great deal to do with forming my resolution. But what is the use of talking about it? I have no taste for building castles in Spain, and have never anticipated being rich. In 2 days I shall go. I don't know whither, and perhaps shall never return. When the two friends reached the Bear Room, they had so entirely forgotten about its being haunted that they went to bed and to sleep, without even remembering to renew their consultation concerning the apparition of the previous night. They tried, for a while, to keep on talking after they had gone to bed, but though Monsieur Gofflet was still somewhat excited, and though Christian answered his remarks with all the good nature in the world, sleep very soon descended upon the young man like an avalanche of feathers, and the doctor, after scolding a little at Nils, who was snoring loud enough to break the windows, finally went to sleep himself. It was just about this time that the Baron de Waldemar awoke at the new chateau. Johann, on entering the room according to order, found him sitting in the bed, half dressed. "It is 3 o'clock, your lordship," said the major-domo. "Have you any sleep?" "I have slept, Johann, but very poorly. I have been dreaming about those puppets all night long." "Well, my dear master, your dreams can't have been very sad then. Those puppets were very amusing." "You thought so, did you? No, very well." "Why, you laughed at them yourself." "Oh, yes, one must always laugh, of course. Life is one long, perpetual laugh. A melancholy one, Johann." "Ah, master, no black thoughts. What are your orders?" "None. If I am to die today, who can hinder it?" "Die? What the devil put that into your head? You are looking capitally this morning." "But if I should be assassinated?" "Who would think of any such thing?" "A good many people, and especially the unknown who came to the ball, he whose face and whose threat." "That counterfeit nephew of the advocate? I can't imagine why that fellow's face should torment you so. It was not in the least like—" "Be still. You never saw clearly in your life. You are nearsighted." "No, I am not, indeed." "A man insolent enough to look me in the face and defy me in my own house before everybody." "You have been served so more than once before, and have always laughed at it." "And this time I fell, as if struck by a thunderbolt." "It's that cursed anniversary. You know it makes you ill every year, and afterwards you forget all about it." "I don't reproach myself for anything, Johann." "The devil! Do you think I was reproaching you for anything?" "But what can the matter be with this poor head of mine to make me have these visions?" "Sh! It is the height of the cold season. Everybody sees them." "Do you ever?" "I? No, never. I eat a great deal. But you eat nothing at all. By the way, you ought to have something now, some tea at least." "Not yet. What do you think of this Italian's story?" "That Tebaldo? You haven't told me the first word of it." "Very true. Well, I will not, either." "Why?" "It's too absurd. Still, do you believe Lawyer Gofflet is my enemy? He may be." "I can't see why." "Nor I either. I have always paid him handsomely, and his father was quite devoted to me. And besides, Mr. Gofflet is a man of mind. A fine speaker, a man of the world, and without prejudices, believe me." "You are mistaken. He will not bring suit against Rosenstein. He says I am in the wrong. He opposed me yesterday. I hate that Gofflet." "Already? Pshaw! Wait a little. Offer him an uncommonly large fee, and he'll find out that you are in the right after all." "I did, and got a very disagreeable answer. I tell you I hate him." "Very well, then. What do you choose to have happen to him?" "I don't know yet. We will see. But old Stenson?" "Old Stenson? What about him?" "Do you believe he could have betrayed me?" "When?" "That is not what I asked you. Do you think him capable of dissimulation?" "I think he's an idiot." You are an idiot yourself. He is shrewder than you, or than I either, perhaps. Ah, if that Italian's story should be true. Then you don't mean that I shall know it? Very well, go on tormenting yourself. Make your own investigations, and let me go back to bed. Johann, you are scolding me, said the Baron, with extraordinary mildness. Be satisfied, you shall know all. Oh, yes, when you want something of me. I shall want you immediately. This Italian must be made to produce his proofs, if he has any. Was nothing found on him? Nothing. I searched him myself. He told me that he did not have them with him. And what could he have had? Do you remember that Manassas? I should think so. That old fellow who used to sell his merchandise here, and at high prices, too. He is dead. All the same to me. This Italian killed him. What a ridiculous idea! For what? To rob him, probably, and to get a certain letter. From whom? Stenson. An interesting one? Why, yes, most certainly, if it contains what this rascal pretends it does. Well, tell me what it was, if you want me to understand. The Baron and his confidant continued their conversation, but in such low tones that the walls themselves could not have overheard them. The Baron was agitated. Johann shrugged his shoulders. Well, said the latter, when his master concluded, it's a story that would put you to sleep standing up. This blackguard of a Talbotto has forged it from the reports that are circulating through the country, so as to make money out of you. He says that he never put foot in Sweden before yesterday, and that he came direct from Holland by way of Drontheim. Possibly. But what of that? He may have picked up his information accidentally somewhere in the neighborhood. So many stories are told about you. And perhaps in some of his travels he really did meet this old Manassas, who knew all about them before. Well, and what shall we do about it? You must frighten Monsieur Italian, and not allow yourself to be blackmailed. You must promise him— How much? 200 or 300 hours in our chamber of roses. He will think it a mere threat. He has heard, no doubt, that racks and wheels were abolished in Sweden under the old bishop. Do you suppose the captain of the great tower needs any such old rubbish to help him find a tongue in a man of flesh and bones? Then you think. Cover him all up with roses until he confesses that he has lied, or else tells where he has concealed his evidence. Impossible. He will yell, and the castle is full of people. But the hunt? You must go to it whether alive or dead. Everyone will follow you. Somebody always stays, if it be only someone's servants, and then the old women, they will be whispering about that I am exerting an authority which the state has strictly reserved for itself. Oh, nonsense! Don't trouble yourself about them. Besides, I will arrange all that. I will say it is a poor devil whose leg has been crushed, and who is being operated upon. And you will receive his information? Certainly. Who else? I should prefer to be there myself. You know you are so soft-hearted that you can't bear to see anyone in pain. Very true. It puts my stomach and bowels out of order. Well, I'll be off at the hunt. Do so, and in the meanwhile go to sleep again. I will see to everything. And you will find the unknown? He must be a confederate of this fellow. We shall only find him through Talbotto's confessions. Right. It must be so, for he offered to deliver him up to me. But it may not be the same man? Well, I will confess him thoroughly on all points, so sleep in peace. Have you kept your Italian fasting? Why, of course. Go, then. I will try to get a little more sleep. You have done me a great deal of good, Johann. You always have suggestions to make. For my part, I am failing. Mon Dieu, how fast I have grown old. Johann now departed, directing Jacob to call his lordship at 8. Jacob was a valet de chambre, who always slept in a room next to the Baron's sleeping room. He was an honest fellow, to whom the Baron had always played the part of a good master, for he knew how important it is to have some trustworthy people about one, if only for the sake of sleeping without fear under their guard. Christian, in the meanwhile, who always slept well, wherever or in whatever company he was, awoke after about 6 hours' rest, and arose softly to look out at the sky. It was not yet daylight, but as the young man was about to lie down again, he remembered the hunting party, which they were probably already beginning to organize at the new chateau. Christian was no hunter, except with reference to natural history. He was a capital shot, but he had never had a passion for slaughtering game merely to kill and show his skill. But a bear hunt was something new, picturesque, and also interesting from a zoological point of view. At the thought of it he was instantly wide awake, and fully intent upon witnessing this novel spectacle, although he might possibly find it necessary to return before it was quite over, in order to prepare for his evening's performance with M. Gofflet. Before going to sleep he had said something on the subject to the Doctor of Laws, but he was opposed to his going, since he did not care anything about the hunt himself. Christian accordingly foresaw that his good uncle would try to stop him, and, knowing his own compliant disposition, he also foresaw that he should yield. "Pshaw," he said to himself, "I had better slip off quietly and leave a couple of words in pencil for him to keep him from being uneasy. He will, perhaps, be a little annoyed, and he will not like breakfasting alone, but he still has some work to do. He has to visit old Stenson again, and I shall probably be back before he begins to feel lonely." So Christian stepped softly from the guard-room to the bear-room, where he dressed himself. Then, after putting on his mask under his hat, partly from habit and partly as a precaution, he went out by way of the guard, now plunged in silence and darkness. Thence, passing through the fruit garden, standing in its wintry desolation, he reached the lake, and finding that he was much nearer the shore at this point than if he had descended by the path on the northern side, he crossed the narrow space of ice and proceeded by land towards the new chateau. At this very moment Johann was advancing across the lake from the opposite direction, without the least suspicion of the recent flight of his game. He was coming to take up his post of observation at Stolberg. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 12, Part 1. Christian did not expect to find the Major at the new chateau. He knew that the young officer, after the evening's entertainment at the chateau, went every night, or rather every morning, to his Bostolet, which was only a little way off. He had not thought to ask him in what direction his country house was, and he made no effort therefore to find it. It was merely his intention to watch the preparations for the hunt at a distance, and to mix among the peasants who were engaged in the general battue. He was still following the path along the shore of the lake, when, by the glimmering light of the dawn which was just beginning to appear, he saw a man coming to meet him. He lowered his mask at once, but raised it almost immediately on recognizing Lieutenant Osborne. "Upon my word," said the latter as they shook hands, "I am delighted to find you here. I was going in search of you, and we shall gain half an hour's time by this meeting. Come, make haste. The Major is close at hand waiting for us." They proceeded in the direction from which Irwin Osborne had just come. He took the lead, and very soon turned into a path leading up the left side of the mountain. When Christian, who followed, had ascended this path, which was quite steep, for a few minutes, he saw two sleighs standing motionless in a narrow ravine beneath him. The Major, who was in one of them, saw him at the same time, and ran forward with a pleased expression. "Bravo!" he cried. "You are punctual by inspiration. How the devil did you know that we were here?" "I had no idea of such a thing," replied Christian. "I was going to the new chateau merely by chance." "Then chance is for us the first thing in the morning, and that is a sign that we shall be fortunate in the hunt. Really, you are capitally disguised, just as you were yesterday evening, but you have neither the proper shoes nor weapons for the present occasion. Luckily, I foresaw that it would be so, and we have brought all that you want. In the meanwhile, take this cloak as a protection against the cold, and let us start instantly. We are going quite a distance, and the day will not be too long for all we have to do." Christian stepped with Larsen into one of the small country sleighs, very light, with seats for two, and drawn by a little mountain horse. The lieutenant and Corporal Duff, a kind-hearted old man, a non-commissioned officer, and a great expert in hunting, got into the second sleigh, which was exactly like it. The Major took the lead, and they started at a rapid canter. "You must know," the Major said to Christian, that we are making all this haste so as to have a private hunt of our own. The Baron has plenty of game, and plenty of skilful marksmen upon his domain, and he himself is a very accomplished and very courageous hunter. But as he will be obliged to conduct or send a great many of his guests to the battue today, who are more remarkable for their boasting than their skill, it is much to be feared that they will make a great deal of noise and do very little execution. Besides, the battue with peasants has no great interest, as you can see for yourself, when we return down that mountain that you see before you after having made our expedition. It is really a sort of cowardly assassination. They surround the poor bear, who is not always willing to leave his den. They terrify him, they harass him, and when he comes out at last to fight or fly, they shoot at him without the least danger from behind strong nets, where they are protected from his desperate attacks. Of course, there can be nothing exciting, nothing unexpected or startling in a hunt conducted in this way, and besides, it often happens that the impatient and awkward members of the party make the whole thing fail, and that the beast has packed off before they can come up to it. We shall go to work in a very different way, without trackers, without noise, and without dogs. I will tell you what is to be done when the right time comes, and you may rest assured that a real hunt is like all true pleasures. It does not admit of a crowd. It is a noble diversion, which you can only enjoy with your friends or persons of exceptional merit. I must thank you doubly then, replied Christian, for wishing me to share with you this confidential pleasure. But pray explain to me how it is that you are at liberty to kill the Baron's game before him. I should have thought he would be more jealous of his prerogatives as a hunter and of his rights as a proprietor. For that very reason it is not his game that we are going to try and kill. His estates are considerable, but the whole country does not belong to him, God be praised. Do you see those fine mountains directly in front of you? That is the Norwegian frontier, and on the outskirts of those gigantic ramparts we shall find a group called Blackdal. There, in the midst of those sublime wildernesses, and sometimes enveloped by clouds, for the summits of the mountains are not often so clear as they are today, live a few free peasants who are landowners. From one of these Danemans, that is what they're called, my friends and myself have purchased a bear, whose retreat he has just discovered. This Daneman, whose familiarity with all such matters makes him a very interesting man, lives in a magnificent site which is almost inaccessible to a carriage, but with the help of God and these good little mountain horses we shall get there. We will breakfast at his house, after which he himself will be our guide to his lordship the bear, who, since he has not been tracked beforehand by babblers and reckless fools, will await us without mistrust and receive us according to his mood at the moment. But look, Christian, see what a beautiful spectacle! Have you already beheld this phenomenon? No, not yet, cried Christian, transported with joy, and I'm very glad to see it in your company. I have heard of it, and that is all. It is a magnificent parhelion. In fact, 5 suns were rising above the horizon. The true, the powerful star of day was accompanied to the right and left, and on either side of its radiant disk by 4 luminous images, not so brilliant and not so round as the real sun, but surrounded by rainbow-hued halos of marvellous beauty. As our hunters were riding towards the west, they stopped for several moments to enjoy this optical effect, which is produced by very much the same causes as the rainbow, although it is scarcely ever seen in Europe except in the extreme north. At first they drove along a broad highway, but this soon dwindled into a narrow, uneven lane leading through private estates. The lane turned into a path, and then followed the open country, uncultivated and rugged, with only a few scarcely perceptible tracks cut into the snow along the hillsides. After this, Larsen, who understood perfectly both the country and the capabilities of the sleigh he was driving, dashed forward into a really terrific region over the bare sides of the mountains. On he went, careering along the very edge of precipices, slipping at full speed into the bottom of almost perpendicular ravines, jumping ditches at a flying leap, shooting over fallen trees and tottering rocks, without even condescending to avoid those fearful obstacles. which seemed every moment as if they would shiver the fragile sleigh into fragments. Christian did not know whether to admire most the audacity of the Major or the skill and courage of the thin little horse, whose marvellous instinct was like a sort of second sight, and which the driver accordingly allowed to go its own way. Twice, however, the sleigh was upset. It was not the fault of the horse, but of the vehicle, which could not accommodate itself quickly enough to his movements in spite of its ingenious construction. These overturns are sometimes serious, but they are so frequent that very few of them, in comparison with the number that occur, amount to anything. The lieutenant's sleigh, although he was warned by the accidents befalling the party in advance as they cut their way through the ice, was also upset 2 or 3 times. The young men rolled in the snow, shook themselves, replaced the sleigh upon its runners, and started again, without thinking anything more of the adventure than if they had got out to lighten the load of the horse a little. In other countries, an upset makes people laugh or tremble. Here it is accepted quietly as one of the things that are anticipated and inevitable. Christian experienced a feeling of unspeakable content, of inward peace during this exciting race. "I cannot express to you," he said to the good Major, who was really like a brother in his kindness and devotion, "how happy I am today. God be praised, dear Christian, for last night you were melancholy. It was the darkness that made me so, the lake whose beautiful covering of snow had been soiled by the race and which looked like a mass of lead under our feet. It was the Hoga, lighted by torches as gloomy as funereal torches gleaming over a tomb. It was that barbarous statue of Odin, which, with its threatening hammer and its formless arm, seemed to be hurling down some mysterious malediction upon the new world, no longer subject to his power, and upon our profane band. The whole scene was beautiful but yet terrible. My imagination is vivid. And then confess," said the Major. "Something was troubling you." "Perhaps so. A dream, a foolish fancy, which the return of the sun has dissipated." "Yes, Major, the sun exerts as beneficent an influence upon the spirit of man as upon his body. It illumines the soul as well as the natural world. This strangely beautiful and fantastic sun of the north is still the same as the glowing sun of Italy and the mild sun of France. It does not give so much heat, but I imagine that it gives even more light than elsewhere in this country of silver and crystal. All nature is its mirror, even the atmosphere, in these regions of immaculate ice. Blessed be the sunshine. Don't you agree with me, Major? And blessed be you, also, for bringing me with you on this revivifying drive, which inspires and strengthens me. Yes, this is the life that suits me. Movement, air, warmth, cold, light. The world before you, a horse, a sleigh, a ship. Pshaw, still less, legs, wings, liberty." "You are a strange being, Christian. For my part, I should prefer to all that a woman whom I loved." "Well," said Christian, "and I too, perhaps. I'm not strange at all, but you must be able to support your family, or else remain a bachelor. What would you have me do with nothing? Unable to dream of happiness, I have at least the consolation of knowing how to forget my deprivations, and of feeling a sincere enthusiasm for the austere joys that are within my reach. Do not talk to me about a family and the corner of a fireside. Let me dream of the free wind wafting you towards unknown shores. I know, dear friend, that man is made to love. I feel it deeply at this very moment, by the side of a person who has received me like a brother, and whom I must leave tomorrow, perhaps forever. But since it is my destiny to be unable to establish any ties in any place, since I have neither country, nor family, nor position in this world, the whole secret of my courage lies in the faculty I have acquired of enjoying happiness on the wing, and of forgetting that the morrow will inevitably sweep it away like a beautiful dream. And besides, I have reflected a great deal since we drank our punch in the grotto of the Hoga. Poor fellow, you must be in love, for you have not slept. Whether in love or not, I slept the sleep of the innocent, but one reflects quickly when he has not many hours to lose in life. While dressing myself, and while coming from Stolborg to join you, I was deeply impressed by one plain and simple truth. This is that I have made a mistake in trying to solve the problem of the wandering artist's career. I have reasoned like a spoiled child of civilization, and have been unwilling to resign the enjoyments of the sybarite. But let me explain myself more clearly. Christian, now, without relating the material facts of his life to the Major, gave him a brief sketch of his inclinations, desires, weaknesses, and the progress of his moral and intellectual life, and explained to him how it was that he had tried to become an artist so that he might continue to devote himself actively to the service of science. Now, my dear Osmond, he added, to be an artist, you must be that and nothing else. You must sacrifice travels, scientific studies, and liberty to that end. In my case, since I have not been willing to make these sacrifices, why should I not content myself with being simply and plainly an artisan without an art, such as any man in good health may become at any given moment of his life? I want to study the entrails of the earth. Cannot I become a miner for a month in some mine? I want to study the flora of a given locality and zoology. Can I not engage for a season as a pioneer or huntsman in that region? And the next season, can I not push on further, living in poverty in the meanwhile, so as to use my arms and legs for advancing my knowledge, instead of exhausting my mind in pasquinades, for the sake of obtaining more quickly better food and finer clothes? Have I not sufficient moral courage to work with my hands, so as to have my mind at liberty, and in a modest way productive? I have thought a great deal about the life of your great Linnaeus, which is a resume of the history of almost all the scientific men of our period. Poverty, the actual want of bread, has done all that it could with most of them to check their development and compel them to leave their works unknown or incomplete. In their youth they have all been wanderers like myself, anxious about the morrow, with no other hope than the chance of meeting intelligent patrons. And even when they have received some benefit, a bitter thing in itself, how often have they been obliged to interrupt their pursuits in order to occupy themselves with petty duties which are conferred upon them as a favour, but which consume their precious time and prevent or delay their discoveries? Very well. Why did they not do what I am proposing and what I intend to do? Take a hammer or a spade over their shoulders and go and excavate the rock or till the soil. What do I want with books or pen and ink? Why should I be so eager to make known my existence to the learned world before having something new and really interesting to communicate? I know enough now to begin to learn, that is, to observe and study nature for her own sake. We know well that sublime secrets have been wrested from the very elements, as it were, by poor illiterate workmen, in whom God had planted, like a sacred spark, the genius of observation. And do you suppose, Major Larsen, that a man loving nature passionately as I do, would lose his zeal and vigilance because obliged to eat black bread and sleep upon a bed of straw? In observing the structure of the rocks and the nature of the soil, might he not seize some idea that would prove useful in developing and improving, stay, these porphyry rocks which surround us, or these uncultivated fields which we are crossing? I'm sure that there are sources of wealth everywhere that man will gradually discover. To be useful to all, that is the glorious ideal of the artisan, dear Osmond. To be agreeable to the rich is the puerile destiny of the artist, and I escape from it with joy. What? Said the Major, astonished. Are you serious, Christian, in wishing to renounce the agreeable arts in which you excel, the refinements of life which, with your brilliant gifts, you could easily command, the charms of society, where it only depends upon yourself to reappear on the most advantageous and agreeable footing by accepting employment as a superintendent, we will say, of some court entertainment? You have only to desire it, and you would quickly secure powerful friends who could easily make you the manager of a theatre or the director of a museum. If you wish, my family is noble and has relations— No, Major, thanks. That would have been well enough yesterday morning. I was still a child then, seeking his road from playing truant from school. I should perhaps have accepted your proposition. The ball has led me back to the old life, to the old worldly vanities to which I have already too often yielded. Today I am a man who sees where duty points him. I do not know what ray has penetrated my soul with this morning's sunshine. Christian sank into a reverie. He asked himself what association of ideas had led him to form resolutions so simple and energetic, but it was useless for him to question himself and attribute this new inspiration entirely to the influence of a good night's sleep and a beautiful morning. One image constantly arose before him, that of Margaret hiding her face in her hands at the name of Christian Waldo. That stifled cry, breaking from her woman's heart, had struck the proud breast of Christian Goffridi. It had lingered in his ears. It had filled his soul with a generous shame, with a sudden and inflexible courage. "And why, let me ask you," he replied to the Major, who reminded him how fatiguing and tiresome physical labour is, "why must I have amusement and repose, and be exempted from any sort of suffering? Since my birth did not give me a place among the privileged classes, what have I to depend upon if I have not courage enough to make an honourable position for myself? Those who gave me birth, if they were here before me, they might very well reply that, having made me strong and healthy, they had no idea of rendering me delicate and lazy, and that, if fine carpets to walk on and delicacies to eat are really indispensable to sustain my strength and keep me in good humour, it had been quite impossible for them to foresee this strange and absurd contingency." "You are laughing, Christian," said the Major, "for life, without its superfluities, is not worth the trouble of living. Should not man's aim be to build himself a nest with care and foresight, of which the very birds set him an example?" "Yes, Major, it should be the aim of such men as you, whose future is linked in with his past. But there is nothing edifying in my past life, and when I become an interpreter, as Monsieur Gofflet calls it, do you know what the real motive was that influenced me? Most assuredly, though I did not know it myself, it was the fear of what is called poverty. Now, such a fear in a man who has only himself to care for is cowardly. Only think how absurd a lamentation on that score would sound in the mouth of a man so well-formed and healthy as I am. Stay, imagine one of my marionettes soliloquizing. Our friend Stentorello, for instance, speaking in all artlessness. 'Alas, miserable me, 3 times unfortunate! I can no longer sleep in sheets of the finest linen. Alas, I can no longer, when I am warm in Italy, take a glass of vanilla ice cream, or when I am cold in Sweden, pour first-class rum into my tea. Alas, I can no longer dance at balls in lavender-coloured silk, no more lace sleeves to set off my white hand. Miserable me! I can no longer cover my hair with powder scented with violet, and with pomade scented with tuberose. Oh, stars, behold my deplorable destiny! So pretty, so charming, so amiable as I am, and yet I can have no more preserves served in china plates, no more moire ribbons to tie my queue, no more gold buckles to my shoes. Blind fortune, cursed society, you certainly owe me as much as that, and to Christian Waldo too, who makes his marionettes talk and gesticulate so well." Larsen could not help laughing at Christian's gaiety. "You are a droll fellow," he said. "At some moments you seem to me paradoxical, and then again I ask myself whether you are not as great a sage as Diogenes, breaking his cup so as to drink up the fountainhead in the brook itself." "Diogenes," said Christian, "many thanks. That cynic has always seemed to me a conceited fool. In any event, if he was really a philosopher and wished to prove to the men of his time that it is possible to be happy and free without material comforts, he forgot the fundamental principle of his doctrine, namely, that no one can be free and happy without some useful employment, a truth that belongs to every age. To limit yourself to the bare necessities of life, so as to devote time and strength to a generous task cannot be called a sacrifice. It is conquering your own self-respect, securing the peace of your soul. But without this aim, Stoicism is mere foolishness. The doctrine that people should do nothing but amuse themselves is certainly much more sensible and agreeable. While talking thus, our hunters came in sight of the rustic abode where they were expected. It fitted in so well with the natural terraces of the mountain that, but for the smoke escaping from the chimney, it would have been difficult to distinguish it at any distance. "You are about to see a very worthy man," said the Major to Christian, "a type of Dalecarlian simplicity and pride. There is, however, a very disagreeable person in his house, but perhaps we shall not see her today." "So much the worse," answered Christian. "I'm curious about all the people, as well as about all the things in this strange country. Who is this disagreeable person?" "A sister of the Danneman, an old woman, either an idiot or crazy, who is said to have been beautiful in former years, and about whom they tell all sorts of queer stories. It is said that she had a child by Baron Ulloz, and that the Baroness, his wife, the same whom he now wears in a ring, out of retrospective jealousy, had the child carried off and destroyed. This may be the cause of the poor woman's unsettled mind. However, I can't guarantee the truth of the story, and I feel very little interest in a creature who could allow herself to be vanquished by the charms of the snowman. She is sometimes very tiresome with her songs and sayings, and then again she is either invisible or mute. I hope this will be the case today. But here we are. Go in quickly and warm yourself, while the corporal and the tenant unpack your provisions." The Danneman, Joe Botsoi, was standing at his threshold. He was a fine man of some 45 years, with hard features, contrasting strangely with his kindly and straightforward expression. He was dressed with great neatness, and he came forward rather slowly with his hat on his head, an air of simple dignity, and his hand extended. "Welcome," he said to the Major. "Thy friends are mine." The Dalecarlian peasant addresses everyone, even the king himself, in the second person. He turned immediately to the other young men and shook hands with Christian, Osborne, and the corporal. "I was expecting you," he said, "and yet you must not expect to find much in my house in the way of food. You know, Major Larsen, that the country is poor, and all that I have is at the disposition of yourself and friends." "Don't put yourself out at all, Danneman Botsoi," replied the Major. "If I had come alone, I should have asked for some of your gruel and beer. But since I have brought 3 of my friends with me, I laid in a stock of provisions beforehand, so as not to cause you any inconvenience." A discussion in Dalecarlian followed between the officer and the peasant. Christian did not understand it, but the lieutenant explained it to him as they opened the baskets. "We very wisely brought our own provisions," he said, "so as to have a decent breakfast in this hut. But the worthy peasant, though excusing himself for having nothing good to offer us, has really gone to some expense for our entertainment, and it is easy to see, from his long face, that he feels wounded by our precaution, which seems to him to cast a doubt upon his hospitality." "In that case," said Christian, "do not let us mortify this honest man. Let us keep our provisions and eat what he has prepared for us. His house seems clean, and here are his daughters, ugly enough, it is true, but very elegant, and all ready to wait upon the table." "Suppose we make a compromise," replied the lieutenant. "We will have everything served in common and invite the family to accept our food at the same time that we take theirs. I will go and propose that to the Danneman, always if the Major approves." The lieutenant never formed any resolution whatever without this restriction. The Major approved of the proposition and made it himself to the Danneman, who accepted it, although he still seemed a little dissatisfied. "So," he said with an uneasy smile, "it will be like a wedding feast, where each one brings his own dish." At any rate, he accepted, but in spite of Christian's hints, they did not even suggest inviting the women to sit down. This was too much opposed to established customs. The young officers would have been afraid of appearing ridiculous in proposing to the Danneman such a great infraction of his dignity as head of the family. While they were unpacking on the one hand and talking on the other, Christian examined the house within and without. It was the same sort of building that he had already noticed at the Guard at Stolberg. The body of the house was made of pine logs, well caulked with moss and painted on the outside of an iron rust red. The roof was of birch bark, overlaid with earth and turf. As there was danger that the snow, which was very plentiful in this mountainous region, would break down the roof, it had been carefully swept off, and the Danneman's goat, a third larger than the same animal in southern countries, was uttering a plaintive beating at the sight of the fresh grass thus disclosed to view. It was so warm within doors that the young men threw off their pelisses and hats and went about in their shirt-sleeves. Although substantial and spacious in comparison with a great many habitations in the locality, this house was nevertheless quite small, but its form was elegant, and the outside porch, over which the edge of the roof projected, gave it the comfortable and picturesque appearance of a Swiss chalet. One single room, protected from the cold by a narrow vestibule, proved sufficient for the whole family, which consisted of the Danneman, who was a widower, his sister, a son 15 years old, and 2 daughters somewhat older. The stove was in the form of a cylinder and was built of Dutch bricks 4 feet high. The chimney was attached to it, and the whole stood in the centre of the house. The bare ground, instead of a carpet, was covered with pine boughs that exhaled an agreeable and healthful odour. Christian wondered where all the family slept, for he saw only 2 beds in recesses in the walls, like berths in a ship. His friends explained to him that these were the beds of the Danneman and his sister. The children slept on benches with no other covering than fur cloaks. "In other respects," said the Major to Christian, who inquired curiously about all their habits, "though they are faithful to the rude customs of our mountaineers of pure race, you will find also that they have luxuries of their own, due to the labours of our host and the plentifulness of game in these savage places. I told you that Danneman Butzoi was a skilful and experienced hunter, but you must know that he is skilful not only in tracking savage beasts, but also in killing them without damaging their skins, and in preparing and preserving their precious remains. We always apply to him when we want a good and handsome article at a fair price. Skins of the sucking doe, for instance, which for the summer make the coolest and most delicious bed in the world, and which wash like linen. Skins of the long-haired black bear for lining sleighs, and sealskin cloaks, impervious to the rain, to the snow, and above all, to the interminable autumn fogs, which are exceedingly penetrating and unhealthy. Still further, he has rarities and even curiosities in the way of furs to dispose of, for Joe Butzoi has travelled a great deal in still colder regions than this, and he is in communication with hunters who send him the objects of his traffic by wandering Laplanders and Norwegian traders. Northern caravans in which the camel is replaced by the reindeer, and whose trade, for the most part, consists merely in an exchange of commodities after the manner of the ancients. Christian was curious to see these furs. The Danneman, thinking he wanted to purchase some of them, led him and the Major to a little shed where the skins were hanging up. He begged Larsen to dispose of one or all of them to the satisfaction of his friend, and would not consent to be informed of the price of sale agreed upon before receiving it. "You understand the business as well as I do," he said, "and you are master in my house." Osmond translated these words to Christian, who admired the simple dignity of the Dalecarlian, and inquired whether he would show equal confidence in any one who might claim his hospitality. "He has usually a great deal of faith," replied the Major, "for the manners here are patriarchal. The Dalecarlian, the Swiss of the north, has great and heroic virtues, but the country he lives in is poor. Our mines draw vagabonds from all parts of the country, and criminals concealed in this subterranean world often avoid for a long time the punishments pronounced against them in other provinces. The peasant, when he is neither a landowner nor employed in the mines, is so wretchedly poor that he is sometimes obliged to beg or to steal. And yet the number of malefactors is infinitely small in comparison to that of persons without means, whom the privileged classes absolutely ignore. The rich peasant, therefore, cannot confide in all chance-comers, nor does he feel the slightest faith in the nobility, who vote regularly in the Diet for their own interests, in opposition to those of the other classes. But the soldier, above all the members of the Indelta, is the friend of the peasant. We are the most independent power in the state, since the law secures us a sufficient and honourable support in spite of every opposing influence. It is well known that we are generally devoted to the king when he sustains the people and protects them against the abuses of the nobility. This is his only course with us, and the peasant who makes common cause with him cannot be deceived. Have patience, Christian. A time will come when the Senate will be obliged to settle accounts with the bourgeois and peasant. Our king dares not. Our queen, Ulrica, is bold enough, but would the sister of Frederick the Great pause on the road if she could once succeed in subduing the pride and ambition of the Jarls? I doubt it. She would think only of extending the royal power, without admitting that the people also ought to be allowed more freedom. Our hope, therefore, is in Henry, the Prince Royal. He is a man of genius and a man of action. Yes, a time will come, but pardon me, I'm forgetting that you want to look at furs, and that you can scarcely feel any interest in the politics of our country. However, you may rest assured that the Prince Royal— Yes, the Prince Royal, repeated the lieutenant, who had followed the major and Christian under the shed. He paused with a thoughtful expression, being in fact busy in learning the memorable words which his friend had just uttered by heart, so that he might form a definite opinion about the situation of his country. He would have been rather indifferent upon this subject if he had consulted the apathetic philosophy that was natural to him, but the major had an opinion, and the lieutenant therefore must have one too, and he could not of course differ from his friend. Consequently, he also felt unbounded hope and confidence in the genius of the Prince Royal. Were both he and Larsen mistaken? Henry, the future Gustavus III, had many remarkable and most seductive qualities. He was learned, eloquent, courageous, and certainly in the beginning of his career, sincere and ambitious of doing good. But he, like Charles XII and so many others, was destined to yield to the dominion of his own passions, which warred against his desire to promote the public weal. After saving Sweden from an overbearing oligarchy, he did his best to ruin it by a blind ostentation and the false calculations of a corrupt policy. Still, he was a great man at a given moment of his life when, without shedding a drop of blood, he succeeded in freeing his people from the tyranny of a caste, irresistibly tempted by its privileges to destroy the equilibrium of society. Christian, from all that he had been able to gather as to the situation of the country and the presumed character of the future heir of the throne, shared fully the major's hopes and delusions, but nevertheless he was still more occupied for the moment, not in purchasing the lining for a winter garment — he could not afford any such luxury — but in examining the skins of animals piled up around him in the Danneman's little store. In regard to several species, this was a lesson for him in natural history, and Larsen, who was a thoroughly accomplished hunter, informed him in what regions of the north these species were indigenous. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 12, Part 2. Since we shall set out immediately to hunt our bear, he said in conclusion, you ought to know beforehand what sort of animal we are to deal with. According to Danman Botsoi, it is a mongrel, but it is yet to be proved that the different varieties of the bear can breed together. There are 3 of them in Norway. The Brestjor, which lives upon leaves and herbs, and which is very fond of milk and honey. The Ildegirsker, which eats meat, and the Myrbjorn, which feeds upon ants. As for the white bear of the polar seas, which is a 4th and still more powerful family, I need not tell you that it is not found among us. And yet, said Christian, here are 2 skins of polar bears which seem to me as precious as any articles in the Danneman's collection. Has he been as far as the Polar Sea on his hunting expeditions? It is quite possible, replied the Major. At any rate, he has business relations, as I told you, with parties in the extreme north. It is quite a customary thing for him to travel 200 leagues in his sleigh in the middle of winter to trade and exchange commodities with hunters who, upon their side, have come just as far on their skates or with their reindeers to meet him at the appointed place. He claims now that he is going to show us the mongrel of a white and black bear because the creature's fur seemed to him mixed, but as he only saw him at night by the light of the aurora borealis, which is very deceptive, we can't be sure about it. The bear is so shy and distrustful that very little is known about him, even in our country, where he was found in great numbers 100 years ago, and where he is still quite common. It is not really known whether the parti-colored bear is a mongrel or a distinct species. Some believe that the white fur is produced by the cold of winter, and that the spotted coat, therefore, is either the beginning or the termination of an annual transformation, while others assert that the white bear retains his color at all seasons. But you, Christian, are probably more familiar than myself with all these matters. You have read so many works that I only know by name. It is for that very reason that I am utterly unable to solve your doubts. Buffon contradicts Wormsius flatly about the bear, and all our learned historians contradict each other in all their statements, which does not prevent them from contradicting themselves. It is not really their fault, for most of the laws of nature are still unsolved enigmas. When we know so little about animals living upon the surface of the globe, only think what secrets must be enclosed in the bowels of the earth itself. That is what made me say a little while ago that it is in the power of any man, no matter how insignificant, to make immense discoveries. But let us return to our bear, or rather let us make haste with breakfast so that we can go and find him. I have only one fault to find with the Swedes, dear friend, and that it is that they have too many meals and spend too much time over them. I could understand it better if your days were 20 hours long. But when I see how small an arc of the circle the sun has to pass even now, before again sinking beneath the horizon, I cannot help wondering at what hour you propose to hunt. Patience, dear Christian, replied the Major, laughing. A bear hunt does not last long. It is a single blow, whether it succeeds or fails. Either you lodge 2 balls in your enemy's head, or with a stroke of his paw he disarms and overpowers you. But here is the Danneman coming to announce breakfast. Let us go in. The repast brought by the officers was capital, but Christian saw plainly that the young girls and Danneman himself were sadly mortified at the sight of all this good food, and that after looking forward with delight to offering them their rustic viands, they scarcely ventured to place them on the table. Accordingly, he made it a point to eat of these and to praise them, and indeed his politeness cost him little, for the Dannemans' smoked salmon and fresh game were excellent, the butter made of reindeer's milk was delicious, the turnips were tender and sweet, and the sweetmeats, some northern berry preserved, aromatic and refreshing. Christian did not like so well the beverage of sour milk, which was handed round in pewter pitchers. He preferred the light wine made from a different sort of berry, which grows in the greatest abundance throughout the country, and which the people cook and preserve in 1,000 ways. But most of all he admired the Christmas cake that was brought on with the dessert, and which had been made expressly for the Dannemans' guests, so that they might be able to cut it. For custom required that the cake reserved for the family should remain untouched until 12th night. The Danneman thrust his knife resolutely into this luxurious edifice made of wheaten flour and tumbled down without mercy the little towers and clocks which his daughters had so skillfully constructed. These young persons, tall, large, and with dark complexions, were not at all pretty, but their figures were good, and they were very coquettishly dressed, making a great display of ribbons, jewels, and above all of white linen and black braids. It was only after the cake was cut that they partook of anything. They were invited then to take a piece of the cake and to moisten their lips from their father's goblet after he had filled it with strong beer. They remained standing, and before drinking made a deep curtsy to the guests, and wished them the compliments of the season. Christian usually became very impatient at the table when he had satisfied his hunger, but he now sank into a profound reverie. His companions were quite noisy, although they had abstained from wine and brandy in the fear of being overcome by intoxication when the time came for starting on the hunt. The Danneman, who was at first reserved and rather haughty, became more demonstrative, and seemed to have conceived a peculiar sympathy for the stranger. But this man, who understood all the Northland dialects, and even Finnish and the Russian of Archangel, could speak Swedish, his native language, only with extreme difficulty. Christian, with his curiosity and habitual facility, was already trying to understand Delakarien, but even with the help of the narrator's pantomime he could only follow vaguely the interesting accounts of hunts and travels called for and eagerly listened to by the other guests. Fatigued by the efforts he was obliged to make in listening and by the excessive heat of the room, Christian left the table and moved away from the stove. He went to the window and gazed at the sublime scenery surrounding the chalet, which stood on the edge of a deep Gothic gorge, whose black precipitous sides, glittering with frozen waterfalls, plunged steeply down to the bed of a torrent. The uncultivated meadows above the abyss had such a rapid slope in many places that their shroud of snow had been blown off by sudden gusts of wind, which had thus left exposed to the sun the green turf beneath, lightly powdered with frost and brilliant as a carpet of pale emeralds. This remnant of tender verdure, victorious over the frost, was the more striking because of its contrast with the gloomy green, almost like black, of the gigantic pines which stood crowded together, erect as monuments of the abyss and hung with fringes of ice diamonds. Those growing in the crevices where the snow had accumulated were buried in it halfway up their trunks, and these trunks were sometimes 160 feet high. Their branches, too heavily laden with ice, hung down, and stiff as the flying buttresses of Gothic cathedrals, were welded into the snow beneath. Upon the horizon arose the sharp peaks of Sevenberg, their rosy crest, the abode of eternal snows, resting upon a sky of amethyst. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already searching with his rays the blue depths, which, when the party reached their destination, had still been enveloped in the cold and gloomy shadow of the night. Every instant Christian saw them gleaming with changing hues, like those of an opal. Every artist who has been a traveler has always remarked the beauty of snow landscapes in those regions, which are, as it were, their favorite haunts. In the south, the snow is never seen in all its glory. It is only in exceptional localities and on rare days when it resists the sunshine that we can form any idea of the splendor of its hues in other regions, and of the peculiar transparency of the shadows that float over its white masses. Christian was seized with enthusiasm. While comparing the relative comfort of the cottage, a comfort altogether excessive as regards heat, with the solemn severity of the spectacle without, he began to dream about the life of the Danemen, and to form a picture of it in his imagination until it actually seemed to him his own life, until he began to imagine that he was in his own house, his own country, his own family. There is no one of us who, at one time or another, when vividly impressed by some combination of outward scenery or circumstances, has not fallen into one of those strange reveries in which our life seems double, when we behold the scene before us not only for what it is, but also, like an object reflected in a mirror, as the reflection of some picture already imprinted upon the mind. We imagine that we have already trod the road we are passing, that we have already known in a previous phase of our existence the persons we are meeting, that we have fallen back into some scene of the past in which we have already lived. This sort of hallucination of the memory was so complete in Christian's case that it seemed to him that he must clearly have understood at some former period this Delacarrian language which he had just found so unintelligible. While listening mechanically to the sweet and grave speech of the Danemen, he began unconsciously to finish his sentences before he had uttered them and to give them a meaning. Suddenly he started up as if waking from a trance and laid his hand heavily upon the Major's shoulder. "I understand," he cried, extremely agitated. "It is very strange, but I understand. Did not the Danemen say just now that he had a dozen cows, and that 3 of them had become so wild last summer that he could not bring them back to his house in the autumn? That they were lost, and that he had been obliged to shoot one of the remaining ones to keep it from running away like the others?" "He did really say so," replied the Major, "but it did not occur last summer. The Danemen was saying that all this happened 20 years ago." "No matter," replied Christian. "You see that I understood almost everything. How do you explain that, Osmond?" "I do not know, but I am not so much surprised as you. It is a result of your incredible facility in learning all languages, and constructing them and explaining them in your own mind according to analogies that exist between them." "No, that was not the process through which my mind passed. It came to me like a reminiscence." "That again is possible. You probably studied in your childhood a quantity of things of which you retain a confused recollection. Come, try it again. Listen to what those young girls are saying. Do you understand?" "No," said Christian. "It is over. The phenomenon has ceased. I cannot understand now a single word they say." He returned to the window to listen to his host, and try to catch once more in the same mysterious way the meaning of what was said, but his efforts were useless. His confused reverie was dissipated, and, in spite of himself, reason and real impressions resumed their habitual empire over his mind. Soon, however, he entered into another train of thought. It was no longer a fantastic past that appeared to him, but a dream of the future logically deduced from the resolutions he had formed, and with which he had entertained the Major only an hour before. He saw himself dressed like the Danemen in a blouse without sleeves, worn over a vest with long and narrow sleeves, in 2 pairs of stockings, the inner ones of wool and those outside of yellow leather, and with his hair cut square on his forehead. He saw himself seated near his comfortable stove, relating to some rare visitor stories of his expeditions on fields of floating ice, or in the currents of the terrible maelstrom, and in the obscure recesses of Stiltfield. In this peaceful and primitive scene, which he was imagining as a frugal recompense of his travels and labors, he naturally tried to form an idea of the companion who would be associated with him in the rustic occupations of his maturity. Christian looked attentively at the daughters of the Danemen, but these masculine and severe creatures were not sufficiently beautiful to make the idea of being the husband of one of them very delightful. Unless he could sympathize intellectually with the companion of his life, he would have preferred to remain a bachelor. In spite of himself, the phantom of Margaret fluttered into his dream in the form of a blonde little fille, disguised like a young mountaineer, and prettier in her white chemise and green bodice than in her fine hooped skirt and her satin slippers. But this fantastic toilet was only a transient masquerade. Margaret was a figure detached from another frame. She could only cross the threshold of the chalet with a smile and disappear in the blue and silver sleigh, where Christian would never be allowed to seat himself by her side. "Go, Margaret," he said. "What are you doing here? An abyss separates us, and for me you are only a vision hovering in the moonlight. My wife will be a dull reality, or rather I shall have no wife. I will be a miner, a laborer, or a wandering merchant, like my host, and will work for 20 years so as to be able at last to build my nest upon the point of one of these rocks. Very well, when I am 50 years old, I will settle on some magnificent site, and living there like a hermit will bring up some abandoned child, who will love me as I loved Gofredi. Why not? And if, in the meanwhile, I have discovered something useful to my fellow men, shall I not be happy?" Thus did Christian ponder upon the problem of his destiny, but however humble his dream of happiness, it faded away before the idea of solitude. "What is the meaning," he said to himself, "of this longing for a serious love by which I have been possessed for the last 24 hours? Hitherto I have troubled myself but little about the morrow. Come, can I not apply to these cravings, to these cries of my heart, the good and sound philosophy which I opposed in talking to Osborne, to material luxuries and comforts? If in my project of reform I can forget my physical wants, subject myself to the rudest physical hardships, can I not also impose silence upon my imagination and forbid it this flattering dream of happiness? Why, how now, Christian? Since you have settled and decided that you have no peculiar claims to happiness, can you not accept your fate? Can you not say to yourself, what I have to do is not to breathe the perfume of roses. It is to walk over thorns without looking behind me." Christian's heart was torn as he tried to form this resolution, and his face was bathed with tears. He hid it in his hands and bowed his head as if asleep. "What, Christian?" cried the Major, rising from the table. "Is this the moment for falling asleep, and for you, too, the most eager of us all for the hunt? Come and drink the stirrup cup, and let us start." Christian started up, crying, "Bravo!" His eyes were wet, but his smile was so gay that no one dreamed he had been weeping. "We have now to decide," resumed the Major, "which of us shall have the honor of making the first attack upon his furred majesty." "Don't you draw lots and leave it for chance to decide?" said Christian. "I thought that was the custom." "So it is, but you entertained and interested us so much last evening that we have been asking each other what we could do for you in return, and this is the conclusion to which the lieutenant and myself have arrived, with the consent of the corporal, whose vote is worth just as much as ours. We will draw lots, and the lucky one will have the pleasure of offering you the long straw." "Upon my word," said Christian, "I am really very grateful for your kindness. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, my excellent friends. But it is quite possible that you are sacrificing a pleasure that I am not worthy to appreciate. I have not claimed to be an ardent and skillful hunter. I am only a curious—" "Do you feel any timidity?" rejoined the Major. "If that is the case—" "I cannot feel any timidity," replied Christian, "since I don't know anything about the dangers of this hunt, and I do not consider myself such a coward as to be unwilling to go where danger of any kind is to be encountered. I repeat that I have no sort of vanity in the matter. I have never performed any exploit which gives me a right to monopolize a triumph. Can you not give me a place which will make all our chances equal?" "That is impossible. We have equal chances when we draw lots, but the one who wins must take the lead." "Very well," said Christian, "I will take the lead, I will start the game, but I assure you, if there is anyone here indifferent to killing him with his own hand, it is myself. In fact, I should much prefer having time to examine the action and walk of the animal while he is alive. But suppose he should fly and make his escape before you can examine him? No one can foresee what his caprice will be. The bear is usually timid, and, for the most part, in case of assault, he thinks only of flight, except when he is wounded. Be advised by me, Christian, and if you really care to see anything interesting, undertake the attack. Otherwise you will perhaps only see the dead animal after the combat, for it seems that he is entrenched in a narrow space behind some thick brambles. Well then, I accept your offer, said Christian, and I promise to show you a bear hunt this evening on my stage, into which I will try and introduce something entertaining. Yes, really, I will be as amusing as possible in proof of my gratitude. And now, Major, tell me what I must do, and what is the best method for killing a bear properly without making it suffer too much, for I am a sentimental hunter, and must acknowledge that I am not in the slightest degree ferocious. What? Rejoined the Major. Have you never seen a bear hunted? Never. Oh, then that is different. We withdraw our proposition. No one here wants to see you disabled, dear Christian. Isn't that so, comrades? What would Countess Margaret say if we should carry back her partner minus a leg? The lieutenant and corporal agreed with the major that it would not do to expose a novice to a serious engagement with this ferocious beast, but Margaret's name, which to Christian's great regret had been pronounced as associated with him, had set his heart beating. From that moment he claimed the favor that had been granted him with as much ardor as he had before shown modesty or indifference in avoiding it. If I should happen to be successful in killing this bear in good style, he thought, this barbarian princess will not blush so deeply perhaps at our defunct friendship, and if the bear kills me in a tragic manner, she may possibly shed in secret a tear of pity over the fate of the poor actor. When the major saw that Christian was really annoyed at being obliged to draw lots, he persuaded his companions to give him the first chance, as a favor, as they had intended. But in the meantime he went up to the gentleman and said to him in his own language, Friend, since in your character of guide you are to go in advance with our dear Christian, keep close to him, I implore you. It is his first trial. The Delacarlian was greatly surprised and could not understand at first what the major meant. He made him repeat the warning, and then, looking at Christian attentively, shook his head. He is a handsome young man, he said, and he has a good heart, I am sure. He ate my cacabro as if he had never done anything else all his life. He has Delacarian teeth, and yet it seems he is a stranger. He pleases me. I am sorry that he cannot talk Delacarlian with me, and still more sorry that he is going where those more skilful than either he or myself have remained. The cacabro to which the Daneman referred was neither more nor less than the ordinary bread of the country, which was made of rye, oats, and pounded bark. The pulverized birch bark, which was one of its ingredients, made it very hard even when fresh, and as no one cooks in this country more than twice a year at the most, it becomes when dry and stale a sort of flat stone, which strangers find very difficult to masticate. The saying of the Danish bishop who marched against the Delacarlians in the time of the Gustavus Vasa is historical. The devil himself cannot get the better of people who eat wood. As the Daneman, in spite of his enthusiasm for the heroic mastication of his stranger guest, did not seem able to answer for his safety, Larsen's anxiety was renewed, and he again attempted to dissuade Christian. The Daneman interrupted him by begging everyone to go out except the stranger. They guessed his intention, and Larsen explained it to Christian. You will have to go through some Kabbalistic initiation, he said. I told you that our peasants believe in all sorts of influences and mysterious divinities. I see that the Daneman will not guide you to his bear with any confidence until he has rendered you invulnerable by a formula or talisman of some sort. Will you consent? To be sure I will, cried Christian. Whatever informs me of the peculiarities of the manners and customs of a people I welcome with all my heart. Leave me alone with the Daneman, dear Major, and if he shows me the devil, I promise to describe him to you exactly. When the Daneman was tete-a-tete with his guest, he took his hand and said in Swedish, Don't be afraid. Then he conducted him to one of the 2 beds that stood in a transverse niche at the end of the room, and called 3 times, Karine, 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 after which he drew aside an old stained leather curtain and disclosed to view an angular form and a face of alarming pallor. It was an aged and feeble woman, who seemed to have great difficulty in waking, and who, with the Daneman's assistance, raised herself in the bed, so that she might look at Christian. At the same time, the Daneman repeated his warning. Don't be afraid. It is my sister, he added, whom you may have heard of, a famous seeress, a Vala of the old times. The old woman, whose profound slumber had not been disturbed by the noise of the breakfast and conversation, seemed trying to collect her ideas. Her livid face was calm and gentle. She held out her hand, and the Daneman placed that of Christian in it. But she withdrew hers instantly with a sort of terror, and said in Swedish, "Mon Dieu, what is the matter? Is it you, Monsieur Baron? Pardon me for not rising. I have had so much fatigue in my poor life." "You are mistaken, my good woman," replied Christian. "You do not know me. I am not the Baron." The Daneman addressed his sister in Delacarlian, and probably to the same effect, for she replied in Swedish, "I know that you are deceiving me. That is the great Earl. What does he want in our house? Will he not let her sleep who has watched so long?" "Do not pay any attention to her," said the Daneman, addressing Christian. "Her mind is still asleep, and she continues her dream. Soon she will speak sensibly." He added in Delacarlian for his sister's benefit, "Come, Carine, look at this young man and tell him whether he must go with me to hunt the wicked one." So it is that the Delacarlian peasant calls the bear, whose name he is extremely reluctant to pronounce. Carine hid her eyes with her hand and spoke to her brother with great vivacity. "Speak in Swedish, since you know Swedish," said Christian, who wanted to understand the practices of the seeress. "I beg you, good mother, to tell me what I am to do." The seeress closed her eyes with a sort of obstinacy and said, "You are not he I was dreaming about, or else you have forgotten the language of your cradle. Leave me both of you, you and your shadow. I will not speak. I have sworn never to tell what I know." "Have patience," said the Daneman to Christian. "She is always so at first. Beg her mildly, and she will tell your fortune." Christian renewed his petition, and the seeress, still concealing her eyes with her pale hands and assuming a poetic style which seemed learned by heart, at last replied, "The ravenous one howls on the heath. His supports fail him. He rushes forth. He rushes towards the east, through a valley full of poisons, of peat and of mud." "Does that mean that he will escape us?" said the Daneman, who listened religiously to his sister. "I see them walking through noisome torrents," she resumed, "the perjurers and the murderers. Do you understand that? Do you know what I mean to say?" "No, I don't understand it at all," replied Christian, who recognized a refrain of the ancient Scandinavian songs of the Voluspa, and who thought that he also recognized the voice heard among the boulders of Stolborg. "Do not interrupt her," said the Daneman. "Go on, Carine. We are listening." "I saw the fire burning in the hall of the rich, but before the door stood death." "Do you mean that for this young man?" inquired the Daneman. Without seeming to hear him, she continued, "One day in a field I gave my garments to 2 wooden men. When they were clothed they resembled heroes. The naked man is timid." "There, you see," cried Boytsy, looking at Christian with an air of simple truth. "Now I hope she is speaking clearly." "Do you think so?" "Of course I think so. She recommends you to be well clothed and well armed." "That is certainly good advice, but is that all?" Listen, she is going to speak again," said the Daneman. The seeress resumed, "The fool thinks he will live forever if he avoids the combat, but even age will not give him peace. The destroyer comes with his spear. Do you understand? Do you know what I mean to say?" "Yes, yes, Carine," cried the Daneman, now quite satisfied. "You have spoken well, and now you can go to sleep again. The children will watch over you, and you shall not be troubled again." "Leave me, then," said Carine. "Now the Vala falls into the night." She hid her face in the bedding, and her thin body seemed to sink and disappear in her mattress of eiderdown, a rich present which had been made her by the Daneman, who regarded her with the utmost veneration. "I hope you are contented," he said to Christian, as he took a long cord from a corner of the room. "The prediction is good." "Yes, very good," replied Christian. "This time I understood. Prudent people gain nothing by hiding themselves. The best way is to march straight on the enemy. Well then, forward, my dear host. But what are you doing with that cord?" "Give me your arm," replied the Daneman. He began to roll the cord carefully around Christian's left arm. "That will be enough to amuse the wicked one," he said. "While he has this arm in his claws, with your other hand you will rip open his belly with this spear. But I will explain what you must do as we go along. You are ready. Let us start." "Well," cried the officers who were awaiting Christian in the vestibule, "shall we have good luck?" "For my part," said Christian, "it seems that I am invulnerable. But I am afraid the bear won't be so well off. The seeress said that he would fly to the east." "No, no," replied the Daneman, whose serious and confident manner forbade any joking. "It was said that the ravenous one would rush towards the east, but not that he would be killed. Forward!" Before following Christian to the hunt, we will return for some moments to the Chateau de Valdemara, whence the Baron had started with all his able-bodied male guests and 200 or 300 trackers immediately after sunrise. The place towards which this seigneurial battue proceeded was much lower down on the mountain than the Dannemans' cottage. It was quite accessible to the ladies, who all went, some with the resolution of seeing the bear hunt as near as possible, and others less courageous, promising themselves that they would not venture further than to the edge of the wood. Olga, who was eager to show the Baron that she was interested in his prowess, was among the former. Margaret, who did not care at all for the Baron's prowess, and Mademoiselle Martina Inkerstrom, the daughter of the minister of the parish and the fiancée of Lieutenant Osborne, an excellent young girl, rather too high-coloured for beauty, but agreeable, affectionate, and sincere, whom Margaret preferred to any of her other new acquaintances, were among the latter. We may as well state in passing that Minister Mickelson, of whom mention was made in relating the story of Baroness Hilda, had died long ago after rashly quarrelling, it was asserted, with Baron Olas. His successor was a very respectable man, and although his living was in the gift of the charlatan, as was the right of certain fiefs, he showed great dignity and independence in his relations with the Snowman. Perhaps the Baron had found out that it was more to his advantage to be on good terms with a good man than to have to cater to the bad passions of a dangerous friend. He treated him with great respect, and the pastor often appealed to him in behalf of the feeble and poor, without irritating him by his frankness. On the whole, there was a lack of excitement in the Baron's hunt. No one believed that they would find any bears so near the chateau, especially after several days of revelry and feasting. The bear is naturally shy and sulky. He has no liking either for orchestral music or the play of fireworks, and the whisper passed around from one to the other that if they should happen to find one, it would surely be a tame bear and a capital dancer, who would come of his own accord to give his paw to the charlatan. The weather, however, was magnificent. The roads through the forest were practicable, and no one failed to be upon the spot, even the old man, who drove to a very comfortable rustic pavilion, where breakfast and dinner were to be served, whether the hunters killed bears or hares. When the chateau was about deserted, Johann, after sending off on various pretenses the servants of whom he did not feel sure, proceeded to exercise the duties of the inquisitor, which he had boasted he would carry through successfully. We subjoin on account of his day, as he noted down all that occurred hour by hour with the greatest precision. 9 o'clock, the Italian, yelling with hunger and thirst, had him silenced. That was easily managed. No one at Stolborg but Stenson, the lawyer, and his little valet, Ulf, the drunkard, is not worth mentioning. Christian Waldo has disappeared unless he is ill and in bed. The lawyer who shares his room with him won't admit anyone. I begin to have my doubts about him. 10 o'clock. The captain sends to inquire if it is not time to act. Not yet. The Italian has still too much strength. Christian Waldo is decidedly absent. I went into the famous bear room and found the lawyer at work. He says that he don't know where the man with the marionettes has gone. I saw the baggage of the latter. He is not far. 11 o'clock. I have unearthed Christian Waldo's valet in the stables of the new chateau, and have made him talk. He knows the master's real name, Dulac. He must be French then, and not Italian. A more interesting discovery due to this Puffo is that there are 2 Waldos here instead of 1. Puffo did not work the marionettes last evening, and the Waldo who talked to me, the man with the wine-colored birthmark, told me a dozen lies. Puffo does not know who his assistant could have been. For his part, he was drunk and asleep. He cannot imagine, he says, who could have replaced him. I had some idea of sending him to the captain, but felt pretty well satisfied that what he said was true. I shall not lose sight of him. He may be useful. This second Waldo must be the false Gaufflet. So if we don't let them know that they are suspected, we can seize them both tonight. I thought old Stenson seemed rather anxious, and told him that he would be left undisturbed. In any event, he must be reassured so that he may not escape us. Noon. I have it all, the secret proof which I send you, and the disclosures of the Italian, which are as follows. He did not make the least resistance. The mere sight of our chamber of roses rendered him demonstrative. Christian Waldo is really he whom you are seeking. He is handsome and well made. His description corresponds exactly with the appearance of the false Christian Waldo. The Italian does not know anything about the man with the birthmark. The famous proof which I procure you gratis was hidden between 2 stones behind the Hogar in a very well-chosen place which I will show you. I went to get it myself, and I send it to you without knowing what its value may be. You can judge about that. I have sent Monsieur Italian some breakfast. His real name is Guido Massarelli. Do not be in any haste to leave the chase, and show no impatience even if the papers I send should really be of importance. These mountebanks are undoubtedly in league with Guido, but as they have not been able to communicate with him since yesterday, we have them all in our power. Guido offers to turn against them, but I do not trust him. If the whole thing is merely a mystification to get money out of you, we will pay in another manner than they expect, and will pay dear. Having closed his bulletin, Johann tied it in the portfolio which Guido had been forced to deliver up, and sent it carefully sealed and by the surest of his messengers to the Baron's address at the rendezvous of the hunt. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 13. While this dispatch is speeding after the Baron, we shall take the liberty of proceeding ourselves to Botsey's chalet, where the brave Danneman wanted to carry Christian off with him with no other arms than a cord and an iron-shod stick. "Wait," cried the Major. "Our friend must be equipped and armed. Your boar spear is not to be despised, Master Joe, but a good Norwegian cutlass will do more execution, and a good gun will not be superfluous." Yielding to the entreaties of the Major and the Lieutenant, Christian put on a reindeer skin coat and felt boots, the latter without either soles or seams, and having the advantage of never slipping on the ice, and of being impenetrable to the cold. Then, after arming and supplying him with powder and balls, Christian's friends put a fur cap on his head and proceeded to draw lots for their places in the hunt. "I have number 1, cried the Major in great exultation. "So it is I who am to yield my place to Christian, and to take my stand 100 steps behind him. The lieutenant will be on my left, and the corporal on my right, at a distance also of 100 steps on each side. Now then, start and count your steps. When you have counted 100, make us a sign, and we will follow." Everything being thus regulated, the Danneman and Christian began the march, and the others followed, observing the distances agreed upon. Christian was astonished to see them adopt this order of battle from the very moment of departure. "Is the bear so near," he asked of his guide, "that we should not have time enough 10 times over to take our proper positions on approaching his den?" "The wicked one is very near," replied the Danneman. "No one of us has ever taken up his winter quarters before so near my house. I was so far from suspecting his presence that I have passed a dozen times almost over his hole, without supposing that I had such a handsome neighbor." "Our bear is handsome, then?" "He is one of the largest I have ever seen. But begin and talk low. He has very good ears, and in less than a quarter of an hour he will hear every word we say." "Were not your daughters alarmed at having such a neighbor?" said Christian, approaching the Danneman and lowering his voice to please him, though his apprehensions seemed to him exaggerated. At this question, Joe Boitsey drew himself up stiffly, straightened his large head between his shoulders, and looked at Christian askance. "Herr Christian, my daughters are honest girls," he said dryly. "Pray, have I intimated anything to the contrary, Herr Boitsey?" said Christian, feeling very much surprised. "Don't you know," replied the Danneman, making an effort to pronounce the name which he disliked so much, "don't you know that the bear can do no harm to a virgin, and that consequently an honest girl can go and snatch her kid or her lamb from his very claws without any danger?" "Pardon, Monsieur Danneman, I did not know it. I am a stranger, and I see that we can learn something new every day. But are you quite sure that the bear has such a respect for chastity? Would you allow one of your daughters to accompany you at this moment?" "No, women can't keep their tongues from wagging, and their chattering gives notice to the game. That is why neither girls nor women should ever go to a hunt." "And if you should happen to see the bear pursuing your daughters, would you not be alarmed? Would you not shoot it?" "I would shoot it for the sake of getting its skin, but I should not be uneasy about my daughters. I tell you I am sure of their conduct." "But your sister, the Sibyl, she without doubt has been married." "Married?" said the Danneman, throwing back his head disdainfully. He resumed with a sigh. Whether married or not, Corinne is not afraid of wicked tongues. Do wicked tongues come to torment you even here, Master Joe? I should have thought in this wilderness. The Danneman shrugged his shoulders and looked discontented, but did not reply. Have I displeased you again without knowing it? Asked Christian after a few seconds. Yes, replied the Danneman, and as it is not well to go together where we are going with something on your heart, I will speak out. Why did you ask me whether Corinne was afraid of the bear? I will not take another step until I know whether you are thinking anything evil either of her or of me. Christian found it difficult to reply to this direct appeal to his sincerity, made, as it was, with a sort of grand simplicity, recalling the manners of early ages. The feeling of curiosity which had led him to question Boytsey about Corinne had its origin in mysterious causes in his own heart, which it was impossible for him to explain. He thought to make matters right by correcting Boytsey's error as to the facts of the case. Master Joe, he said, I did not ask whether your sister was afraid of the bear, but whether she had been married, and I do not see anything offensive in my question. The peasant looked at him again, and with such a keen, searching glance that he felt quite confused. Your question does not offend me, he said, if you can swear that you did not listen to any wicked gossip about my family before coming to my house. Christian, remembering what the Major had said, hesitated to reply, and Boytsey resumed. Come, come, why should you lie? You have no reasons for being my enemy, and you can tell me freely all you have heard about the Child of the Lake. The Child of the Lake? Cried Christian. Who is the Child of the Lake? If you do not know, I have nothing to tell you. Yes, yes, Christian rejoined. I know, I think I know. Speak to me as a friend, Master Joe. Is the Child of the Lake Corinne's son? No, replied the Danneman, his face lighting up with a singular expression of enthusiasm. It belonged to her indeed, but it was not conceived and born like other children. Corinne was unfortunate, as happens to girls who learn things above their condition, and who reads in the books of a religion that we ought no longer to understand. But she was not wicked, as people say. I was deceived about it myself as well as the rest, I who am speaking to you. There was a time, I was still very young in those days, when I wanted to put a bullet through the head of a man of whom Corinne talked too much in her dreams. But she swore to our mother and to me that she hated that man. She swore it on the Bible, and we could not doubt her word after that. The child was suckled on the mountain by a tame doe that followed Corinne like a kid. She lived alone with him for more than a year in a different house from ours, much higher than the one you have seen. When the child was weaned, we took him into our house and loved him. He was growing up, he talked, and he was beautiful, but one day he departed as he had come, and Corinne wept so much that her mind flew away after him and never returned. There is a great mystery in all this. Don't everyone know that there are women who bring children into the world merely by uttering some form of speech, just as they conceive them by breathing the air of the lakes, when the trolls have set it in motion? Corinne lived too much down yonder, and everyone knows that there are wicked spirits in the lake of Aldemora. Enough said. It is a secret of God and of the waters. No one must think evil of Corinne. She does no work, she renders no service that is seen or is useful in a house. But she is one of those who, by their learning and their songs, bring happiness to families. She sees what others do not see, and what she announces happens in one way or another. That is enough, I tell you, for here we are close to the wicked one's den, and now we must think of nothing but him. Listen to what I say, and then not a word more, not a single one, for your life. Even if it should cost me my life, said Christian, agitated and struck by the mysterious narrative of the Danneman. You must tell me more about that child which was brought up in your house. Did he not have something peculiar about his fingers? The Danneman's face turned a fiery red in spite of the cold. I have told you, he replied in an irritated tone, all that I intend to. If it is to insult me and to defame the honor of my family that you have come to eat my bread and kill my game, look out for yourself, or give up going to the hunt, Herr Christian. For, as true as my name is Boytsey, I will leave you alone with the wicked one. Master Boytsey, replied Christian calmly, I am not so much alarmed by your threat as grieved at the idea of having wounded you. You can leave me alone with the wicked one if you choose. I will try to be more wicked than he, but do not, I implore you, carry away a bad opinion of me. We will resume this conversation, I hope, and you will acknowledge then that the thought of outraging the honor of your family could never have entered my mind. Very good, replied the Danneman. Let us talk then of the wicked one. Either he will fly with all speed before we have reached his den, and in that case you must fire upon him, or he will make up his mind to fight and will rise on its hind legs. You know where the place is for the heart, and if you do not reach it with this good knife, it can only be because your hand trembles. There is only one thing to be careful about. Do not let him disarm your right hand before seizing your left arm, for he can see weapons plainly enough, and he has more sense than you suppose. Go up to him, then coolly and quietly, without being in any hurry. As long as the wicked one is not wounded, he is not insolent, and he doesn't know well enough what he wants to do. For my part, I usually talk to him and promise that I will not do him any harm. To lie to a beast is not to lie. I advise you, then, to talk to him pleasantly. He has sense enough to see that he is being flattered, but not enough to see that he is being deceived. And now wait until I see whether those gentlemen have posted themselves as they ought around the den, for if the beast escapes us, he must not escape them. I will return in 5 minutes." Christian remained alone in a strange scene. Since leaving the chalet, he had come with his guide through the depths of a magnificent forest, covering with its great green waves the flanks of the mountain. The profusion of fine trees in these regions, and the difficulty of transporting them elsewhere for manufacturing purposes, have occasioned the contemptuous and one might almost say impious prodigality with which the inhabitants of the country treat these noble children of the wilderness. To make the smallest tool the most insignificant plaything, the Delacarlian herdsman, like the Swiss, is very skillful in cutting and carving resinous wood. They sacrifice without regret a giant of verdure, and often, to save themselves the trouble of felling it, set fire to the roots, so much the worse for them if the flames spread and devour whole forests. In many places, battalions of black monsters can be seen rising over the snow, or, in summer, over plains of cinders. These are the charred trunks that no longer afford a refuge to any animal, which are not the abode of silence and of the immobility of death. Footnote: it is only very lately that the government in Sweden has taken measures, too late perhaps, to check these devastations. End footnote. Hunters in Russia are shocked to find in the splendid forests of that country the same recklessness and the same profanations. The forest in which Christian now was had neither been burned nor felled, and it was not so painful, therefore, to mark its decay. What you beheld was a grand desolation, a sublime destruction, due exclusively to natural causes. The old age of the trees, the sinking of the ground, the passage of the storms. It was like some primeval forest caught between the wandering ice fields of polar seas. Great pines, shattered and withered, rested upon their neighbors still green and erect, but whose tops or principal branches they had broken by their fall. Enormous rocks had rolled over declivities, dragging with them innumerable plants that had either continued to live, broken and twisted as they were, or had been replaced by a new growth springing up over the ruin beneath. Several years must have elapsed since this catastrophe, the result of some deluge, for young birch trees were growing upon heights which were nothing more than masses of debris and landslips. With the slightest breath of wind, these trees, which were already beautiful, balanced to and fro the icicles suspended from their light and pendant branches, with a quick clicking sound like that of water flowing over pebbles. This savage region was sublime. 1,000 feet beneath him Christian beheld the torrent of the abyss, the Eif, or Strime, as all streams of water are called, and was astonished to find that it had precisely the same colors and the same undulations as if it had not been frozen. At this distance it would have been impossible for a deaf man to know that it was not dashing forward, roaring and tumultuous. The eye was completely deceived by its dark metallic tint, covered with enormous eddies, that looked like foam. But for Christian, whose ear would have caught the slightest sound ascending from the ravine, nothing could have seemed stranger than the contrast between the apparent agitation of this impetuous torrent and its absolute silence. Nothing in the world resembles death so much as a world thus petrified by winter. Hence, the slightest sign of life in this motionless picture, a footprint upon the snow, the short and stealthy flight of a little bird, is greeted with surprise, and this surprise becomes almost terror when an elk or doe flees before you, with rapid, resounding steps, suddenly awakening the sleeping echoes of the solitude. However, Christian was thinking just now not of admiring nature, but of preparing for his fight with the wicked one. His soul was oppressed by a most sad and terrible thought. The Daneman's strange narrative, which he had found almost incomprehensible at first, thanks to his incorrect language and superstitious ideas, was beginning to acquire a painful significance. This rustic sibyl, seduced by the troll of the lake, this mysterious child brought up in the Daneman's chalet, and which had disappeared when 3 or 4 years old, those inexplicable intuitions that had come to him during the morning meal, and which perhaps were merely reminiscences, suddenly awakened. "Yes," he said, "now again the recollection or the delusion returns to me. The 3 lost cows, 20 years ago, the gunshot that stopped the 4th, It seems to me that I can hear now that fatal shot. It seems to me that I can see the poor beast fell, and that I feel again the sensation of grief and regret which I then experienced, and which was perhaps my first emotion, the awakening within me of the life of sentiment. Great God, I feel as if a whole forgotten world were reanimated and rising before me. Was it not yonder at the turn of that rock at the edge of that red-colored precipice that the scene passed? It must have been there. Has my soul visited this place in some anterior existence, or have I myself been here? And in the latter case, who can my father be? Who is that man whom the Danneman came near killing before his suspicions had been lulled to sleep by superstition? Why did the Sibyl, my mother perhaps, why did she shudder when she touched my fingers? She was in a sort of trance. She had not looked into my face, but she said I was the Baron. And just now, when I asked the Danneman if the child had not some peculiar mark about his hands, did not his anger and grief prove that he had observed and understood this hereditary sign, more apparent probably in the child than it is now in the man? Besides, even if he had noticed it in me today, he would have been far enough from drawing any comparison. The idea of trying to recognize me did not even occur to him. In his eyes I was merely a curious and jeering stranger, questioning him about the secret of his family, and that secret is his shame. He prefers to turn it into a legend, a fairy tale. He is offended if you doubt the marvels he describes. He gets angry if you suggest that the child's fingers were like those of Baron Olas. It is only the truth, they say, that offends, and that truth I have divined. Poor Corinne, how terrified she was when she took me for her seducer. Her seducer? Who knows? This man, hated and despised by all, may have done her violence. She would naturally have concealed her misfortune. She would have made the most of the belief of her family in evil spirits, to prevent her young brother, the Danneman, from exposing himself to danger by seeking to revenge her upon a too powerful enemy. Poor woman! Yes, certainly she hates him, she fears him still. She has become a seeress since her disaster, that is, mad. She must have received a sort of education, since she knows by heart the ancient poems of her country, and in her exultation she draws from her confused recollection of these tragic songs gloomy threats and words of hatred. At any rate, whether I am deceiving myself or am drawing a logical deduction from facts, I believe it is the hand of God that has led me back to the hut from which I was carried off. Why, and by whom? Was it the Danneman, the intrepid traveler, who bore me far away to remove from his sister's eyes the living image of her remorse, or from his family the sign of their shame? Or should I rather believe in the jealousy of the wife of Olas according to the Major's theory? All these thoughts rushed through Christian's mind, overwhelming him with grief and agony. The idea of being the son of Baron Olas only redoubled his aversion for him. Under such circumstances he could only regard him as the enemy of his mother's honor and repose. Or again, he continued, who knows if it was not he himself who had me kidnapped to avoid fulfilling some promise made to his victim, some engagement contracted towards her? Ah, if it were so, I should remain in this country. Without seeking to make myself known, I would go into service with the Danneman. By my industry, my devotion, I would certainly gain his respect and perhaps the love of this family to which I belong, and then I could try and bring back this poor seeress, if not to her right mind, at least to a state of tranquillity, as I succeeded formerly in calming the frenzy of my dear Sophia Goffredi. What a strange destiny is mine, to be thus condemned to have two mothers driven mad by despair. No matter, undeserved as this punishment is, it gives me a duty to perform, and in fulfilling it I may be led to some mysterious recompense. I accept the obligation imposed upon me. Corinne Botsoi may not remember that she has lost her child, but she shall receive from this time the care and protection of a son. At this moment Christian thought he heard someone call. He looked around and on every side, but saw no one. The Danneman had told him to wait. He was to return for him. Christian hesitated, but after a second a cry of distress made him start up, seize his weapons, and rush forward in the direction of the voice. Scaling with wonderful agility the overthrown trees and fragments of debris hardened by the ice and interlocked by enormous roots, Christian, without knowing it, came out at 20 steps from the bear's den. The terrible animal was on the ground between him and this cave, licking up the blood which stained the snow around her bleeding flanks. The Danneman was at the opening of the den, pale, his hair blown by the wind, and as it were standing on end, and without any weapon at all in his hands. His boar spear, broken in the side of the bear, was lying near the animal, and instead of thinking of taking his gun from his shoulder belt to finish his work, Botsoi seemed fascinated by some mysterious terror, or enchained by some inexplicable prudence. As soon as he saw Christian, he made signs to him, which the latter did not comprehend. He guessed, however, that he was not to speak and took aim at the bear. Luckily, before pulling the trigger, he looked again at Joe Abotsoi, who ordered him with a despairing gesture to stop. Christian, imitating his pantomime, asked whether he was to cut the creature's throat in silence, and on receiving a sign in the affirmative, he marched straight up to the bear, who, upon her side, rose erect and growling to receive him. "Quick, quick, or we are lost!" cried the Danaman, who had taken the gun and seemed to be watching some invisible object at the bottom of the den. Christian did not wait to be told twice. Presenting his left arm wrapped in a cord to the rather feeble embrace of the wounded bear, he ripped her open in proper style, but without thinking that she might fall forward and that he ought to jump quickly aside to give her room. Luckily, the bear fell to one side, dragging Christian with her to the ground, but her formidable claws, contracted in the death agony, could do nothing now but clutch at the skirt of his coat. Buried in the snow and nailed down, as it were, by the weight and claws of the wicked one, laid upon and thrust into the edge of his garment, Christian had some difficulty in getting free, and he left behind him a considerable portion of the Major's reindeer skin coat, but he scarcely thought of that now. The Danaman was struggling with other enemies. He had just fired into the dark cave, and another bear, black and of quite a good size, although young, had come forward to meet him with a threatening air, while two cubs about the size of two strong whelps threw themselves between his legs with no other intention, it is true, than that of flying, but in such a way as to make it difficult for him to maintain his equilibrium. The Danaman, resolved to perish rather than make room for his triple prey to pass, supported himself against the trees, whose trunks formed a sort of naturally arched entrance to the cave, and awaited the attack of the young bear, who had been wounded by his shot, but, shaken in spite of himself by the young ones, he had just fallen, and the wounded and furious animal was throwing himself upon him, when Christian, sure of his eye and his coolness, put a ball into the animal's head at a foot above that of the man. "Very well done," said the Danaman, springing up with agility. In the meanwhile, the cubs had run over his body, and for the moment his only thought was to prevent them from escaping. "Stay, stay," said Christian, following the two fugitives with his eyes. "See what they are about." In fact, the two cubs had rushed up to their dead mother and had glided, cowering, under her bleeding sides. "It is only fair," said the Danaman, rubbing his arm, which the black bear had bruised through the cord. "It is not our place to kill them. We have each of us secured a prize. Call your comrades. For my part, I am too much blown, and then I have had a fine fright, I confess. That was a narrow escape, and without you— But call them, I say. I will talk about that another time." Christian shouted with all the strength of his lungs, and the Danaman, still trembling a little, but as attentive as ever, reloaded his gun quickly so as to have it in readiness in case the cubs should abandon their mother's body and attempt to fly before the arrival of the other hunters. The firing had already notified the latter of the combat, and they soon appeared, coming from 3 directions. Larson, who was first, shouted victory when he saw the enormous bear lying at Christian's feet. "Look out! Stop!" cried Christian. "Our bear was a mother. She had 2 fine young ones. I intercede for these poor orphans. Take them living." "Certainly," replied Larson. "To the rescue, comrades. Here are some pupils for us to bring up." They surrounded the corpse of the she-bear and raised it cautiously, for even when this animal seems to be dead, it is necessary to be on your guard, lest it should be feigning. They had some difficulty in capturing the cubs, who already showed their claws and teeth, but they were secured at last and carefully bound and muzzled. This accomplished, they had leisure to admire the ample booty which the den had concealed, and regrets were half expressed which the Danaman hastened to anticipate. "You must pardon me for what I have done," he said to the 2 young officers. "I had strong suspicions that the great spotted creature was a mother. Did I tell you she was spotted? Oh, I saw her plainly, but I could not get a good look at the young ones, and as for the friend, I had not seen him at all. I have often been told that the mother brings into her winter refuge a young wicked one who is neither the father of her little ones, nor even a relative of the family, to defend and bring up her children in case she should be killed. Never having seen this, I hadn't much faith in it. Now, having seen it, I believe it. If I had known as much before, I should have brought 2 of you, so that each might have killed a fine animal. But who could have expected such a thing? Not thinking to shoot, I only took my gun by way of precaution in case the hare I was going with should miss fire and find himself in danger. As for the iron-shod boar spear, I had so little idea of using it that I did not even look to see whether the one I took was in good condition. Well then, continued the Danaman, addressing Christian, this is what happened. I told you that I would return for you as soon as I had posted the others, and as soon as this was done I intended to go straight back where I had left you. But some beast must have disturbed the marks I made last night, for without getting lost exactly I passed directly before the den and did not recognize where I was until it was too late to draw back. The wicked one heard me, and she came against me because she had young ones. I tried to frighten her by waving my arm so as to make her return to her house, but she would not be frightened. She rose on her hind legs. I ripped her open. I had to do it, and at the same time I called twice. At the sound of my voice, the friend came to the door of the house, and to keep him from escaping I ran and stood before it, without remembering that my boar spear was lying broken by the mother. I thought she was dead, but after I was standing there, she rose up, fell down, and rose up again twice. Then, Herr Christian, the time seemed very long to me before you arrived, for on the one side I had the mother, who at any moment might recover strength enough to throw herself upon me, and on the other the friend, who was only waiting for this reinforcement to begin a quarrel with me himself, without counting the 2 young ones, who I knew very well would be between my legs as soon as the fight should be begun. Against all that I had only 1 gunshot, and that was not enough. I did not even dare take aim, for at the sight of a weapon aimed, the wicked ones come to the point more quickly. I was frightened. I can acknowledge it now without shame, since I did not stir a foot, and since the 4 creatures are in our hands. I waited for you. It seemed to me that I waited a year, and yet I believe you came very quickly, Herr Christian, since all has turned out so well. Yes, very well indeed, I declare, and you are a brave man. I am sorry there should have been any angry words between us beforehand, but it is all forgotten. It is not my life only that I owe you, but my heart just as much. Come and embrace me, and remember that I look upon you as my son." Christian embraced the Delacarlian with deep emotion, and the latter related to the rest of the party how, after quickly dispatching the she-bear body to body, the young man had killed the friend very opportunely by lodging a ball in his head and only 2 inches from his, Boitse's, face. Christian objected modestly to the Danamon's exaggeration upon this latter point, but as Boitse in his enthusiasm would not abate a jot from his statement, and as there were no means of proving the facts, the exploit of the young adventurer assumed colossal proportions in the imagination of Larsen and his friends. Their esteem for him increased accordingly, and this is not at all surprising. Presence of mind is the highest faculty of true courage. We pity those who fail, but we admire those who succeed. Without being betrayed into self-admiration, Christian felt a deep satisfaction at having acquired a claim to the friendship of the Danamon, whom he persisted henceforth in regarding as his near relative. But he was very careful not to return to his imprudent questions. He resolved to seek the truth elsewhere, even if it should require a great deal of time and patience to arrive at it. The weight of the 2 dead bears, especially that of the female, was enormous. Together they weighed more than 400 pounds. To drag them over that rough country where it was with difficulty that you could make your own way seemed impossible. Even horses could not have accomplished it. As the day had reached its meridian, and as the young officers wanted to join the Baron's hunt, they found themselves embarrassed with too much riches. Even the cubs who refused to walk were very much in the way. "Go along with you," said the Danamon. "With my children I will soon fell 2 or 3 young trees and build a hurdle. We will put the bears on that and slide it along to my house. From there I will send them to you by my sleigh and horse. They shall be at your bostel in 2 hours so that you can show them to your friends." "And we will return the dead animals to you tomorrow," said Larsen, "for we would not trust any one else to skin and prepare them. Is that not your wish, Christian?" "Whatever pleases you is agreeable to me," replied Christian. "Not at all," the Major rejoined. "The bear we purchased from the Danamon is the one you have just killed. It belongs to you, as the one he shot belongs to him, unless he is willing to sell it." "He killed them both," said Christian. "I did nothing but finish his work. I have no right to anything." An animated discussion followed, in which the Danamon vied with his guests in delicacy, and showed that he was as scrupulously honest as themselves. At last Christian was obliged to yield, and to accept the she-bear as his prize. The 2 cubs were purchased from the Danamon at the price of 1 bear, and he was obliged to accept, as exclusively his own, the friend of Madame Bear. Matters being thus arranged, the Major and his friends wanted to carry Christian away with them, but he declined. "I have no wish to go to the Baron's hunt," he said. "You yourselves told me that it is not at all interesting in comparison with this one, and besides I have no time. Remember that for 2 days more I am bound by contract to keep on with my present business. I will remain here and help the Danamon carry away the wicked ones, after which I will avail myself of his sleigh to return as far as the lake. Do not forget that you have promised Monsieur Gaufflet and myself to come and see us at Stolborg." "We will go after supper when the comedy is over," replied the Major. "You can rely upon us." "And I," said the Danneman to Christian, "will guarantee that you shall reach the lake before night." They had not much time to lose. The officers returned to their country sleighs, and the Danneman, assisted by Christian and also by his son Olaf and his eldest daughter, who now joined them, proceeded with great skill and quickness to the building of his hand sledge. When completed and loaded with the game, they slid it along without difficulty, some drawing and the others pushing or holding it back until they reached the chalet. As soon as they arrived, Christian looked for the seeress. The curtain of the bed was drawn and motionless. Was she still there? He longed to see this mysterious woman again and to try to talk to her, but he dared not approach her bed. He imagined that the Danneman kept his eye upon him and that he would have been greatly displeased by any appearance of curiosity. The youngest of the Danneman's daughters brought some brandy made in the house, that famous corn brandy whose manufacturer Gustavus III afterwards made a state monopoly, thus burdening his subjects with a heavy and vexatious tax that robbed him of all his popularity and reduced to their former poverty the very people whom he had freed from the tyranny of the nobles. Is the frequent use of brandy really a necessity in these rigorous climates? Christian thought not, and his opinion was strengthened by the fact that this special beverage, which the Danneman had made with his own hands, and of which he was very proud, was so strong as literally to take the skin off the throat. The worthy man urged his guest to drink copiously. He could not understand that he should not feel the necessity of getting a little intoxicated after killing 2 bears. But Christian could not carry his good nature so far as that. He would have been very well pleased to have had strength and coolness enough to get to Botsoi drunk, without losing his own head. But as it was, he confined himself to drinking some tea left for him by the Major and served hot, in a wooden cup very tastefully cut and carved by the youthful Olaf. The young man was a little mortified at having enjoyed the royal pleasure of killing a bear at the expense of his friends. For, in a word, this bear was the property of the Danneman, as all game belongs, without question, to the person who finds it on his lands. They had made Christian a present of his prize. That is, they had purchased it for him. He learned with pleasure from the Danneman that it was not yet paid for. The Major and his friends, not foreseeing that the hunt would be so successful, had not brought money enough. Christian inquired the price of the animal. "That depends upon circumstances," said the Danneman proudly. "If you leave me the beast, as is sometimes done, it is simply a thank you which I owe the person who helped me slay him. But, no doubt, Herr Christian, you will want the skin, the claws, the fat, and the legs." "I don't want any of them at all," said Christian, laughing. "Good heavens, what should I do with them? I beg you to keep the whole animal, Herr Botsoi, and as I presume you have the right to sell rather dearer to those who have enjoyed the privilege of hunting on your land than you would do to customers purchasing plainly and simply a commodity, I beg you to accept $30 that I have about me." Christian finished his sentence mentally. "And which is all that I possess." $30, cried the Danneman. "That is a great deal. You are very rich, then?" "I am rich enough to beg you to accept them." The Danneman took the money, looked at it, and then looked at Christian's hands, but without noticing anything but their whiteness. "Your gold is good," he said, "and your hand is white. You are not a laborer, and yet you eat kakebro like a Dalecarlian. Your face belongs to this country, and your speech does not. The clothes you had on when you came here were no better than mine. I can see one thing, anyhow, and that is that you are proud. You don't wish your friends, who gave up for your sake the pleasure of killing the bear, to spend their money for you." "Precisely, Herr Botsoi, you are right." "Have no fear. Joel Botsai is an honest man. He will not take anything from your friends, since you leave him the game. As to accepting a reward from you, that depends. Can you swear to me on your honor that you are a rich man, the child of a noble family?" "What difference does it make?" said Christian. No, resumed the Danneman. "You have saved my life. I don't say much about that, for I would have done as much for you. But you are a skillful marksman, and still more, you are a man who can listen to another. When I made you a sign over yonder, if you had not been willing to do what I wished, we should both of us have been in a bad way, and I especially without my boar spear and with my arm not well wrapped up. I am very much pleased with you, and I only wish that my son was like you in looks and character, for you are both brave and gentle. So if you are not rich, don't pretend to me that you are. Why should you? I am not poor myself. In my plain house, such as it is, I want for nothing, and if you are in any need, you can apply to Joe Botsoi. He would have no trouble at all in finding $30, or even 100, to render a service to a friend." "I am sure of it, Herr Botsoi," said Christian, "and I may possibly return to you, and if I do, it will be with entire confidence. not to ask you for $100 or for $30, but to beg you to give me employment. I don't say this is certain, but it may happen, and in that case I should come to you with much more pleasure if I pay you now what I owe you, and what a rich man would pay you. I did not come here in the character of a poor man. You do not owe me anything." "I don't want any payment," said the Danneman. "Take back your money and come to me when you choose. What can you do?" "Whatever you will teach me, I will do quickly." The Danneman smiled. "That is to say," he said, "that you don't know how to do anything." "I can kill bears at any rate." "Yes, and very well, too. You know how to handle an axe, and also to cut wood. I saw that. But would you be able to travel?" "That is what I can do best of all." "Can you sleep on a bench?" "Yes, or on a stone." "Can you speak Laplandish? Samoyed? Russian?" "No, I can speak Italian, Spanish, French, German, and English." "That would do me no good, but it shows me that you can learn to speak in various tongues." "Very well, come when you choose, before the end of the month of Thor, January, and if you would like to go to Drontheim or even farther, I shall be very glad not to travel alone. Or if I should take Olaf with me, for he is tormenting me to let him begin to travel, you can look after my house." "My 2 daughters are betrothed. I give you fair warning. Avoid giving their lovers any occasion for jealousy. It would be at your own risk. Take care of Aunt Corinne. She is gentle, but she must not be contradicted. I have forbidden it once for all." "I will care for her as if she were my mother," replied Christian, deeply moved. "But tell me, is she ill or infirm? Why—" "They will tell you that if you come to the house. What wages do you want?" "Nothing." "How, nothing?" "Bread and shelter. Is not that enough?" "Herr Christian," said the Danneman, frowning, "you are then either lazy or a bad fellow, since you do not think of the future." Christian saw that by being too disinterested he had caused the Danneman to distrust him. "Do you know Monsieur Gofflet?" he said. "The lawyer? Yes, very well. It was I who sold him his horse. He is a good horse, and the lawyer is an honest man." "Very good. He will answer for me. Will that be satisfactory?" "Yes, it is settled. Take back your money. Suppose I should ask you to keep it for me?" "Why, so is it stolen money?" cried the Danneman, becoming suspicious again. Christian began to laugh and was obliged to confess that he was a very poor diplomat. "Believe me," he said to the Danneman, "I am straightforward and sincere. Everyone gives me the credit of having an honest face, and I am not accustomed, therefore, to having my word doubted. If you don't take my $30 today, the Major will give them to you tomorrow, and that would annoy me." "The Major will not give me anything, for I will not accept anything," replied the Danneman with energy. "It is you, now, who are doubting me." Christian was obliged to resign the satisfaction of leaving his small fortune in this house, which was perhaps his mother's refuge. The discussion, though honorable in itself, might have degenerated into a quarrel, for the Danneman was feeding his ingenuous pride as a free peasant with rather too plentiful potations of brandy. Besides, the sleigh was ready, and Christian had to start. Nothing would have induced him to fail in either of his 2 performances, for which he was to receive $100, a sum that would enable him to begin the new life he was dreaming about without being indebted to anyone. He thought the Danneman intended to accompany him, but instead of getting into the sleigh, he gave the reins to his son, enjoining him at the same time to drive carefully and to return early. "I hoped to have the pleasure of your company as far as Valdemora," said Christian to the Danneman. "No," replied the latter, "I never go to Valdemora for my part. I should have to be carried there by force. Farewell until we meet again." There was so much haughtiness and disdain in the Danneman's tone when he spoke of Valdemora, that Christian, as he shook hands with him, felt afraid that he would notice the conformation of his fingers, and their resemblance to the Baron's, whether accidental or inherited, would destroy all their friendship. But the deformity was so slight that the Danneman, with his rough hand, did not notice it at all, and several times, as his guest was driving away, he sent after him a cordial farewell. In spite of his father's recommendations, Olaf drove his little horse to the bottom of the valley at a full gallop, while he himself stood up on the front seat of the vehicle with the reins twisted round his arms, at the risk of being hurled to a distance in case of an upset, and of having his wrist dislocated at the very least. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 14. The Danneman's sleigh was not so light as the one in which the Major had brought Christian to the chalet, but fortunately it was more solid, for the young Delacarlian did not condescend to avoid either rock or hole. Instead of allowing the horse, the more intelligent of the two, to go as his instinct should direct, he made the drive, dangerous under any circumstances, blunderingly foolhardy, by whipping and opposing him at every point. Christian, who was lying in the midst of the 4 bears, 2 of them dead and 2 living, said to himself that he would fall softly unless they should be flung to one side, and he to the other. At last, irritated at seeing the Danneman's horse maltreated without any advantage to anyone, he took the reins and the whip abruptly, saying to the young lad in a tone indicating his displeasure that he preferred driving himself. Olaf was good-natured and gentle. He only put on his terrible airs out of vanity so as to appear like a man. He began singing a Swedish song both to amuse himself and to show his companion that he pronounced the mother tongue more purely than the other members of the family. Remarking this, Christian determined to have a talk with him. "Why," said he, "did you not come with us when we went to the hunt? Have you never yet seen a bear erect?" "Aunt would never let me," replied the young lad with a sigh. "Aunt Corinne? There is no other at our house." "And you have to do everything she says?" "Everything." "Has she predicted that you would have bad luck?" "She says that I am too young." "She is right, perhaps." "It must be so, since she says so." "She is a woman, it seems, who knows more than others?" "She knows everything, since she talks with—" "With whom does she talk?" "I must not speak about that. My father will not allow it." "Because he is afraid that people will laugh at his sister? But he has no fear of that with me, for he told me to ask her what luck I should have in the hunt." "And did she tell you?" "She did." "Where did she learn her science?" "She learned it where she still learns it, in the waterfalls where girls who have died for love weep, and on the lakes where the men of past times return." "She is still able to walk, then?" "She is not old. She is only 50. "But I thought she was infirm." "She can walk quicker and farther than you." "Then she is ill just at present, since she remained in bed while we were at breakfast?" "She is not ill. She is often tired like that when she has been standing up a long time." "I thought she did not work?" "She does not work. She talks or she walks, she sings or she prays, and whether by night or day she watches until she drops with fatigue. Then she sleeps so long that you would think she was dead. But sometimes you are very much surprised in the morning when you go to her bed to find that she is neither there, nor in the house, nor on the mountains, nor anywhere where anyone else can go." "And where do you suppose she is when she disappears in this way?" "Some say that she goes to Blackula, but you must not believe them." "What is Blackula? The rendezvous of witches?" "Yes, the Black Mountain where those wicked women take the little children whom they steal while they are asleep, and whom they carry to Satan on the horse Skuljits, who looks like a flying cow. Then Satan takes and marks them by biting them either on the forehead or the little fingers, and they keep that mark all their lives. But I know very well why they say that of my Aunt Corinne." "And why?" "Because a long time ago, before I was born, it seems, that she brought a little child to the house, whose fingers had been bitten by the devil. My father would not look at him at first, but in a little while he began to love him, and he says that my aunt is a good Christian, and that all people say of her is false. The pastor finds nothing to blame in her, and he says, since she needs to run about in her sleep, she must be allowed to do so. Besides, she has declared herself that she would die, and that great misfortunes would happen if she should be shut up. That is why she goes where she wishes, and my father says it is better not to know where she goes, because she has secrets that she could not help, perhaps, disclosing if she should be followed and watched." "And did no accident ever happen to her while she is walking thus sound asleep?" "Never, and perhaps she is not really asleep when she walks. How does anyone know? It is certain, anyhow, that we are sometimes 3 days and 3 nights without knowing whether she will return, but she always comes back some time or other. And then, when she has slept and dreamed, she is no longer ill, and she prophesies things that always happen. Stay, this morning— but my father forbade me to repeat it." "If you tell me, Olaf, it is as if you told these stones." "Do you swear on the Bible not to repeat it?" "I swear on whatever you choose." "Well," replied Olaf, who so seldom found anyone to talk to in the solitude of his mountain home, that he was quite delighted at securing the attention of the handsome stranger. "This is what she said when she woke up at daybreak. The great Earl is going forth to the hunt. To the hunt the Earl and his suite are departing. The Earl, you know, is the Baron de Valdemora. He has really gone hunting, but your aunt may have heard that. Yes, but the rest you will see. The Earl will leave his soul at the house. At the house he will leave his soul. Wait until I think of the rest. She sang it. I know the air will remind me of the words. And Olaf began to sing the oracle to an air that might have brought the devil in person to the spot. And when the Earl shall return to the house, when he returns to the house to rejoin his soul, the soul of the Earl will no longer be there. Just as the young Delacarlian had finished these mysterious words, a sleigh, advancing at great speed, began rapidly to gain upon them, and the resounding voice of the coachman cried imperiously, "Room! Room!" At the same time he whipped savagely his 4 horses, who had been terrified while still at a distance by the odor of the bears brought by Christian. They had left the mountain and were on a narrow road running along the edge of a gorge, which led to the lake. Christian, feeling that they would be upset unless he should get out of the way, and seeing no means of accomplishing this unless by pitching headlong into the stream at the bottom of the gorge, whipped the Danneman's horse so as to get forward and reach a place where there would be room for the other vehicle to pass. But, just as he had succeeded in drawing a little to the right, the brutal coachman of the advancing sleigh urged forward his fiery horses. The 2 vehicles grazed and were upset simultaneously. Christian found himself on the earth with Olaf and his 4 bears, and so effectually buried in the snow piled up along the edge of the road that it took him some time to discover whereabouts, and in what company he had been interred in this fashion. The first voice that struck upon his ear, the first face that rejoiced his sight, were the face and voice of the illustrious Professor Stangstadius. The learned man had not been at all injured, but he was furious in making his first attack upon Christian, who was not masked, and with whom, as he arose, he found himself face to face. He overwhelmed him with insults and threatened him with divine vengeance and the maledictions of the universe. There, gently, replied Christian, helping him to get up upon his unequal legs once more. You have no bones broken, Monsieur Professor. God be praised. I call the universe and heaven to witness how glad I am. But if it is you who drive your equipage so crazily, I must say that you are not very considerate of people whose horses are not as good as yours. There now, leave me alone, he added quietly, pushing away the geologist who was attempting to seize him by the collar. Or else, the first time I meet you on the lake, I will leave you to freeze there, instead of bruising my shoulders by carrying you. The professor, without seeking to recognize Christian, continued declaiming to prove to him that it was his fault that the accident had happened, when Christian, who was only thinking of picking up his game and Olaf, noticed in the midst of the 4 bears a man of lofty stature, stretched out and motionless with his face to the earth. At the same time a young man dressed in black and pale with terror came from the opposite bank, where he had been thrown, and running forward, cried, "The Baron! Where is the Baron?" "What Baron?" said Christian, who had just lifted up the swooning man and was supporting him in his arms. At this moment the son of the Danneman pushed Christian with his shoulder and whispered, "The Earl! Look at the Earl!" The Baron's young physician hastened to remove his fur cap, which had got pulled down over the invalid's face, so that he was in danger of suffocating, and Christian came very near opening his strong arms and letting him fall back into the snow on recognizing with an insurmountable horror, in the dying man whom he was trying to succor, the Baron Olaus de Valdemora. They stretched him out on the pile of bears. It was the best bed possible under the circumstances, and the terrified physician employed Stangstadius, who had formerly taken a degree as a physician, to assist him with his advice and experience in a case which seemed to him extremely grave. Stangstadius, who was making ready to try all his joints to satisfy himself that he was not more damaged than usual, consented at last to pay some attention to the only person whom the overturn seemed to have seriously endangered. "Parbleu," he said, looking at the Baron and touching him. "It is perfectly plain, the pulse inert, the face purple, the lips swollen, a death rattle, and, notwithstanding no injury, it is as clear as day. It is a fit of apoplexy. He must be bled quickly and abundantly." The young physician looked for his case of surgical instruments and could not find it. Christian and Olaf assisted him in his search, but with no better fortune. The Baron's fiery horses had run away with his sleigh, and by this time it was almost out of sight. The coachman, thinking that his master would have him beaten to death for his awkwardness, was running after it half crazy and startling the desolate silence with his imprecations. As the Danneman's docile horse had stopped short, they talked of putting the invalid in the peasant's sleigh and removing him to the chateau as quickly as possible. Stadius protested that he would be dead before they could arrive. The doctor, out of his senses, proposed running after the runaway horses so as to look for his case in the Baron's sleigh. At last he found it in his pocket, where, thanks to his agitation, he had touched it a dozen times without feeling it, but his hand trembled so when the moment came to open the vein that Stadius, who was perfectly indifferent to anything outside himself, and who, besides, was very well pleased at being able to prove his superiority in all respects, was obliged to take the lancet and do his work for him. Christian, who was standing nearby, contemplated with deep inward emotion this strange and gloomy picture, lighted by the pale gleams of the setting sun. This man, with his powerful frame and terrible countenance, tossing convulsively on his strange couch, a confused pile of corpses of ferocious beasts, his large white arm, from which a stream of black blood, congealing upon the snow as it fell, was slowly flowing. The young physician, with his mild, pusillanimous face, upon his knees by his terrible patient, and seemingly divided between the fear of seeing him die under his hands and a childish terror at the growling of the still living bears by his side. The overturned sleigh, the scattered weapons, the startled look of the young Daneman, through which, strangely blending with his terror, flashed a gleam of malignant satisfaction. The thin horse smoking after his rapid race as he indifferently ate the snow, and above all the fantastic face of Stadius, lighted up by a smile of triumph which had become his habitual expression, and his sharp voice haranguing about all that had happened in a self-satisfied and pedantic tone. It was a scene never to be forgotten, a group at the same time laughable and tragic, at a first glance perhaps incomprehensible. "My poor doctor," said Stadius, "there is no use in hiding it. If your invalid escapes, he will be lucky. But don't imagine it is the upset that has brought on this fit, and has been threatening for the last 24 hours. How is it that you did not foresee it?" "I foresaw it plainly," said the young doctor rather spitefully, "and told you so an hour ago. Monsieur Stadius, when he received that letter at the hunting pavilion that disturbed him so, as he read it, his very features grew distorted." "It is not my fault if you have forgotten what I said. I did everything in my power to prevent his lordship from going to the hunt. He would not listen to anything. The most he would consent to was to allow me to accompany him in his sleigh. By heavens, a valuable assistant you are! If I had not offered to return with the two of you when I saw that he was not in a condition to hunt, he would probably have stifled here. You would not have had presence of mind enough." "You are very hard upon young people, Monsieur Professor," replied the physician, more and more offended. "There is some excuse for losing your presence of mind when you have just been thrown 10 feet out of a sleigh and are no sooner up again than you are called upon to judge, at the first glance, of what is perhaps a hopeless case." "A fine matter, truly, a fall in the snow," said Monsieur Stadius, shrugging the one shoulder which was obedient to his will. "If you had fallen, as I did, into the bottom of the shaft of a well, a fall of 50 feet, 7 inches and 5 lines, a swoon lasting 6 hours, 53... Goodness gracious! Monsieur Professor, it is the swoon of my patient that I am troubled about, and not yours. What is past is past. Will you be so good as to hold his arm while I look for a ligature?" "No, not at all. The fact is that there are some people who complain about everything," continued Stadius, coming and going without listening to the doctor. Then, forgetting that he had just been in a terrible rage against Christian, the quick-tempered but really good-natured worthy turned gaily to him. "Did I so much as turn pale," he said, "when I found myself under those 4 animals, without counting the 2 others, you and your comrade? 2 awkward clowns, be it said in passing. But what matter a few bruises, more or less, after all? I did not even think of myself. I was all ready to give an opinion about the invalid and to bleed him. My eye rapid and sure, my hand firm. How now? Where the devil have I seen you?" he continued, still addressing Christian, and forgetting all about the sick man. "Did you kill all these beasts? There is a fine prize, to be sure, a bear of the large kind, the brown species with blue eyes, when one thinks that the imbecile of a buffoon. But where did you meet with it? It is rare in this country." "You must excuse me from replying at present," said Christian. "The doctor requires my help." "Let him alone, let the blood flow," remarked the geologist quietly. "No, no, he has lost enough," cried the physician. "The bleeding has had a good effect. Come and see, Monsieur Professor, but we must not abuse the remedy. It is as dangerous now as the evil it is to counteract." Christian, not without a shudder of mortal and inexplicable repugnance, held the Baron's cold, heavy arm, while the physician closed the vein. The sick man opened his eyes, and soon tried to make out where he was. His first glance was for the strange bed where he was lying. the second for his blood-stained arm, and the third for his trembling physician. "Ah," he exclaimed in a feeble voice and in a scornful tone, "you have been bleeding me. I forbade it." "It was necessary, your lordship. You are much better, thank heaven," replied the doctor. The Baron was too weak to argue. He tried to look around him with his faded eyes, in which appeared an expression of gloomy anxiety, but when he saw Christian's face, his eyes dilated and fastened upon him with a stupefied stare. At that moment Christian was bending forward to help the physician to lift him up. He repulsed him with a convulsive gesture, and the faint semblance of a lifelike hue that was beginning to return to his face was succeeded by a livid pallor. "Open the vein again," cried Stangstadius to the doctor. "I knew you were closing it too soon. Did I not tell you so? Open it, and afterwards leave him quiet for at least 5 minutes." "But the cold, Monsieur Professor," said the physician, obeying Stangstadius mechanically. "Are you not afraid that the cold will be fatal under such circumstances?" "Bah, the cold," replied Stangstadius. "I laugh at the cold of the atmosphere. The cold of death is much worse. Let him bleed, I tell you, and then let him rest. You must follow the prescription, come what may." Turning to Christian, he added, "The tall Baron is in a bad scrape. I would not like to be in his skin just now. There now, where the devil have I seen you?" Just then he picked up something on the snow which sent him running on a new tack. "What is that piece of red stone doing here?" he cried. "A fragment of porphyry in a region of gneiss and basalt? You must have brought it from up yonder," he added, pointing to the peaks rising to the west. "It was in your pocket. Ah, you see it is not very easy to deceive me. I know the character and form of all the rocks at 10 leagues distance." The Baron's sleigh finally returned, and a few moments afterwards, as he began to seem a little better again, they were able to close the vein and place the sick man in his equipage, which proceeded slowly to the chateau, while Christian started in advance with the son of the Danemen. "Well," said the young lad when they had left the gloomy vehicle behind them, "what was I telling you when it happened? What did my Aunt Corinne say?" "I did not understand the song very well," said Christian, absorbed in his thoughts. "It was not very cheerful, I remember." "He left his soul at the house," repeated Olaf, "and when he shall come to rejoin it, he will no longer find it. Is not that perfectly plain, Herr Christian? The Earl was ill. He wanted to shake off his malady, but his soul did not want to go to the hunt, and with good reason perhaps, for it is bound now on a villainous journey." "You hate the Earl," said Christian. "You think his soul is going to hell." "As to that, God knows. But as to hating him, I don't hate him any more than everyone does. You don't love him yourself, do you?" I do not know," replied Christian, shuddering inwardly at the consciousness of the hate which filled his heart, more intense perhaps than was felt by any other person. "Well, if he gets well," resumed the lad, "you will hear about it. He will soon find out who upset him, and if you are wise you will quit the country. So then, everyone believes that it will not do to offend him?" "Good gracious, he poisoned his father, he stabbed his brother with a dagger, and he starved his sister-in-law, and he has killed ever so many other people besides that my Aunt Corinne knows about, and that everyone would know about if she would speak, but she will not. And don't you feel afraid that the Baron's anger will be directed against you when he shall learn that it is your father's sleigh that upset him?" "It is not the fault of the sleigh, and mine still less. You would drive. If I had been driving it would not have happened, perhaps, but what is to happen, happens. And when harm befalls wicked men, it is because it is the will of God." But Christian, constantly haunted by the dreadful idea that had taken possession of him, shuddered at the thought that destiny had perhaps chosen him as the paradisal instrument for accomplishing the Baron's destruction. "No, no," he cried in answer to his own thoughts, rather than to the son of the Danemen. "I did not cause his fit. The physicians said that he had been doomed for 24 hours. "And my Aunt Corinne said so too," rejoined Olaf, "so you can rest easy, he will not recover." Thereupon Olaf began humming the sad refrain which reminded Christian more and more of the melancholy air which he had heard the previous evening among the boulders. "Does not your Aunt Corinne sometimes go to Stolborg?" he asked of Olaf. "To Stolborg," said the lad. "I should only believe it if I saw it." "Why?" "Because she does not like that place. She will not even allow it to be named where she is." "Why so?" "Who can tell? And yet in former years, when the Baroness Hilda was alive, she lived there. But I cannot tell you anything more about it because I have told you now all that I know. We never speak at our house, either of Stolborg or of Valdemora." Christian felt that there would be something indelicate in questioning the young Danemen about the relations that may have existed between his aunt and the Baron. Besides, he had become so gloomy and depressed that he had not the heart for the moment to make any further inquiries. The sudden change in the atmosphere contributed not a little to his melancholy. The sun, whether beneath the horizon or not, had entirely disappeared in one of those thick fogs which very frequently in the short winter days suddenly envelop earth and sky, especially towards sunset or in the morning at sunrise. It was a heavy, melancholy veil of a dull, leaden gray, which grew thicker every instant, and which soon left nothing visible but the bottom of the gorge, into which it had not yet fully penetrated. In proportion as it approached this goal, it seemed to sweep forward in dense waves, but it did not mingle at all with the black smoke rising from great fires kindled in the depths of the valley, to preserve harvest or keep open small streams of water. Christian did not even ask Olaf of the object of these fires. He gave himself up to the dreary amusement of watching their red and spectral forms, glimmering like rayless, fluctuating meteors on the banks of the stream, and in following with his eye the persistent and fantastic struggle of their gloomy flames and clouds of smoke, with the fog which through the contrast seemed even whiter than it was. The frozen torrent was still visible, but by some strange optical delusion it sometimes appeared so near the road that Christian imagined he could touch it with the end of his whip, and sometimes seemed buried in immeasurable depths, while in reality it was infinitely less distant and infinitely less near than the deceptive undulations of the fog caused it to appear. Night followed with the long northern twilight. At this hour there is usually a delicate greenish tint in the atmosphere, but this evening it was colorless and livid. Not a living being was visible on the face of the globe. Whatever had life was concealed, motionless, silent. Christian felt oppressed at this universal gloom of nature, and then he accepted it with a sort of apathetic resignation. Olaf jumped out to lead the horse, for the road as it now descended to the shore of the lake, spreading like a vague ocean of vapor beneath them, was almost perpendicular. Christian imagined that he was descending the sharp declivity of the globe itself, and about to plunge off into the void abysms of space. 2 or 3 times the horse slipped until he was thrown back upon his haunches, and Olaf came very near to letting go the bridle and leaving him to his fate, together with the sleigh and the traveler. The latter was overwhelmed by a mortal indifference. The Baron's son. These 3 words, written as it were in black letters upon his brain, seemed to have killed within him hope in the future and love of life. It was not despair that he felt, but a profound disgust for all that life can offer, and in this mood the only thing he noticed was the one immediate fact that he felt overwhelmed with sleep, and that he would have been quite willing to fall asleep forever by rolling, without a sound, to the bottom of the lake. He did really lose himself, and so completely that he has entirely forgotten where he was, when a voice as faint as the twilight, as veiled as the sky and lake, sang close to him these words to which he listened unconsciously, and gradually comprehended. Behold, the sun is rising, beautiful and clear it shines on the meadow enamelled with flowers. I see the fairies all in white, crowned with garlands of willow boughs and lilacs. The fairies who dance in the valley on the moss glittering with dew. The child is in the midst of them, the child of the lake, more beautiful than the morning. Behold, the sun climbs to the zenith, the birds are silent, the little flies buzz in the beams of dusty gold. The fairies have entered a grove of azaleas to seek the cool, refreshing shade on the shore of the stream. The child is asleep on their knees, the child of the lake, more beautiful than the day. Behold, the sun is setting, the nightingale sings to the diamond star that mirrors itself in the waters. The fairies are seated at the foot of the sky on the staircase of rosy crystal. They sing a lullaby to the child who smiles in his downy nest. The child of the lake, more beautiful than the star of the evening. Once again it was the voice heard among the boulders that struck upon Christian's ear, but it seemed, as it is now, chanted, poetic words set to an agreeable and melodious air, far sweeter than before. The words were, perhaps, a modern song which the Sibyl had understood and remembered exactly. However, it was in vain that Christian tried to catch the faintest glimpse of a human form. He could not even see the horse that was conducting him, or rather, to speak more correctly, which was no longer conducting him, for the sleigh was standing still, and Olaf was not there. Far from feeling uneasy about his situation, Christian listened until the 3 verses were completed. The first had seemed to him to be sung a few steps behind him, the second nearer, and the third farther on. Gradually the voice died away in advance of him. The young man came very near jumping out of the sleigh to try and seize the invisible singer as she passed, but as he put out his foot he became aware that there was a void under him instead of solid ground, and as the tender words of the song had revived within him the instinct of self-preservation, He stretched out his hand to find out where he was. He felt the reeking rump of the horse and called Olaf several times without receiving any reply. Then, as the singer's voice began chanting again still farther away, he called her also by the name of Vala Karina, but she either did not hear him or would not answer. He resolved then to get out on the other side of the sleigh, and he found himself on a steep road, which he explored for about 20 steps, still calling Olaf with the greatest anxiety. Could the child have rolled over a precipice during Christian's brief slumber? At last he saw, gleaming through the fog, an imperceptible point of light which came towards him, and soon he recognized Olaf carrying a lighted lantern. "Is it you, Herr Christian?" said the lad, who had not heard him approach, and who was terrified at meeting him thus suddenly face to face. "It was wrong of you to get out of the sleigh when you could not see well. This is a very dangerous place, and I told you not to budge while I went to light my lantern at the mill close by. Didn't you hear me?" "Not at all. But did not you hear someone singing?" "Yes, but I did not listen. You often hear voices on the shore of the lake, and it is not good to understand what they sing, for then they will lead you into places from which you will never return." "Very well. For my part I listened," said Christian, "and I recognized the voice of your Aunt Corinne. She must be close by. Let us look for her, since you have a light, or call her. She will perhaps answer you." "No, no," cried the boy. "Leave her alone. If she is in her dream and we wake her up, she will kill herself." "But she is in just as much danger of killing herself if we leave her walking on the edge of this ravine, where you can't see your hand before you." "Where we cannot see, she can. Be quiet, unless you wish to bring some misfortune upon her and to prevent her from returning to the house, where I am very sure I shall find her as usual." Christian was obliged to give up the idea of seeking the seeress, especially as the light of the lantern was scarcely sufficient to show them where to plant their feet. The fog was so impenetrable. Christian helped Olaf to guide the horse cautiously to the shore of the lake, and there the lad, who did not seem at all alarmed by their adventures, asked him whether he would get into the sleigh again and go on to the Major's bostelli. "No, no," said Christian, "I must go to Stolborg. Must I not turn to the right?" "No," said Olaf. "Try to walk forward in a straight line while you count 300 steps. If you take 2 steps more and don't come to the rock, you have gone wrong." "And what must I do then?" "Look and see from what direction the whiffs of the fog come. The wind is from the south, and it is quite mild. If the fog passes to your left, you must turn to your right. As for the rest, there is no danger on the lake. The ice is firm everywhere." "But you, my child, will you be able to get along all alone? Able to go to the bostelli? I promise you. The horse knows the road now. Don't you see how impatient he is?" "But you will not return to your father's house this evening?" "Yes, indeed. The fog will lift, perhaps, and besides, the moon will rise soon, and as it is full, I can see to the drive." Christian shook hands with the young Daneman, gave him $1, and following his instructions, reached Stolborg without missing his road and without meeting a living soul. End of section 29.